Let everyone know that I'm live. I am live. Alrighty. Alrighty, what's up everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everyone doing today? Give it a second for people to join up. Let me go on YouTube and get everything set up on the stream. I just let Instagram know that I'm live. What's up everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria that I'll be putting on the TikTok screen here in a second. What's up, Madden? How you doing? What's up, Wum? How you doing? What's up, Sage? What's up, Pam? What's up, Ron? What's up, David? Greg, how you doing? Mark, how you doing? Christine, what's up? What's up? Deborah, how you doing? Caleb, what's up? What's up? Jason, how you doing? Patrice, how you doing? Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. I appreciate it. Good to see you as always. Good to see you. Hopefully everyone's having a great day so far. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Juliet? How you doing? What's up, Jenny? What's up, Luis? What's up, Lydia? What's up, BMK? How you doing? What's up? What's up, Branch? How you doing? Fawcett, how you doing? What's good? What's good? All right, we're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Shani, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Shani. Give some W's for Shani in the comment section. I've let everyone know that I'm live. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Do give it a minute for people to join up. Do give it a second. Dean is hopping off here in a second, everyone. That's what he told me, at least. Dom, thank you so much for the €2. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Oh, okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump. I'd stick with Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you already told us. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
So I just support with a lot of things he's doing. He puts America first, and I just like that.
Okay, how does he put America first?
Because he basically, I think the Dems, right, the liberals, they're trying to take away the. Do I have to say pew pew?
Okay, yeah, you could say that. The Second Amendment rights.
Okay.
So like, can you explain to me one policy that the Democrats advocated to get passed that would violate your Second Amendment rights?
Yeah. It's not necessarily like policies being passed, but it's like movements and a lot of people. Like there's a lot of, there's a lot of spark on the liberal and Democratic side. And he's Trump's just like keeping our rights. He's trying to keep us where we are. You know what I mean? Keeping
our rights keep us where we are. What particular rights? Because I would say that he's actually passed legislation that the Supreme Court indicated to have been in violation of the Second Amendment.
Nah, he wasn't. Look,
yeah, he did.
What is that? Can you show me the source for that?
Yeah, that's called the bump stock ban.
Look
up Trump's bump stock ban. That was the Supreme Court that indicated that.
All right. Well, I think that. Look. So, I'm not saying that like there's things being passed. I'm saying like they're trying to take. There's a lot of people that are trying to reduce the things of guns and stuff. And like, you ever go hunting?
Okay, they're trying to reduce guns. So did you know that Kamala Harris is a gun owner?
I do know that. Yeah.
Okay, so then you understand that. I mean, to some degree, not only did she still advocate that people should have access to some guns, but she was just advocating for common sense gun control, right? That I think everyone could agree with. Could you name any specific policy that she advocated for that you disagree with?
Kamala Harris? Yeah. So basically, you ever heard of elk meat, right? She's trying to get the thing where it's like, I can't she passes this policy, I can't keep on going out getting my elk meat. You really gotta choose.
There's no policy she's advocating for that's gonna limit you from getting elk meat. What are you talking about?
It's true. Have you heard?
Stop, bro. True. You're trolling. I'm
not trolling. You don't want to debate me? Come on.
No, tell me what policy.
I don't know what it's called, but look.
Can you give me a source? that claims this. I've never heard this from a single person that's ever come up on my live stream.
I saw it on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Oh, I bet. Can you give me anything other than the Joe Rogan podcast?
I don't know. I just know it's you gotta get it. You gotta really chew it. Like
Wait, actually, which episode? Which episode of the Joe Rogan podcast?
Oh,
You
yeah,
don't
you
know?
gotta really chew it. I just know that he talks about how it's like it makes you want to move, like it makes you want to be alive.
Okay, yeah,
You know what I mean?
definitely trolling, definitely trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. I think the people are going to be joining in from Dean's Live in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? W fetus. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Is that that's the fetus that always tries to join, has a million different accounts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What state do you live in?
Wyoming.
Wyoming? Have you been on my live before?
No, I haven't.
Really? I feel like you have.
Maybe. Do you reckon?
Yeah, because I think you've trolled on my live before.
I definitely haven't trolled, no. But anyway, let's get to it.
Okay, wait. So Wyoming. Can you name 3 cities in Wyoming?
I can.
Go ahead. Okay, he left. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47?
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Close the border.
Okay. Why do you want to close the border?
Because people ought to come through legally. Legal immigration, I don't have a problem with. Illegal immigration is a problem.
Okay. And because you want to hold people accountable for violating the law, correct?
Yes, I mean, come across legally, get vetted, contribute to this civilization, and we're good to go.
Okay. Alrighty. So there's a few things here. I do think that undocumented immigrants do contribute, and I think the best way to ensure that they're vetted is by providing them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. I also don't think that you're holding out Donald Trump accountable for the crime that he committed when you voted for him, because he literally was convicted of 34 felonies and wasn't held accountable because of the fact that you voted for him. So if you want to hold criminals accountable for committing crimes, that's probably a good place to start. Secondly, Donald Trump's violating the law when deporting people to a greater extent in terms of violating due process rights. So that's also another consideration in terms of violations of the law. And then also for you to say that you want to quote unquote close the border, would that indicate that you think it's open prior?
Well, it was open under Biden, but are you talking about the felonies that they turned from misdemeanors into felonies to turn him into a felon?
No, the reason why it was a felony and not a misdemeanor is because of a predicate crime that Donald Trump committed. So he's committing this crime in furtherance of another one, which bumps it up from being a misdemeanor to a felony.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
So next point I would say is that, like, you said that the border was open under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you determine that the border is open because of the fact that there was an increase in border crossings?
18 million? Yeah, that's like record numbers every year he was in office.
Okay. So you're saying because of the level of border crossings. Okay. So if it's because of the level of border crossings, well, did you know that there was a greater level of border crossings at the end of the Biden-Harris administration? I mean, greater level of border crossings at the end of the Trump administration comparative to the end of the Biden-Harris administration? In his first term?
I don't know what his end level was, but I know through Biden, Kamala, whole 4 years, they brought in a lot of illegals, and it kills our whole home value product. It kills everything.
Okay,
Kills
so yeah,
the American dream.
Yeah, you're saying that, like, the Biden-Harris administration specifically brought in people who are undocumented. They engaged in no policy to do so. You're just saying that this happened to occur. And by the way, just it happening to occur under the administration does not mean it was caused by them. I would say economic
But
insecurity around the entire world due to the fact that there was a global supply chain issues and inflation relating to the pandemic. I think that's probably the main driver as to why people were coming here, rather than specifically just the Biden-Harris administration being in office.
well, how about the problem that Biden kept saying that he's got to have Congress to close the border, but when Trump got in office, he
For
closed it within a
long-term
month.
legislation. So the reason why he said he needed Congress is because he wanted long-term considerations for the border rather than just short-term considerations through an executive order, which can be shot down by the Supreme Court. So Biden wanted long-term policy, and the Republicans voted against it because Donald Trump told them to. And Donald Trump has not brought in this border policy that he was referencing in terms of like policy going through the legislative branch. That hasn't happened.
I'm sorry, but if you come into this country illegally, that's
Oh, you're on that shit again?
yeah, I'm on that shit again. It's illegal. I come through legally. If you come through legally, you pay taxes just like me. Fine, work, support the country just like me.
Can
I'm
I tell you
down.
something? But the point is, I'm saying is that it takes too long and costs too much for people to go through the legal process currently, right? And that's why people are coming through the process undocumented to a greater extent. I would like to incentivize people to go through said legal process by making the legal process quicker, and by making that legal process be available for those that have already come to the country undocumented, who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Because over 73% of those that have been detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. 95% of those detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record. I want us to be focusing on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, rather than focusing on those that have just come here for a better life and for the American dream, because our current immigration process, we can acknowledge, takes too long and is not legitimate. It
How
would
about
make
the
sense
ones in Colorado?
to instate a legitimate immigration process, but the issue is that our current process takes too long for it to even be deemed as such a consistent one or applicable one, at least in most cases. I think there are too many people that are good people coming to our country that just want to come here for a better life, that have not been able to come here through legitimate means because of the fact that our immigration system has been artificially created to be too long.
I agree. It might take them too long, but the problem is there's still a process that everybody has to go through. So the people that come through illegally get to cut in line of the ones that have been waiting years to get in legally, and then we come back to like Colorado, the ones taking over whole apartment complexes. They're still here. They haven't been deported yet. I mean, that's a
So I don't know what people are taking. So you said we're taking over apartment complexes. I think that when you're talking about Colorado, I've seen no evidence
that's
indicate that to be
affirmative.
true, and even the police chief indicated that there was no evidence to indicate that to be true. Secondly, I'd also like to point to the fact that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So the argument that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to this country is not substantiated by any facts or statistics.
Okay, the problem is there's 330 million people in this country legally. Born, raised, bred, whatever, legally. You got 20 million illegals. Of course, legal American citizens are going to commit more crime
No, there's about
because there's
11 to 14 million
330
undocumented
million of
immigrants.
us.
Wait, hold up here. I got you. There's 11 to 14 million undocumented immigrants, and we took into account population.
Bro.
So when I looked at these statistics, I took into account per capita. So that's dividing by population.
But the problem is the crimes they're committing shouldn't be committed to begin with because they're here illegally.
Okay, so I understand, but if they're committing them at a lower rate, the argument that they're bringing crime to the country is ridiculous. Push the galaxy, thank you. And if you want to focus on those that have committed crimes, then why are you focusing on those that have not committed any prior criminal offenses, and instead just give them a pathway to citizenship where they can stay in the country, because that incentivizes them to be vetted, it incentivizes them to go through the legal process rather than being exploited under our current system, right, and under the threat of deportation.
Okay, the question is, how did they get into the country? Did they
They're
get
already in the country.
into
We're talking about people already in the country.
illegally,
Yes, we're talking about people who,
illegally or
yes,
legally?
we're talking about people who are
If
already in the country undocumented.
undocumented illegally in this country,
Yes.
which means they're a criminal right off the bat.
Yeah, but I don't
It's
think that
not
we
that.
we view all violations of the law the same. Like, we don't view jaywalking the same as we view other violations of the law. I mean, you were willing to overlook Donald Trump being literally convicted of 34 felonies. You don't think that's a big deal, but apparently whenever someone commits a misdemeanor when they unlawfully come to the country, it's the end of the world.
You're not here legally.
The sky is falling.
You're gonna work. You're not gonna pay taxes. You're gonna get free
Undocumented
health,
immigrants pay taxes. $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
Yeah, they make. I was raised construction. I already know. You pay 75 for the one that speaks English, 50 for the rest. I already know. I was raised.
It's not specifically just whether or not you speak English that determines whether or not you're in the country legally. That's one. Two, as it relates to this, if you want to reference this, if you want to provide better conditions for people who are in the country under that particular mechanism so that they would get market wages, well, then what you need to do is you need to provide them a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, because that will be able to provide better working conditions not only for them but also for other Americans as well.
How about all the unemployed Americans that are willing to work for that paycheck?
Which there are more unemployed Americans under the Trump administration because of his tariff policy. So if you want to create better conditions for jobs and employment, or then you should not engage in Trump's policy. You should engage in policy that the Democrats were advocating for, that not only were investing in manufacturing in this country, they're building up jobs in terms of renewable energy production, building up jobs in terms of chips production, in the infrastructure, right? All of these different types of things Democrats were investing in. What is Donald Trump doing? He's giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and increasing your taxes.
Renewable energy, what's a good one? Solar, wind?
Yeah, solar and wind are great. No, it's not going to fix everything right away. I'm just saying that like it's. Well, I'm not saying it's going to completely be able to take care of everything right at this current moment, but I'm saying we should invest into it because it will help our energy production, because it serves as a substitute and it will bring the energy costs down. Also allow for us to adopt to different types of technological advancements for the future to address energy needs, because I don't think that using fossil fuels right now is the most beneficial mechanism. I would argue that, again, you can utilize things like solar and wind and then offset the specific inconsistencies that would exist in terms of solar and wind with nuclear fission until we develop any type of technology associated with that will create better sort of calculations in terms of positive energy.
But the problem is you're wanting fully electric cars, fully automated cars. We don't have the power grid to support that.
Yeah, that's why you invest in infrastructure.
As it was proven in San Francisco just recently.
That's why you have to invest in infrastructure. Which the bipartisan infrastructure bill did, by the way. The Inflation Reduction Act did. But Donald Trump has cut these back because he doesn't even believe in science, and he thinks the climate's going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. So he actively denies science. So that's one of the biggest issues here, is that the president of the United States doesn't accept what experts are saying in terms of science, because he thinks that his particular prescriptions on science are somehow going to be better than the scientific consensus on the matter of 99% of climate scientists.
How much money has them climate scientists been given to protest against it?
A lot of climate scientists get paid less than they could in plenty of other fields because they specifically care about the environment. You understand that, like, actually, like, if you're going to talk about climate science or any type of particular field, it's kind of like, I actually don't think that climate scientists oftentimes are millionaires, especially environmental science in general. It's not a very lucrative field to be able to make a bunch of money. People go into that because of the fact that they care in plenty of circumstances. So you should actually talk to, like, an environmental science major or, like, someone who's involved in the field. Someone who's a climate scientist. People don't just like go into that to make a bunch of money. And by the way, a lot of these people are incredibly intelligent individuals, and if they went into any other field in terms of science, they could have made so much more money. So that's just like another point that makes no sense.
Sorry, my wife's back. I got to go, but
I have avoided coming out here because of this.
I'm just trying to wake them up.
In the public?
Wait, you're trying to wake me up? I don't think I'm the one that needs to wake up. I think it's you. I think you need to believe in science. You need to believe in evidence. And he left. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Thank you, everyone, from joining in from Dean's stream. What's up? What's up? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go to the next individual here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you! You're so cute!
Let's go to the next individual. W screaming fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm 23 years old.
Yeah.
To answer your first question.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, Madden, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, very much so. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I'm a single issue voter, and he is the first postmodern official to take a hard stance against Islam, because I think that pre-modern, modern, and postmodern Islam is a cancer to the world.
Okay. Do you believe in the Constitution?
But what was your question?
Do you believe in the Constitution?
I do not believe in the Constitution.
So you don't believe in the Constitution at all? So,
I do not.
what do you think America is founded on? Like, what values do you think you care about in terms of America?
I care about superiority of an intellectual group of people that want the world to evolve. That's what I care about.
Okay, so if you care about superiority of intellectualism, how does Islam limit you from achieving that?
Well, Islam glorifies pedophilia, women's rights suppression.
I don't think
they're
that
the
all prescriptions of Islam do that the same way. I don't think that all prescriptions of
do.
Christianity do that.
Muhammad
Although
was
we
with
can
a
point to
6-year-old
plenty
girl.
of
Muhammad
examples
was
of
with a
Christianity
6-year-old
doing
girl.
this. Wait, we can point to
I didn't
plenty of
talk about
examples of
Christianity.
Christianity
I
doing
didn't talk
this.
about Christianity at all.
I know you didn't do that, but I'm
Okay,
giving you
so
an
then don't
example
bring
as
it
a
up.
basis for comparison.
That's a non sequitur.
It's
a
not.
logical fallacy.
I'm giving you a basis for
That's a
comparison.
logical
That's not a non
fallacy. That's a
sequitur.
non sequitur.
No, it's
That's
not.
a non
I'm giving you a
sequitur.
basis for comparison. That's not a non sequitur.
Non-sequitur. That's a logical
That is not a
fallacy.
non sequitur.
Anyways, as I was
I know
saying,
you're triggered
Muhammad
and
was
you're
with a
crashing out,
6-year-old
but do you want to
girl.
address my point?
Muhammad was with a 6-year-old girl. Muhammad
Yeah,
was with a 6-year-old girl.
I'm not even
Women
disputing
are
that.
oppressed. Women
I agree.
Are oppressed
I agree. Now, do you
all
want
over
to
the world
address that that's
by
not a
Islam.
prescription of all of Islam? That's not a prescription of every
It
single
is.
Muslim that
It
has a
is.
particular
It is
perspective,
commanded.
and that's not a prescription. Like listen this way. It's you could point to plenty of extreme cases in terms of Christianity throughout history, whether it be the Crusades, the Inquisition, whether it be the suppression of women's rights based upon the particular Christian prescriptions and the context of the law. But again, you wouldn't prescribe every particular Christian that way. You wouldn't say we should limit Christians from coming to our country. You would say we need to uphold religious freedom in this country. And I think it's embarrassing that you're only willing to call out specifically and say you're a single issue voter on this, specifically when it comes to Islam and extremism as it relates to Islam, but not any other particular view in terms of Christianity or any other religious perspective. You said you're a single issue voter, means you only care about it within that perspective. What about the extremists with your president? You said they glorify P3D. I mean, you're supporting a candidate right now that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing rooms. Have you read the Epstein files? Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Donald Trump has literally had over 26 plus people accuse him of sexual misconduct. And you literally still sit here to this day and you defend him. And you know how many Christians in this country do that as well? So I don't think that it's good to brand an entire religion in terms of everyone who believes in that religion based upon how some people interpret that religion.
I was muted. When
I
you were trying
understand.
to talk. You understand?
Yes, of course I
Did you
understand that
mute
you were
me?
muted. Yes.
Oh, you did mute me. Okay. Anyways,
Mhm.
so everything that you just said, you were ignorant of something that's right in your face. In the postmodern era, there is only one large spread group that is committing genocide and actively trying to commit it in the world across multiple continents. So
Wait, what is
has to
that?
be eradicated from Earth.
Wait, what are you?
Islamic
no.
people are the only people trying to commit genocide in the postmodern
Wait,
era.
what
There isn't a
particular
single
genocide
other-
are you referencing?
There's one in Africa and there's one in the Middle East.
Okay, so
If you don't know that, then you don't pay attention.
wait,
to what's
no,
going
hold
on
up.
in
You
the
said
world.
there's only one genocide. So like I think that's a ridiculous
I said
assertion.
more than one. I said more
Yeah,
than
there's definitely more than one. Yeah, we can point to plenty.
Yes.
Right now, the point that I would make is that like,
the Islamic
up.
group of people.
can I
they're
make
the
this?
only people
I don't
in
know.
the world-
Again, that's just not true. It's not true. Like Islam is not the only particular religion you could associate with committing genocide. Wait, do you believe that? Do you believe Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza? Do you believe that in Israel's committing genocide? Do you believe Israel's committing genocide in Gaza?
What was your question? You're
Do
lagging.
you believe Israel is committing genocide in Gaza?
They are not.
No, you don't think they are?
No, it's not because
even
they're not
though it's
targeting
determined
an
to be a
ethnic group of
genocide by the
people.
ICC,
They're not targeting an ethnic group of people.
the Palestinians.
They're not killing people for their religious beliefs or their race.
Wait, is Palestinian an ethnicity?
No, it is not.
Is it a nationality?
It is not. The
So
Palestinian
you so
identity
okay,
was
just because
never
you
hinted
deny
at
the
in the 19th and 20th.
nationality or ethnicity of Palestinians doesn't mean that they aren't a people group. And for you to particularly claim that that's the reason why you don't consider it a genocide is just sick and as fuck. And by the way, you're gonna sit there and say that like, oh, they particularly literally support and uphold genocide, and then you're quite literally advocating and upholding it right now is kind of embarrassing. Like genuinely, like you literally just said that people shouldn't be let into our country because you're associating an entire religion to be associated with that. Wouldn't we have reason to believe that any particular belief that you have, that everyone that holds that particular belief that you have is going to be viewed the same way as you? Dude, that would be so absurd. You should apply your own reasoning to anyone but anyone
you need to listen to what
but
I'm
yourself,
saying.
or all,
Did you hear me
including
say
yourself.
more than one genocide? Did you hear that I said more than one genocide? The Islamic group of people, they are committing more than one genocide in the world. You're just talking about one quote-unquote genocide in the Middle East with Israel, and like I said, the Palestinian group of people, they're not quote-unquote actually Palestinians. That's not that.
That's just a ridiculous assertion to say that they're not Palestinian. What are you talking about?
No.
Well, you have
There's
no
such thing
historical
as a
basis to say that.
They never referred to themselves as Palestinians in the 20th century.
Yeah, wait, so-
that was coined after the year 2000. Like you were using that as
Wait,
a
so-
way of, oh, look at these helpless people. It is not an ethnic
What?
cleansing.
Wait, oh, I'm
There are
sorry.
more
I'm
than
sorry. Are you
one
saying
attempted
that this
actual
wasn't a
cleansing
reference
by
for people
Islam
historically
movement.
within that region?
Yes, they have never been referred to themselves as Palestinians. In the
That's just
19th
not
century
true.
or
Where'd you get that? What's your
20th
source?
century. Yes, it is.
What's your source?
My source is the writings that we have from within their own country. They've never called themselves
what
Palestinians
writings?
before. Newspaper articles, interviews with people on Larry King.
Larry
the
King. So
90s.
where did you see this? Just Larry King? Is that it?
Did you not just hear me say newspaper articles? They never refer
What
to themselves
newspaper
as
articles?
Screenshots of it. Library of Congress has it on their database.
Yeah. Screenshots of what that showed what?
Them never referring to themselves as Palestinians.
Okay, what do they
Ever.
refer to themselves as?
Muslims.
That's
Obeyers
it?
of Allah.
That's it?
Yes.
So you don't think that the idea that there was Palestinians in that land at all was ever a thing?
There are people
The Philistines?
who worship Allah.
You don't think
There are
that
people
any
who
of that
worship
has any
Allah.
relevance?
There are people who worship Allah that live in that land.
Okay,
But
yeah,
anyways,
wait,
what
yeah,
I
that's
said
a
earlier
particular
was that
prescription on their religious
the
belief,
Islamic-
not their
the
ethnicity or
Islamic-
nationality.
The
Yeah,
Islamic
do you know the
group of
difference
people,
between religion and nationality?
They don't distinguish it.
Well,
in
yes,
the
they
Middle
do.
East. There is no distinction.
Yes,
No,
there
there's
is. You don't think there's
not. You
differences
either-
in
you-
nationality
you
in the
either-
Middle East?
You either bear the sword.
Dude, what are
or
you
do
talking?
not.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that there are differences in nationality in the Middle East?
So, as I said earlier,
I need you to answer this question. No, hold up. Do you think there are differences in nationality within the Middle East? No, just a real question. I like how he's not answering my question. Are you not going to answer my question? Are you not going to answer my question?
Yeah, I am answering your question.
Are there
The
differences in
Islamic group of
nationality
people-
within the Middle East? Yes or no?
Yes, yeah, I am
Okay,
answering
yes.
your question. I'm trying to answer my question. No, the answer to your question is nice.
No?
The Islamic group of people.
No?
are the
Wait, so what
only
is nationality?
group of
Wait, hold up,
postmodern
stop.
people that are committing more.
What is this guy saying, dude? This guy's essentially arguing there aren't different countries in the Middle East. That's essentially what he's arguing. He's arguing the Middle East is one country. That's what he's essentially arguing right now. Okay?
All right, you didn't let me answer your question. You keep
Wait,
reading
can
me
you
because
agree? Can you
you're
agree
getting
that there are
embarrassed.
more than one country in the Middle East?
I keep mogging you and embarrassing you.
Yeah, that's
and
embarrassing
why
that you think that. It's embarrassing that you think that. If you think you're mogging me, I'm sorry, but you are delusional. You are straight up delusional. Imagine being as naive as you to believe that you're mogging me in this conversation when you genuinely believe that there aren't different nationalities within the Middle East. Like, you just are absolutely delusional, okay? It's honestly embarrassing that you just said that. I can't believe you just did that. Can you answer the question? Do you believe there are different countries in the Middle East? Yes or no? Unmute yourself. Click the microphone if you can figure it out, right? And then answer the question.
Dude, I keep on
Can
getting
you answer the
keep
can you
on
answer the
muting me,
question?
You won't let me talk.
Can you answer the question?
Keep on muting me. I am answering the question.
What is the answer?
Islamic group of people, the only people in the world committing
No,
more than one
I'm,
genocide.
I'm, I'm, I know you just repeated the same talking point. That's not an answer to the question. That's not an answer to the question. What was my question?
Islamic group of people are
Hey.
the only group of people trying
Okay, I know you're just going to keep repeating the same talking point. I understand. Now, can I get a response to my question? I asked you, are there different countries within the Middle East? Let's see if you can track the question.
There are not different countries in the Middle East.
Get off my live stream. Get off my live stream, dude. Get off my live stream. What is this guy saying, dude? Get off my live stream. Dude. Do you see what I mean? That's what his position reduced down to, is that there aren't countries in the Middle East. What? He thinks the Middle East is just one country. Dude, wow, dude. That's an interesting perspective you got there. Dude, this is what I mean. Like, this is why you cannot be defunding the American education system, because there's going to be more idiots like that. Like, are you serious, dude? Please stop. Stop advocating to defund the education system. We need more. We need more funding, not less. Please don't do this. I desperately beg of you. Please do not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do, but more in a Republican sense than actually supporting his behavior in nature. But I wanted to ask you, so you believe in science?
Can I clarify something before you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still probably vote Trump, but if there was a different candidate on the Democratic side, I'd probably have voted for the
Okay, well,
Democratic
go ahead,
side.
ask your question. I was just wanting to clarify that real quick.
Yeah,
Go-
no, I get that. But so I was asking, so you believe in science, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can a man be a woman?
I don't think that's how I would refer to it. I think trans women are women and trans men are men. That is not inconsistent with science.
I'm talking about science, right? Science. In
No,
general,
you're
right?
not.
I get that, like a mental.
Are you
No,
Christian?
because you're literally. So you're.
Hey Tim, real question. Are you Christian?
I'm Catholic, yeah.
You're
Yeah, I'm a
Christian, okay.
Catholic, yeah.
So God the Father, does he have XY chromosomes?
I don't worry about that.
God the
And
Father, does he have small gametes? God the Father, does he have a penis? No.
I,
God the
like I
Father
said,
doesn't have
I
any
don't.
biology. So if God the Father
I
doesn't
don't
have
worry.
biology, well then you can refer to someone as a he with he him pronouns and as a father when they don't have particularly male biology. So obviously gender is distinct from specifically, right, just a biological reference. I don't deny science. Donald Trump does. He says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. If you cared about science, you wouldn't sit up here and specifically talk about trans people and say that somehow we're denying science when we acknowledge that trans people have valid identities, because one, that's not denying science, and
I'm
two,
not saying they
your
don't have
side is denying
identities.
science.
I'm not saying they don't have identities. They can be who they want to be. That's great. But science says that there's two genders and it's male and female. And yeah, you can laugh, but you can be whatever you
So
want.
God the
That's
Father
fine.
isn't a father?
I,
Because he's
I'm
not
not.
male?
I believe in Jesus. I don't believe in God the Father. So there's a difference in that.
What are you talking about? You believe in the Trinity, correct?
I believe in. So I'm more of a different Catholic than like you would say as the old school Catholic. Like I believe
You
in the
believe what the
Catholic.
church determines to be the case, correct? The
No,
church is the
no,
authority that
no,
Christ put.
no, no. I don't believe that.
You
And
don't believe that the church is the authority on
no,
earth
because all right.
of
So
in
there's a
interpreting
bunch.
scripture. Are
No,
you
because
actually
there's a bunch
Catholic?
of authorities, right, in our society, right, that govern our society, right? So you
No,
could
I'm
say,
asking
I mean,
who do
I
you
don't know how
think
many gods
Jesus
there
is?
really
Wait,
are.
wait. What did Jesus establish as the authority to interpret scripture on earth?
I think he established moral values and a way of life that hopefully people will live by so they don't kill each other and like hate each other, right?
What are the first
That's
4 books of the New Testament?
I don't know. I don't read. I'm like I said, I'm not like a religious like I told you that. Like I don't like follow like religion that much. Like I'm not like holy gun Catholic. But
Okay.
at the same time, I believe in
Well, let me just clarify your own believings, what you believe yourself. God the Father and God the Son, you believe in both of them. God the Son is just an incarnation of God in the flesh. So I would talk about prior to incarnation, prior to God incarnating himself in flesh. I would say that I'm referencing that notion, and that notion has no biology because he did not have biology until he came in the flesh. So when
Yeah,
we
I
reference him
agree.
as a
I would
father,
agree. I would agree with that. Yeah.
yeah. So when we
No, I
reference him as
agree
a
with that.
father, that at least references him from a social perspective, not a
I don't
biological
reference him
perspective.
as
When we
God
use
the
the
Father.
term.
I reference him as God, right? There's a difference between
So
that
do you think
and
I'm like making an incoherent statement when I refer to him using he him pronouns and as God the Father?
uh I don't know, maybe, I guess. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with the whole stance of people want to be what they want to be. That's fine, and you can have your own pronouns, but at the same time, like science says, there's a gender, male and female, right? That if you want to procreate, you have to mix and match to make babies, right? Otherwise, you can't have two men making babies and you can't have two females making babies, right?
In the society that we live in, we have IVF, in vitro fertilization. So it's like, I mean, I don't
Okay,
understand.
so
You can
okay,
still
so
have
so if a
biological
man
children
identified as
and then be in a relationship with someone
yeah,
who
but
you
okay,
can't have a kid
uh,
with, even in that
so if
context.
a man is a woman,
And then
right?
also there are there's different types of technology where with I'm pretty sure it's like considerably stem cells that they're like that they I think in some circumstances have, but that's just starting to become a thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not like all right. So women can have a baby, right? Lesbians can have a baby, right? That's
Yeah, so then you
but
don't
can
think
men
it's
have a
wrong for them
baby?
to be so you don't think it's wrong for
No,
two
no, I
women to
don't.
be in a
I don't.
relationship?
I'm not disagreeing with your stance. I'm just trying to get that there's two sexes, and then everything else still exists, but in our society there are two sexes.
Do you believe intersex people exist?
Yes.
Purge the galaxy, thank you. Okay. But also, like, when we reference gender in this context, we're not referencing sex, like biological sex.
All right. So trying to get yeah. So I guess you yeah. I mean yeah. All right. Well, and then another thing, like I get your stance on Donald Trump like being I know I'm switching the subject, but I get your stance on Donald Trump being like a felon and stuff. But do you think so I hear you only talk about like Republicans being felons, right? You don't think Democrats haven't put
No,
policies in
I'm just
that
talking about you guys not holding criminals accountable for committing crimes after you guys were saying
do
that, like,
Democrats do?
you want to deport people who have come to the country undocumented
Okay, so do Democrats hold people accountable?
to a greater extent than Republicans.
So what's going on in Minnesota then
You tell me?
with the whole Somali having daycares that no kids are at?
Okay. One, is this under, has this been, has someone been convicted of this? Or is this just like an alleged violation of
Well,
the
I
law?
mean, there's certain documents that say,
Well, I'm just asking you a question. Is this someone has been convicted of something, or is it just an
well,
alleged
I mean, they're
violation of
trying
law?
to figure it out right now, right?
Wait, no,
I
just to
mean,
clarify, is this an alleged violation of law, or is this a criminal conviction? Yes or no?
they haven't criminally convicted the people because they're still
No.
figuring it
Wait.
out.
So you believe, based upon alleged violations of law, that someone has done something? Have you read the Epstein files?
I don't have time to read the Epstein files.
Well,
Like,
you should take a look at the
I
FBI
work in
tips.
I,
You should take a
I
look
work a
about the
normal
FBI tips
job,
about Donald
right?
Trump assaulting people, right?
I'm not I just said I don't
Wait,
commend
hold
his
up.
behavior.
So just to clarify, if you think alleged violations of law are a legitimate basis to believe that it's
Okay, but
true, it seems like you must
my
believe this.
problem is you talk only about Republican side of things, right? Like I think you're a very smart person and you have a brain, right? And
No, I don't.
I think
I haven't seen a video
no,
of my brain,
but
therefore
like
I can
no, but
reasonably
like
conclude that my brain
no,
doesn't exist.
but like
Did
in
anyone see
general,
that clip,
right?
by the
Like
way? Go ahead.
in general, right? Like I think you're a very smart human and like I listen to a lot of your stuff and I'm still Republican, but I do agree with a lot of your stances. But like I think if you were more centralized, like you could do great things in this world. But because you're so far left sometimes that like it it common sense doesn't kick in. And so like
I'm
in
not like
my
so far
stance,
left, one. And two, you're making such a ridiculous point right now. You have people in the comment section thinking that I'm paying you and staging this conversation.
no, I'm not.
Like,
No,
I'm not
I'm
trolling.
being
Look at the comments.
I
You saw that
I
comment.
get
Everyone
it.
else saw that comment on TikTok, right?
Yeah, I get it,
Like,
but in general, like I watch a lot of your debates. Like I I think some of your stances are obviously like kind of ridiculous, like
like what?
especially on sex, like on sex, like I
On
think
sex? Like
you
what about
have
sex?
because okay, like if you had more of a common sense on sex in like two genders and that
Nothing I said that
other
like
people
was
exist,
not
right?
common sense. What did I say that was not common sense?
Because you're saying you believe in science, but you're not
I do. I never denied
the
science. Where did I deny science?
by saying that they're trans men are women.
I never said that. I said trans men are
You
men and
kind of
trans
did.
women are women.
Yeah, but they're not. They're either male or female, right?
Wait, again, I think that gender and sex are different.
See, there you go. No, but there you go. See, now you're trying to like conflate things, right? It's either you're male or female, and you identify as. I know what you're saying, and you're scratching your head, but like either on your license or on your ID, it should still say that you're male. Why are people able to switch their their gender to female on their
So
license
do you think
if
on
they were
JD
born male?
Vance's ID it should say his new name, like JD Vance, and not his prior name?
I mean, whatever. I
You
guess
you should not let him
like
change his name. His name that was assigned at birth, he better keep it for the rest of his life, right? And
yeah, but that's
the
two
same thing
different.
for any person that specifically changes their name after marriage. You know what? They got to keep their assigned name at birth,
That's you.
right?
No, because that's just like
No?
I'm not switching my sex, right?
Oh, wait,
I'm switching
are you
who
saying
I'm
that a
married
name
to.
is socially determined? Right? And
But
there's nothing
sex
wrong with
isn't
that?
your sex isn't socially determined. It's
I never said it was. But you know
okay.
what is? Gender.
I mean, yeah, sure, like, that's fine, but like then we still have to have a distinction of okay, if you identify as a gender, like maybe we need to create a new bathroom that
Okay, if you want to
that
talk about bathrooms, then you must want to talk about the fact that Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing
yeah,
without their
he's an
consent, where an
idiot.
18-year-old
I'm
came out
not
and said there were
disagreeing
four
with you.
girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. If you cared specifically about like any of the conditions you're about to bring up, then why don't you reference that?
Yeah,
Secondly,
no,
I
I
don't
don't.
think that trans
I think
people
that's
are at all a
perverted.
risk to
Yes.
anyone in the context of bathrooms. There is no evidence at all that trans people are a risk. If you're going to say
Okay.
that cis individuals will portray themselves as trans to be able to get into these particular situations, well, then if you're forcing trans men to go into bathrooms, specifically into women's restrooms, well, then that's going to mean that masculine presenting individuals are going to be going into the women's restroom, and then again, a cis man, can just claim that they're a trans man and then walk into the women's restrooms, and they
Well, I'm
wouldn't have
not
to
talking
change
about
their
I'm talking
presentation to
about
do so.
bathrooms
So
and
then the
changing
argument would
rooms.
just be clear. The argument would just be clear that there's no greater ability for someone specifically to assault a particular individual, given that trans
I'm
people are
not
allowed to
talking
go
about
into bathrooms
assault.
based upon their particular identities rather than specifically referencing in any other context.
I'm I'm not talking about assault though. I'm just saying
So that's
bathrooms
what
and
people
changing
typically
rooms,
bring
right?
up.
Yes, okay. But that I'm not talking about assault. I'm talking about more like, all right, if you had a cisgender male that went into high school changing room, right? And he changed in front of the girls, would you be okay with that?
I believe changing rooms should be individualized. I thought it was uncomfortable that I had to change in front of people when I was in high school. Right? I
Yeah,
would
I
literally I
agree.
would literally try to go to areas in which we're secluded. I think it's ridiculous in of itself, and in
Yeah.
of itself it should be individualized. And there should be changing rooms. It shouldn't be like you have to change in front of other people.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I wrestled in high school and my wrestling coach would shower with us, which is crazy. Which is like, yeah, it's like 16-year-old kids. Like it was a little crazy. Obviously nothing happened, but still like it that's what I mean. Like that's the ridiculous nature of you can't really trust anyone.
That's actually crazy. Is that not
But
designated as
like
a
most
crime to like be
I
showering with
mean, so
underage?
most of my wrestling coaches, I mean, you had to take a shower after it, and it was only one showering, like, like obviously all the showers were in one area, right? And so like it wasn't even just one wrestling coach, like all the wrestling coaches would go into the showering area and shower with us.
That's
But like I'm sure that still happens, right? So like
sure.
that's where like
Yeah, like
I think
I mean,
like
I definitely think that's a crazy thing, and I think that there should be more than one shower in that context, and I don't know why like that would
but
even be set up in
most high
society
schools are
like
like
that.
that, right?
I
Most high schools are
I
like that.
my high school wasn't like that. Um, at least like people wouldn't shower at the same time then if it was.
Well, I mean, we all ended practice at the same time, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
I don't
you
mind
shower
showering
at the
with like
same
my.
time.
Well, I mean, you want to go home after wrestling practice, right? Parents are coming to pick you up, so you're kind of
Uh,
like, all
I
right, like,
mean, I think the adults could wait, right?
yeah, I would agree. And it was kind of, I think back on it, it was kind of like, all right, that's a little weird, but that's where I'm kind of coming from of like a stance of like, like I said, I think you're a very smart human and you have a lot of future in you. And if you did run for president, I would have voted for you. And I'm a Republican. I've been a Republican since I've been 18 years old. I've never changed my stance. I just believe in the Republican values, but at the same time, like I think I have good common sense and uh nature in me that sees the good in people. I work in the human service field, but I also see the corruption in our systems that tend to keep people down, right? And so I
Can I ask
some
you a
of the
question? What good did you see
yeah.
in Kamala Harris?
I mean, honestly, like I kind of saw a dit that didn't really if she spoke better and and had better policies, like to help people, I think I would have voted for Kamala Harris. I didn't agree with their immigration policy and letting like I can't just say okay, keep the border open because we could just keep the border open forever and just let people come in however they want, right? And that really like turned me to the other side because it was like, all right, I I've seen illegal immigrants in my state in Massachusetts and I feel bad for them, right? That they have to work at 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. to clean like restaurants and stuff. And obviously, we need people to do that type of work. But at the same time, like, I would have liked, I don't think they were probably getting paid on the books, right? And so that's the shitty part about our system is like, I think people take advantage, like obviously illegal immigrants work and they pay their taxes, some of them. But then I think people take advantage of illegal immigrants and it's like almost like free work, right?
So, what did you say that you think was good about Kamala Harris?
So, I mean, I don't, it, it's hard. I didn't really, I mean, you tell me, I didn't think anything was good about her, which,
You don't
and
think
I,
any? I thought you said you try to see the good in people.
no, I do. Like, I think she's a good natured person,
So
but
then, like,
I didn't see
what
her,
good do you think there is about Kamala Harris?
like,
Like, you can't mention anything?
I mean, I think she would treat people the way they wanted to be treated, which is a good thing, obviously. But at the same time, I think that we needed a harsher stance on like our politics. That's why, like, I just don't think she was good for politics. That's, I don't know. I think she's a good person. I don't think she'd ever been a mean person, but like at
Okay.
the same
What
time,
what
I don't
did she
know.
do bad in terms of politics? Like, what policy did she advocate for that was bad?
I mean, just she was a border czar, right? She could have closed the border.
Nope.
Yes, she was.
She was never the quote unquote border czar. That was something applied to her by Republicans, and she had no authority over the border to do that. The authority that she was granted was to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. It was not that she was the border czar or had any ability to close the border.
Well, and I read the wrong thing, I guess. That's the news for you, right? I mean, most normal working humans, right? They get 20, 25 minutes of the news and that's it. So it's really hard to do your own research when you're working 12 hours a day and then you come home and you're tired after work and you're trying to figure out who you're going to vote for politics, right? I'm not just going based off of, okay, I see people saying Fox News, right? No, I watch all the news. I watch you, I watch everyone. And it's hard to like understand politics and work a 12-hour job at the same time, right? And most normal human beings, right, they work every single day. And so I get mad when I hear like that kid before us that was on here that's a fucking dumbass idiot that doesn't even know that there's multiple countries that have Islam, and it's like those are the kids that obviously need to get educated, and they claim that they're right, but that's like the far right, right? I think that if we moved closer to the middle, both sides, our country would be a little bit better.
Here, there's a few things I have for you. If you want more people to come towards the middle and you want more people to be moderate, well, the last possible thing that could be is Donald Trump, because Donald Trump actively, well, I have to go on to the next person because you have some particular theme that made it so that I can't keep you up because of TikTok TOS. They flagged him. But I would say is that Donald Trump is so far from the center. He is extreme. He's called for the death of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I mean, that's like the basis of being extreme. And I definitely think that he should definitely talk to someone. I think that what was brought up in terms of the gym teachers, the wrestling coach, I don't think that's normal. I think that's like crazy, like genuinely. And I hope that obviously, you know, that could be addressed. Hey, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
So no, but I want to push the idea of.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. A few people to thank here in a second. I just want to get someone up here first. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the 3,100 people. Make sure to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm 18. I want to ask you a question.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Kanye West music? What's your opinion on Kanye West music?
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, Parker, you're a bitch.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm up here. Hi, I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Hello, I meet the criteria. I do not. I mean, I do. Sorry, fuck.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007,
And how old are you?
November 10th. I'm 18.
Okay, and I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation real quick. Do give me just a quick second real quick. I have to catch up. By the way,
Yes,
Camden.
sir. Sorry about that.
You're good, don't worry. Alexis, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Of course, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Alexis. Camden, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Katie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Barbara, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you,
God
Barbara.
bless
Thank you very
Barbara.
much. I
God
totally
bless
get you. I totally
y'all.
get you. Thank you so
God
much,
bless
Barbara. Sarah,
America.
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. W's for Sarah as well. Absolutely. Thank you. Savannah, thank you so much for the $10. Joey, thank you for the $5. I totally agree. I totally agree. And Jacob, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Like, it's honestly crazy. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Allie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1.40. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to try to look. Jennifer, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it was crazy.
Sorry, my bad.
Barakai, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much. I do have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Give me a second.
Oh, whoop. No, yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. I'm just encouraging. Sorry. You don't look very happy. I don't feel like this is encouraging.
Yeah, I don't think it's very encouraging, to be totally honest with you. Krusty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $8. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I totally agree. Linol, thank you so much for the $5. Tara, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Svril, thank you so much for the €5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Feisty, I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, I support Donald Trump because he's making America great again. MAGA!
Okay.
Woo!
Okay, why do you think that?
Well, it's a long story. You want me to get into it?
Yeah?
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Why do you keep doing that?
It's a tick.
Oh,
I have
okay.
Tourette's.
Okay.
Woo! Sorry. Anyways, I
Alrighty.
support Trump because he's making America great again, and I've always been raised to believe that. Like, my family has always been make America great again. Like, I have been fully indoctrinated. If this is a cult, I'm in it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I feel like they're trolling. Say, if it's a cult I'm in, I definitely think is a troll. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Do give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And you said you're, what month?
November.
Okay, you'd be 19. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Dean. I'm 19 years old.
I'm Parker. Also, I don't think that you're 19. Let's go with the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's the better of the two evils.
So, like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd still do Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. And what was your birth year?
2003.
2003?
Yep.
And you said you're how old?
22.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
Like I said, I just think he's the better of the two evils.
And why is that?
One thing I would like a question of is the, females being in, I'm sorry, males that are in, hold on, I'm trying to figure out what the questions I had for you. You kind of caught me in the middle. Okay. So males trying to act like females in female sports. And isn't that kind of like, imagine a female, her whole life is dedicated
Can I
to
ask you a
these
question?
sports.
Can you
Yeah.
name one trans person dominating women's sports currently?
I mean, I've seen some on the news. Who knows? It could be propaganda, because there's some on both sides. I'm sure we could both agree on that.
I think this is one of the things where it's like people can't even mention a single point. It's just like there's been this narrative about it. I think this is a non-issue.
But-
There's no even point to address it, to be totally honest with you. I don't even think
Right.
this is federal policy addressed through the context of the administration. So, and I don't even
Okay.
think it was something talked about the Democrats when they were running for office. So why is that a reason why you support Trump?
It was kind of just more of a question on your stance of it, because I mean, if you're biologically male and you try to be female, you are going to have some advantages.
After multiple years of HRT and we're not going through a male puberty in those particular instances, obviously we don't see the same type of unfair biological advantages that you'd point to. So I don't see like a particular reason to apply that to all circumstances. I would see that'd be absurd and ridiculous. But like in general, again, this doesn't even really have an effect, as I don't even think this is like federal policy, things that you'd implement from a political standpoint. So I guess like, why do you support Trump? Like what gets you to like him?
I do like, I'm also a investor, and the stock market has been absolutely phenomenal. And like he, said he promised, and the even though the Democrats did say the tariffs were gonna do everything bad, but I've known so many people that have made so much money because of his economy.
I mean, the stock market was also doing good at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. I don't see any good reason to believe it. Like, the growth right now is particularly because of Trump. But if anything, you would believe that the tariffs would have a negative impact in terms of stock market performance. So I don't see any good reason to believe that. And then in terms of the overall economy, unemployment has definitely increased since Trump's gotten in office. We've seen the worst year in job growth in the past 4 years. Due to Donald Trump's tariff policy. We've seen a decline in domestic manufacturing investment since Trump has gotten in office for 3 quarters in a row. I don't think that Donald Trump is addressing people's access to jobs, which is going to be the clear basis for affordability in terms of people. So although people who are rich and well off are doing very well in the economy right now, I don't think that's said about, especially people who are, in the working and lower income.
That's true. As far as the people who are doing well off are doing very well, and the people that are in the lower economy are struggling.
Yes.
That is a fact. So I guess I don't know who do you support? So do you just everything in the Democratic Party, that is who you support?
No, definitely not everything in the Democratic Party, but I do think the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party. I think progressives are typically better. I would like things such as universal health care access, like a public option. I would like free public universities. I would like investments specifically in renewable energy production. I would like there to be alternatives in terms of access to childcare, in terms of universal childcare, paid maternity leave and paternity leave. I think those are incredibly important. Yeah, those would be good examples. Like I would like to expand access to social services that people need to ensure a baseline for everyone.
Okay. And then what is supposed to pay for that? Because obviously there's people that need to be paid to run those programs.
Yeah, that's why I believe in a progressive tax structure in terms of disproportionately taxing the rich and wealthy to a greater extent in order to be able to pay for these programs. But that doesn't mean we won't have taxes at all for lower income individuals. That will still have to exist in order to be able to ensure those particular programs exist for everyone. But it will ensure the better contents for society and better outcomes for society as a whole. Whereas if we didn't pool our resources together like that, it would be a lot harder for individuals to do so. It's much a greater individual obligation rather than societal obligation, if that makes sense.
Okay. And you say, tax the rich, but it's almost going to be impossible because on paper, rich people are not rich. On paper, they have assets that, you are probably very familiar because you are probably doing the same. On paper, you might not be as rich because they own houses, homes, and, you can't really tax them on stuff that's on paper, even though those properties gone up in value, what do you know, they'll go completely broke, and then they'll have to sell. So
Yeah,
like,
so
what
tax on
is
long-term capital gains on the highest levels of income in terms of multi-million dollars a year.
like, so if I own a property, you know,
Yeah,
it's millions of
long-term capital
dollars,
gains. Yeah, so when you take it out of that property, you will have to pay taxes on it.
but what they do is they never sell and just take loans out against them.
Thank you. So, I mean, that's another thing you can bring up. If you specifically want to take out loans and leverage the particular valuation of it at certain levels of wealth, I think that it would make sense to say that like you would have to have some sort of like basis for taxation on that because you're utilizing that in order to be able to pay for typical things. I also don't think that you should be able to take out loans and then utilize those loans specifically for non-business expenses.
I mean, I think there can be something worked out in there because obviously that is true.
Yeah, like I don't
You
think
know,
that they should be able to take out loans and use it just on typical personal expenses. I think that's tax evasion.
I mean, on paper it isn't though, technically.
On paper it is.
How is it though? Because they didn't sell their asset; they're just taking out a loan and paying the interest.
Because
rate.
they're taking out a loan from their business, and they're utilizing that for personal expenses, not for business expenses.
Well, if it's personal expenses, then technically the IRS is supposed to go after that.
But there are limitations in
wrong.
terms of being able to hold them accountable. So there needs to be extra laws in the books in order to be able to hold them accountable to a greater extent, or investments into the IRS to address this particular behavior, which were starting to exist under the Biden-Harris administration, which need to be expanded to be the case.
Correct. I agree with that. There should be.
Like
you know,
that's
because,
actually
you know,
ridiculous that they can be able to take out loans to be able to spend that on their personal stuff. No, they should have to take out personal income to do that and pay personal income tax like everyone else. If they
Right.
want to do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you pay taxes on capital investments, like capital gains, you're paying a significantly lower tax rate right now. 20% long term on the highest levels of income. That is almost half as much as what people at the highest levels of income will pay in terms of income tax from a federal standpoint.
Okay. So, and I think it is, you know, I mean, in agreement, there needs to be something they need to do. But me, as a small business owner, it is very hard to, you know, they take advantage of things that I also can take advantage of that really helps me. Because when I do write-offs, you know, like, it would almost be impossible to even scale a business without certain write-offs. So how
Yeah,
is
wait, no one's disputing you can have write-offs. Those are business expenses.
right?
Yeah, so like no one has an issue with you doing that, especially small businesses. We want to help out small businesses. We want to make their a more even competitive field for you and larger businesses. That's why we believe in progressive tax structures, in which are going to tax those larger businesses to a greater extent than you will be taxed, which will make it easier for you to compete in the market, which will create better conditions within the market as well.
I mean, prior to Trump, why do you think the Democrats have never done anything about this issue?
I think that Biden has done some. Now he hasn't completely
Some?
fixed the conditions, but they invested in the IRS. But you need to make the necessary investments to address this. And I think that what's held back that from happening is a lot of Republicans with donors from very rich individuals. Now, not to say that there aren't any Democrats that have gotten those rich donors as well. But I just want to let you know a huge percentage of the Democratic Party is absolutely in support of applying these particular regulations and standards. The average Democrat wants to tax the rich, right? That is not being taxed currently, not the people who are already being taxed, right? And they want to be able to pay for systems that are benefiting people at whole and on average, rather than help the rich and wealthy and the large corporations, because that's what we've been doing.
So, you know, when Trump imposed the tariffs, doesn't that actually hurt the corporations? Because, yeah, the corporations can, you know,
It helps large corporations. It harms you, harms small businesses.
Right. Okay.
So that actually makes it
right.
easier for the larger companies to compete within a situation where there's less competition, and it makes it more costly for you, which even bolsters the greater market share for large corporations. So again, another ability to screw you over at the behest of helping out the billionaires.
Okay. I mean, with the CPI reports and everything, that is, inflation is slowing down. Do I 100% trust the reports? I don't think I do, actually. But,
Well, I do think that they're a little bit incomplete. And also, it could show off other trends in terms of the basis for these things, like in terms of average access to consumer products, in terms of people's ability to buy them. And also, I just want to acknowledge that they're incomplete reports. They've only been getting reports for like 15 days within November under that report. So they also they provided like a cautionary element to it because a lot of economists were like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" So you're not alone in that. But we have seen unemployment increase still.
Yes. But I don't know. My stance is because since so a lot of the consumers lower end are struggling, raising the prices on certain items will not work because
which is what the tariffs
they
do.
will only buy the essentials. And so it will actually, a lot of the companies have been taking the bite on the tariffs because then consumers just won't buy their product.
That's true.
Yes. So
because
there's
they can't
a
afford
stance
it.
where, yes, because that's where an instance, not every product, but that is an instance where tariffs do work, and a lot of Democrats have done tariffs.
Tariffs will work in targeted instances, not when they apply to everything across the market, because then it makes the materials that businesses rely on in terms of manufacturing products to become more expensive, which then causes a disincentive to produce manufacturing goods within this country, which is what has happened, and that's why we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment for 3 quarters in a row.
Yeah. So, blankets, tariffs are bad. Targeted is very good.
A lot better. Yeah, and like that's what the Chips and Science Act was based upon, and there were some tariffs that the Biden-Harris administration kept. So again, there's a basis for some. I'm not going to say I agree with all those tariffs being kept, but I do want to acknowledge that, like, again, it's viewed differently than universalized. They have different impacts.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can probably tell I'm not hardcore MAGA, but I just think I'm just slightly leaning right. So I just,
And if you slightly lean right, I don't see as to why. You care about fiscal responsibility, right? Balancing the budget.
Yes, and Trump's horrible at that.
Yep, Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first term, and since he's got in office, he signed off on another $3.4 trillion, meaning that he signed off on over $11 trillion in debt-related spending, which is over $2 trillion of debt-related spending signed into law each year of his administration.
And I mean, Democrats are almost no better.
They're way better. Not only was Obama, before Trump got in office, decreasing the deficit, but also Biden signed off on less debt-related spending than the Trump administration. And the situation for Harris's campaign plans versus Trump's, Harris would have done less debt-related spending as well, comparative to Trump. So Democrats, the reason why they're able to address the balance and balance the budget to the greater extent is because they're willing to tax millionaires and billionaires.
See, that's where it's going to be almost impossible, though, because it's like, on paper, they're never going to get rid of. I mean, is there any policies that the Democrats had to actually do that when on actual paper? You know what I mean? Because they take out loans.
To tax millionaires and billionaires? Yeah. They wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year in terms of income tax by a few percentage points. And then in terms of long-term capital gains, they wanted to increase it to 28% for income over $1 million in a year. That would have addressed it to a greater extent. Now, that's not perfect, but it's better than what we have right now. And that would have reduced the deficit.
What was that last part? You said first the $400K.
Yeah, the $28,000, 28% long-term capital gains tax rate for income over $1 million in a year.
Right. Okay. Because on paper, they're not going to have that because of their write-offs.
What do you mean? The capital gains is when you take it out. And write-offs reduce your taxable income. They don't get rid of you paying taxes.
They're going to take loans.
What's that?
They're going to take loans out against it, so there won't be capital gains. A millionaire will never
You're
sell
misunderstanding
assets.
So I just want you to know, this is when they take it out.
Saying.
Inevitably, they've got to take it out in the long run, right?
I
mean,
you
take out...
On properties, you don't have to. I mean, you can always just take loans out against them. Why
Yeah,
would
I
they?
understand, but the way we would address that is different. Again, I just addressed this. Not only do we have to address it from a regulation perspective and limit that tax evasion and invest into the IRS, but we also have to increase long-term capital gains tax rates. I'm not even saying we should tax unrealized taxes. I'm just saying long-term capital gains rate.
I mean, it's they're never gonna sell their assets. So it's like that's how they are rich.
Okay, well, so they do, and especially in plenty of circumstances. But even so, if they didn't, I do think there's a basis for the highest levels of income to pay an unrealized. And I've thought about this now, especially because of the fact that if the largest people sell as an aspect of their investment, technically, based on expectations, it would be that the expectation for the valuation of the stock hasn't changed. Really, just the demand for it has changed in that context because they were legally obligated to sell. So wouldn't that create an incentive in the market just to invest into that stock whenever there's a reduction in the price, because you would profit from it?
I mean,
There's an expectation associated with it.
With stocks market and
Yeah.
you definitely got to sell, but being
Yeah. So if we're talking about the highest
business,
levels of unrealized capital gains, right? There would be an expectation that they're going to sell, and it wouldn't change the expectation for how good the stock is going to do. It's just that that there was a legally mandated tax. So there would just be an incentive for other investors to buy into that stock, which not only would decrease inequality, but would also provide a pretty good revenue mechanism because of the fact that it can tax those particular types of valuations in terms of net worth, while also simultaneously acknowledging that being at the highest levels of income, increasing competition, also not negatively impacting the price of the stock very much because technically the expectations haven't really changed much. So there is an argument for that. There is a basis for that. I think that honestly, when people think about unrealized capital gains, is a little bit too fear-mongered on. I think that's probably one of the best explanations for it. But in general, most people aren't even advocating that or talking about it. Harris didn't even run on that herself. And in terms of the overall policies which she ran on, they would absolutely raise revenues and decrease the deficit and decrease the debt to a greater extent than the Republicans would. And if you actually cared about fiscal responsibility, you'd support that. But seemingly a lot of people who are fiscally conservative forgot about fiscal conservatism whenever the Republicans were the ones spending more. Literally, I don't know why this wasn't a more convincing point. I thought it would have been significantly more convincing.
I mean, I can't deny, but both of them definitely spend a lot. And I think there is going to be...
That doesn't mean it's the same amount, though. You understand there's a distinction.
Like how?
Again, Trump signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first term.
What was those? What was those? I'm actually not informed because I'm not too much into politics. I'm more into economics, obviously.
Look up the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. That is you can look up Trump versus Biden Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and it goes through the different things that specifically increase the level of the debt in comparison to the Biden administration.
I mean, I believe you. I'm sure Trump probably has, paid more. But what do you think of the issue have you heard of that we will never, because I think it's 1.2 trillion is the interest we're paying on our debt, which is, it's never going to get paid off. It will slow it down. We can slow it down. But it's almost a matter of time where the dollar could possibly fall on our lifetimes. The dollar won't exist.
I mean, we can pay down. We just have to be more manageable in terms of the budget. We absolutely can pay it down. I think that it would take a long time, but that's like saying that we can't pay our mortgage. You know what I mean? If it's less than 2 times your income.
Okay.
Think about it this way. What is our GDP? Our GDP is $30 trillion.
Like the debt?
Yeah, no. Our GDP is 30 trillion. Right?
Okay. Yep.
So it's less than 2 times our GDP. So it's within the ability for us to still address. It's not like it's beyond being able to be addressed, but it definitely is very high and something that we do need to address. Now, the biggest issue, like what you brought up, is the lagging indicator of the debt in terms of the interest payments. Now, they're higher right now because of the fact that there are high interest rates relating to the economic slowdown, because of the fact that literally Trump has imposed tariffs and decreased our ability to decrease interest rates. Now, I think they're slightly decreasing interest rates, but the issue is that they would be able to a greater extent if there was never an imposition of tariffs in the first place. And if you care about economics, I mean, most economics experts think that Trump's plans for the economy are absolutely devastating.
Okay. I guess another question I have too is that, you know, you said he makes all the cuts for the billionaires and everything, but he did cut, you know, for the overtime and for loan payments on cars and no tax on tips. What is your thoughts on that?
That's a small aspect of the big beautiful bill as a whole, right? So although those small aspects were good, Kamala Harris would have kept all of those things that benefit individuals that had an income under $400,000 a year, and then it would have increased tax on income over $400,000 a year in order to be able to pay for programs that benefit people. So it's like we would have been able to address it to a greater extent under a Democratic administration.
Okay. I mean, I really do have some Democratic views. It's mainly the far left that I just can't do, and
I don't think that the far left you're referencing has any type of power in the Democratic Party at all. Right? Like, I think that you're referencing is super fringe elements of like left-wing beliefs online, and you could, if you branded the right wing the same way, that'd be essentially like looking at like super fringe groups on the right and then branding the right as the entirety of the right as that.
No,
we just have to look at the president to look for extremism on your side. You guys have to look for fringe groups on the left in order to try and brand everyone on the left like that. And even so, like most people who are on the far left, you can't even brand this way. It's only hyper-specific niche communities of individuals on the left that you could particularly reference. That like honestly, I feel like are just like considered woke, and like no one even knows who they are. It's just like this like deemed boogeyman by the right.
To an extent, I totally agree with you. I definitely have met in people, Democrats, that are pretty extreme. And I think that is because of what we see on the internet. It just makes people's emotions get heightened on both sides. And I've met very extreme rights where they said they wanted to hurt Democrats. And I'm like, okay, that's...
Like Trump?
That's just... I don't know the instance of that.
He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
I mean, it's so hard for me. That could be true. It could be twisted. It's just so hard for me to believe anything I see nowadays on both sides.
I get it. Just look it up. Trump said this. They vastly reported on.
Another question I kind of have, because what would you think of, I mean, this is like, I guess, quote unquote, conspiracy theory, but they're both on the same side, but they want us divided.
I don't think there's good evidence to substantiate that conservatives, like Republicans and Democrats, are on the exact same side and advocating for the same things. I do think they have differences in what they want, but there are people who are trying to stoke both sides to cause more division, to then be able to limit conversation about real issues that matter, for example.
I totally agree with that. So, I mean...
But, like, I think that's someone who's irrespective of politics, not like both sides are intentionally working together to cause that.
That's... Yeah, so you're saying there's just no lack of evidence for that to be, for the higher ups purposely trying to keep us divided, because then it's easier to control the country. If
there's no evidence for like a specific like group of people controlling all of society that are like shadowy.
I mean, that's true. There is no evidence.
Okay.
But it was just kind of like a thing that's on my mind, and I kind of just wanted to hear your side of it, because it's like, I think it's possible, because it's like, I think it's easier to control people.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
No, man. I mean, it was great talking to you, though.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Rebecca, by the way, again, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ellie, thank you so much for the $1.40. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely make sure to look right now. There's no search mechanism in the queue, but I'll definitely make sure to look. And then Jeremy, thank you so much for the $35 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for Jeremy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jeremy, though. Thank you. Maze, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, but let's make sure to get on the next person, and then we'll thank some people. I don't see... Wait, there we go, actually. Alrighty. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
All right, for sure. I have a few people to thank here on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on with our conversation. By the way, Thomas, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. SVRL, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €5 as well. Omega, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Omega. Can we get some W's for Omega in the comment section right now? Thank you. Jabin, thank you for the $5. Krusty, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up there. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as, again, you can support me over YouTube on YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. Okay. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say my biggest reason is I still think he's the best guy to end the Russia-Ukraine war. We also got immigration, but if you want to start off with the Russia-Ukraine war, by all means.
Say what? Sorry?
Yeah, what I said specifically is that I still think he's the best man to end the Russia-Ukraine war. There's also mass deportation, but the Russia-Ukraine war, I feel like, supersedes the immigration reasoning, but still. I mean, if you want to talk about Russia-Ukraine first, we could do so.
Heather, thank you for the fireworks, by the way. Okay, I have a few things to write down. And by the way, Maze, I did see your message. I do agree. I do agree, by the way. I did read it. Alrighty. So you said Russia, Ukraine, and then you brought up immigration, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alrighty. We'll start with immigration. What about immigration?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly support mass deportation, getting rid of all illegal immigrants within the nation, or anybody that's generally available for, or eligible, I'll put it that way, for deportation.
Okay. All right. So, someone who's been in the country for 15 years, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and has just been working here trying to benefit themselves and their communities, do you think they should be deported?
If they're here illegally, then yes. Even disregarding the whole thing of, even if they were here working and whatnot, if they weren't even trying to get citizenship, if they're still here illegally, then yes, get them out.
Okay, let's say that they want to, but they can't do so without getting deported.
If they want to, but they cannot gain citizenship without being deported. Okay. Well, then I'm guessing then they would have to be deported. I'm not really certain what the point is of that hypothetical.
Okay. Then to clarify, so do you believe they should be deported because they violated the law? Is that the justification?
Well, not only do they violate federal law, but they're illegal within the nation. They're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, so they've violated the law. That's just saying they violated the law. So then you think that because someone violates the law, that means they should be held accountable for violating the law, correct?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you think that we should do that for the President of the United States as well? He was convicted of 34 felonies, and I think that you guys made sure that he wasn't held accountable for the crime that he committed because you voted for him for President of the United States. The reason why he didn't go to prison is because you guys voted for him.
Yeah, Parker, I understand you always want to bring up the President Donald Trump when we talk about illegal immigration. Now, the issue lies in this. One, we obviously can't deport President Trump. Do I think that he should be in prison? Sure, whatever. But then again, we obviously can't deport Trump. Granted, he's already a citizen within the nation. Again, I'll go based on your argument. Yes, he should be he should go into prison, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Again, but we're talking about Trump. We obviously he cannot be deported, but illegal immigrants can, as they are eligible within to be deported.
Okay, so you do think that he should be put in prison, the president? So do you believe Trump should be impeached and put in prison?
I mean, one, do I agree with the felonies? No. I'm just going based on your argument because, one, that doesn't necessarily have too much to do with illegal immigration. So, again, I don't know why you always keep referencing
You said you
this as
don't
some sort
agree
of
with the
doctrine.
felonies?
No, I don't. One, I don't even believe that he did so. I don't believe in the felonies. That's one. Second of all, again, you bring up the Trump felonies as sort of a gotcha moment that doesn't have anything to do with the illegal immigration topic at hand.
Okay, well, I just want to ask this question. Like, why do you not believe in the felonies? There's a criminal conviction. Couldn't you just say, I don't believe in any of the violations of law that the undocumented immigrants committed because I don't believe in the misdemeanors?
Parker, I have a question. What does that have to do with illegal immigration?
I just explained.
No, you actually didn't.
Okay, well, maybe you didn't track. It's okay. So I said specifically, like, you not believing in the felonies could be akin to me not believing in the misdemeanors in terms of the violation of the law that the undocumented immigrants have committed. I just don't believe they did that. I believe you have no basis in evidence to indicate that. In the same way that you think it's political lawfare to go after Donald Trump, I think it's political lawfare to go after these undocumented immigrants.
Okay, one, now you're just going to justify the claim on the political lawfare aspect with illegal immigrants. It's one. Second of all, now, I mean, there are plenty of questions that remain in play when it comes to the Alvin Bragg situation, when it comes to Trump's felony cases, such as an example, Trump had enough not Trump, my bad. Alvin Bragg and his constituents had enough evidence to bring up the case well ahead of time, around 2018, 2019. But they did not bring it up until Biden came into office in 2022, almost 3 to 4 years later. So that's the main question that remains in play. For this
You mean after Trump ran for president? Wouldn't you prefer that they didn't impede him running for president?
You do understand? He was president in 2018, 2019, correct?
Yeah, but he was running for president.
He wasn't running for president then, was he?
He was running for president starting in 2019.
Wait, again, they had enough evidence in 2018 to 2019. You know what's over?
And what was your source for that?
Yeah, sure. I'll bring it up. Give me 2 seconds.
That they weren't under investigation, that they had enough evidence. And it wouldn't also be an issue to, like, bring that on in a sitting president?
Sorry, sit again, my God.
Wouldn't that be an issue to bring that on a sitting president as well?
Well, I'm not fairly certain what the issue would be.
Like, that he
Maybe it
committed a
might take
crime.
just a bit long. Yeah, okay, your point.
And wasn't, like, his whole point
If you-
against
if you- if you
Hillary
have
that,
enough
like, you
evidence
could
to-
possibly have, like, a president under felony indictment?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Wasn't, like, his big thing against Hillary running in 2016 that you could possibly have a president under felony indictment?
Wasn't
And
that
he
his
was
big
referenced
thing
to
against
Hillary Clinton?
What are we necessarily in reference to?
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, again, can you explain your case to me?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, like, he was claiming that Hillary Clinton, there was going to be a constitutional crisis because she could possibly be under felony indictment while in the position of presidency.
Okay. And what sort of evidence did he even have towards her felony indictment or whatever? And what was the charges?
He didn't have anything.
And what was the felony charges?
There weren't any for Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so why'd you reference her felony charges? Alleged
No,
indictment and felony
I
charges.
referenced that Donald Trump was claiming that as a reason to not support her because there would be a constitutional crisis just for her to be under indictment when Donald Trump literally has been held criminally convicted.
Under her indictment is what you're saying?
Yeah, that she would possibly be under felony indictment.
For what crime?
He never clarified. But he
So he
kept
never
he kept
clarified
he kept
what
chanting
felony?
lock her up.
Without verifying what sort of crime and what she's committing. Would that possibly
Yeah, they
have
never
to do with
verified the
shit like
specific
Russia
crime.
collusion? Yeah, would that possibly have to do with shit like Russia collusion that Obama
What?
perpetuated?
What? That had nothing to do with
I'm
this.
just
Is in
asking clarifying
2016.
questions.
This is in 2016. This has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, during the 2015-2016 election cycle, correct? Russia collusion was involved in that, wasn't it?
Wasn't that a claim after the election? Because
Again,
they
this is
claimed
I'm
Russia collusion
clarifying.
in the election. This is before the election. I'm claiming that Trump said this
So this
before
was
the election in
before. This was
2016.
before the election.
In 2016, yeah.
So this was before the 2016 election, though the claim came out in 2016, while the election was running in 2016. I'm confused now.
Yeah, what are you confused with? Genuinely, I don't know why you're so
You ju-
lost. Like, I've been trying
You
to
just
explain
said
it
that
to
it's
you.
before the Parker. You just said that it's before the election, but then now you're saying that it occurred in 2016 while the election was in 2016. How does that work?
2016 before the election.
Yeah. Okay. So the election or the election cycle.
The before the election.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Russia collusion occurred when? After the election?
They claimed that after the election because they were saying collusion with the election to then change the results. Right?
Okay,
That's what
and again,
some
that was
people were
just a-
trying. That's what some people were trying to claim. But the point
okay,
was is that the
was just a clarifying
investigation.
question.
Yeah, I don't know why you needed to clarify that, but the investigation clarified that some members of the Trump administration did collude, right? But there was no evidence that Trump specifically did himself. And there was evidence that Russia did interfere, just again, not specifically tied to Trump himself.
Yeah, again, that doesn't really bother me. Again, my issue is one, okay, so we never clarified what sort of charges should be brought up upon.
So yeah, he never specifically clarified. I think he might have claimed something to do with Benghazi or something like that, or the emails, but he didn't specify specifically what would be the violation of the law.
Can I have the evidence in which you never clarified? Can I have, like, source or anything like that?
Yeah, it's based upon the debates. I would just cite him saying this at the debates.
Well, again, you could say that he says shit, but again, can I have the source? It says that.
You want me to play the clip of him saying it?
By all means, go for it. And
Okay,
also,
I
just
mean,
not like
I have to pull this up. I mean, I could just tell you to look it up. Like, genuinely, they said this in the debates, but I can
so
pull
tell
it
me
up
where I
if
can
you'd
find
like.
it then. Tell me where I can find it then.
Alrighty, I mean, you could just look up Trump claiming Hillary Clinton would be under felony indictment, and that would create constitutional crisis. Because I've made a video on this in the past. I just have to scroll down my TikTok.
Yeah, my bad.
And it would take a while.
I mean, you have your computer in front of you. You could just type in the search bar. But that's just
Yeah, it would take me a second to find it. And I'm just saying that you could find this. So this is from the debates. This is not like this was like not public information.
Yeah, well, I mean, you ask for sources all the time, and that's why I'm asking you.
I do, and I told you where you could find it.
Uh-huh. Again, I still need your source, but it's whatever.
I did. I literally told you what to look up.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to be so annoying. I'll play it. I'll literally try and find it for you.
Go for it. That's what I'm asking. But okay.
Yeah, it's going to take a second because I have to literally scroll down my page and while I'm doing a live.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go.
Trump is a known and convicted felon. I think it is a great time to share a speech from him in 2016 condemning Hillary Clinton being in this exact same situation and condemning voting for someone like that.
She shouldn't be allowed to run. Okay, if she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment,
Or even possibly convicted.
and ultimately a criminal trial.
That seems oddly familiar.
To grind government to a halt. That will be impossible with Hillary Clinton.
And Donald Trump.
Sorry. Not me like literally editing it and being a part of it. Please. This is making me cringe. Do you get my point?
Okay, can I have the backstory to that? The context in relation to Clinton?
Oh my god, dude, do I have to explain every aspect of this just to be able to get... What else do you want me to explain, man? What other context do you want me to explain? Please let me know.
Again, I'm just asking for context. Again,
Yeah, what other context do you need?
The lecture portion of what he said, so I'm asking for the context.
What other context do you need?
Was there anything in the beginning, and was that before you decided?
So what you want me to do is now go find the speech and play the whole speech for you?
Well, I was asking you. where I could, one, find the speech, just one. Second of all, I wasn't asking you to go into your video. And even then, I was still going to ask, I asked you before you even went for the video that I was going to ask.
Yeah, you asked me what was a source that he said it. I played the video of him saying this.
Yeah, again, and I'm asking for the context behind the statement.
Yeah, the context was he was claiming that Hillary Clinton shouldn't be allowed to run because of the fact that she could possibly be under felony indictment and possibly under a criminal trial, and it would create a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, again, and I'm asking for context, like backstory.
That is the context. What other context do you need?
And there's no other backstory in relation to the story in any way, shape, or form.
Not that I know.
Okay, well, can you pull that up to prove it?
Are you rage baiting me? What do you want me to pull up? Are you serious? Are you actually serious?
I've been asking for the past 2 minutes to pull it up.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I already played it for you. I'm not going to go find it again after I just played it for you. No, I'm not going to play the whole fucking dude, I'm not going to play the whole speech. Go find it yourself. If you want to go look it up, go for it yourself.
I'm not asking you to play the whole clip, to play the whole speech when I ask you to do that.
How much do you want me to play?
Yeah, all I'm asking is
how much do you want me to play?
Maybe like 20 some odd, 25 some odd seconds before what your clip initiated off of. So again, we can know a backstory towards the clip itself.
Yeah, the first clip was that. I did actually, in the clip that I just played, I played the extra context. I played the 25 seconds prior, and then the clip that it was. So I actually literally did.
No, the clip in which you just played initiated from your initial claim.
No, it didn't, because it was two separate clips that I put together.
Can you repeat the clip again?
You want me to play the clip again? Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Also,
Trump is a known and convicted felon. I think it is a great time to share a speech from him in 2016 condemning Hillary Clinton being in this exact same situation and condemning voting for someone like that.
She shouldn't be allowed to run. Okay, sure. If she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment,
or even possibly convicted,
and ultimately a criminal trial.
That seems complicated.
Would grind government to a halt. That will be impossible with Hillary Clinton
and Donald Trump,
the prime suspect in a massive, far-reaching criminal investigation. Her current scandals and controversies will continue throughout her presidency and will make it virtually impossible for her to govern or lead our country.
Almost like Trump's proven sexual abuse, proven fraud, literally 34 felony charges that he was convicted of, and his constant basic president
to collect Director Comey and the virtually no doubt that FBI Director Comey and the great special agents of the FBI will be able to collect more than enough evidence to garner indictments against Hillary Clinton and her inner circle, despite her efforts to disparage them and to discredit them.
Exactly in the same way that you disparage and discredit Jean Carroll, exactly the way that you disparage.
Yeah, okay. I played extra context. Do you want me to play even more context for that again?
Okay, so a couple things. One, you kind of just proved your whole statement on what you just made before I asked you to play the context again, before I asked you to play the clip again. You said, you just said that, before I asked you to play the clip again, you just said that, no, your clip didn't initiate off the initial claim of what you just made, which is false. It did initiate off that claim, so that was false to begin with. I don't know why you said that.
I showed you how there was two separate clips. They just sounded like I put them together.
Trump is a known same situation. Hillary Clinton being in this exact same situation and condemning voting for someone like that.
She shouldn't be allowed to run.
Cut. Look, cut. Oh my God.
Wait, shouldn't be allowed to run in for what? Due to what?
He was talking about the presidency. Oh my God! You want me to play it? You want me to play the clip for that too?
The felonies, right? Wait, the felonies, right?
Dude, is this your grasping for straws?
Wait. If this was your initial fucking claim, Parker. She shouldn't.
No, but like you're grasping for straws instead of accepting that this is the case after I just proved it to you unequivocally.
You're just repeating. Fucking. The claim in what you just made was that the clip that you just played off didn't initiate off your initial claim, which that's false. That's one. Second of all,
wait, by the way, he claimed she shouldn't be allowed to run. That was the first clip, and then it went to the second clip in reference to what I was saying.
Because of what?
He was claiming because of the felony indictments. Those are two separate claims, though. She shouldn't be allowed to run, and then felony indictments are two separate claims. Do you agree?
Wait, she shouldn't be allowed to run because of what?
Because of the felony indictments. They're still two separate claims.
Thank you. Because of the felony indictment.
There's still two separate
it
claims.
ties
That's
into the
the
initial
prior
claim that you made,
context.
isn't that
Is
right?
that not the prior context for the claim specifically relating to our felony indictments that you asked for?
No, that's not the prior
That it actually literally is.
No, that's not what I asked. Again,
Okay, and by the way, what was the original dispute of this? Say you still dispute that. I don't care at this point. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, all I was asking for, just a tad bit more backstory towards Clip.
You said what?
And yeah, I was asking for just a tad bit more backstory. And said
What else do you need? You need more?
Yeah, what did I ask you? What did I ask you?
Do you need more than what I provided you already?
Host, Parker, what did I ask you before?
I'm asking, do you need more than what I provided you already?
Yeah. Again, I'm asking for backstory towards Clip.
Alrighty, well, at this point, go ahead and look it up yourself. I'm not providing any more. I've spent the last 5-10 minutes now explaining it to you and showing you. If you'd like to go and look it up yourself and try to find it, that is your prerogative. At this point, you're wasting my time. Okay?
Okay, so
because
you wanna go back
I've
to
clearly
immigration
given you ability to find the information. I've played the information for you on the stream, and I'm operating and running a stream. So I'd love for you to actually engage with what I have to say rather than say that I need to constantly 100% look things up for you in the exact manner in which you'd like.
Okay, so one was your claim. But either way, do you want to go back to immigration then?
I mean,
Since
if
you
you'd like
said
to, but
divulge
like
away
that's
from
still pivoting from the original point you just made, but go for it.
You do understand the original argument that I brought up was immigration in Russia, Ukraine. You decided to move on to the Hillary thing.
Wait, why did we even bring that up? Do you remember?
Yeah, because you asked me, why do I think that illegal immigrants should be deported? I said on the basis that they broke the law. That's what we initiated. We boiled that down to.
And then
you
we talked
brought
about
up
how you're
Trump's
not holding Trump
felonies.
accountable. You claimed he should be in prison. And I said, oh, you want to know what Trump said about that in the past? He said that would actually create a constitutional crisis and that they shouldn't be allowed to run.
Yeah, so I said a couple things, actually. What did I say about that?
What did you say about this?
Yeah, what did I say? 'Cause
You
that's not
asked me
that's
for
not what I-
context for this instead of actually like providing a response.
No, Parker, what did I say about the whole felony bullshit? What did I say about that?
What did you say about the felonies? Or you said that
Yeah.
you didn't believe them?
Yeah, again, what I did say specifically is, yeah, I didn't believe in the felonies. So there's that. Also, again,
Yeah,
going back
so
to
but
the
you didn't believe in
immigration
them, but then you also think he should be in prison. Isn't that contradictory?
well, no. Why did I say that?
That
I
is.
think he should be in prison. Well, no. Why did I say that? I think he should be in prison.
You tell me.
I'm asking you because I thought you were listening. Which I was.
You were trying to claim it was because of my perspective, but I think this is just a sneaky way of you trying to like not engage with my points.
How is that a sneaky way not to engage with your point when I'm directly engaged?
Because I'm directly asking if you think he should go to prison, and instead of directly answering the question of whether or not you think he should be in prison, you're saying that if I'm using your argument, which my argument was an internal critique of your perspective, so you're simply not responding to my point.
Well, the issue was one, no, it would have been internal critique per se.
It was.
Both situations. Well, no, both situations.
Do you see how he doesn't like address
solely
the
put-
meat and bones of what I say, and he tries to find some
Okay,
like obscure
yeah, I
little
understand
point that
you
he can
wanna
just
talk
try to
with your friends
dispute
in chat.
instead of
Yeah,
engaging
Parker,
with my
I
whole
understand you wanna
points?
talk to your friends in chat. I know you want to talk to your friends in chat. We know. You know your supporters that are roughly 20 below. We know. But anyway, that's beside.
Why was that supposed to be a
Um,
diss? I mean, I was also talking to your friend that had me invite you onto the stream.
Yeah. So yeah, going back to this.
I mean, they're going to be making fun of you for this because you're acting like embarrassing right now.
How?
Because you're not even engaging with any of my points right now. Jennifer, think of the galaxy. Like, I'm genuinely
How
trying to
about
be
not
incredibly
being
nice to you.
engaging for the
I'm trying to
past
explain all these
20
points.
minutes?
You're not even engaging with my points. You're finding hyper-specific little things to, like, try and dispute about, like, oh, can you provide extra context for this immediately, all the time, and rather than specifically addressing the broader point that I was making, that the claims that Donald Trump made specifically about, like, literally the same conditions in which you said should be applicable to Donald Trump, right, were, again, then in that context going to be viewed in a manner in which would mean that, like, he shouldn't be allowed to be president. But then obviously you said that you don't view it that way, but then you're trying to like act like you're trying to like reference it from like a perspective that I was bringing up when you knew that I was engaging in internal critique of your perspective and questioning your worldview. And then also, if you want to take a look at the chat, look at all the people in the chat saying how old they are.
Yeah, and what did I say about age? I said generally, but either way, whatever.
They're all
Going
20
back
and
to
below.
this
Everyone who watches you is 20 below.
Yeah, generally 20 and below. If you were just
I would say that
It
there's
could
a
be
lot of younger
externalities.
people that watch me, but to say that it's only people who are 20 below as like a
I never said only, I
mechanism to
said
like
generally.
dispute what I said is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, by the way, generally doesn't mean only, but that's besides the point.
That's the originally
Generally-
what you claimed, though.
Sure. I said
You
generally,
changed
but
what
either
you claimed. You backtracked.
way- But either way, going back to this whole thing. One, in regards to the whole illegal immigration thing, which is what I initially brought up. In regards to that, though, so why should they not be deported then? I would say why they should.
Well, because
And
I
you have
believe we
to
should.
complete that
Sorry.
argument.
Yeah, I believe we should focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities. Over 73% of those that have been detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. 95% of those detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record. So I think we should be focusing on people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of a community. Those like Donald Trump, rather than focusing on those like who are just coming to our communities for the American dream and for a better life. We should provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and increase the share of immigration. I'm cool with bringing in like 3 million people a year. That'd be great.
So I guess we could do a couple things then. One, by prior criminal record, can we agree coming in illegally in of itself is a crime? It's a misdemeanor.
I'm saying
for
prior
second
criminal
crime.
record in reference to like coming into the country undocumented. I don't consider that one we should even like care about, in the same way that like we don't care about jaywalking very much, as long as it's not a threat to the safety and security of our community.
Okay. And threat to the safety and security of our community. I have a question. If somebody comes in illegally and let's say they have a prior criminal record of like shrug, possession of cocaine or whatever you want to come up with, whatever shrug you want to come up with.
Is there a way you can get a little
should
bit
they
closer to your microphone? It's a little bit hard to hear you.
My bad. Sorry. Yeah, if they have stuff like possession of, schmentanol or whatever one you want to come up with, if they have a prior criminal record on that basis, do you think that they should get deported?
If they have brought like the FDRUG to our country, yeah.
If they have like a prior criminal record,
is it just
sort of
possession?
on that?
Is it possession or
Yes,
distribution?
possession on that. We could do possession.
Okay, no. I mean, in terms of possession, I don't see that would be a basis. But if you're talking about distribution, then yes.
Okay, so possession, no. Distribution, yes. Okay, I guess fair enough. I mean, I guess we can do it this way then. Why is possession not enough to get them deported?
Because I think that would probably be relating to like ADDICT ION, and that is like not a choice, and like obviously something I think that we should be able to like give people help with, and I don't think that is like a reason to say that someone shouldn't be allowed.
Well,
now again, if it was distribution, that's different.
Yeah, and by distribution, I would assume you mean stuff like handing it out once you're already within the American borders.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or even prior.
Okay. Now, in regards, because this actually goes to the claim in which you made, that you think that they should not get deported unless they're a threat to the American populace, or I would assume themselves, and correct me if I'm wrong with the initial statement.
Yeah. If they're not a threat to the safety and security of our communities, and they don't commit a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Violent crime or bad crime. And what do you take a bad crime to be? This is just clarification.
By the way, for someone spamming, Parker's been dodging me for weeks and then saying day 9 would indicate it's only been 1 week. Genius. Go ahead. You were saying?
No, you're good. Again, this is just a clarifying question because I genuinely want to see where you're at. Where do you take a quote bad crime to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a crime that is going to meet a particular criteria of being bad insofar as that someone should be deported. Now, I don't think I have to specify every single bad crime that I think is going to be a reason to deport someone.
So, like, I would think that stuff like maybe, obviously bringing in shrugs within the nation, but maybe not distributing isn't a quote-unquote bad enough crime. With stuff like, I would assume, DUI, but instead of, hitting a pedestrian, they end up, like, ramming the car into, like, a lamppost. Would that be enough to get them deported?
I guess maybe it would depend on the conditions more. Like, I'd have to think about that. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
But what?
Because I mean, what's up?
Well, yeah, no. I was
like
just
if someone just like ran into a lamppost like in a golf cart or something. No, I don't think that's a basis for it.
They were drunk driving, but instead of hitting a pedestrian, they ended up running straight into a lamppost.
If they were at threat at hitting pedestrians, I mean, I definitely think that could be a basis for like saying so, but I don't know what your point is.
Well, again, I'm
like, are you just going to ask me every specific crime I think is enough to say to deport someone?
Well, again, I'm just trying to gauge where you're at. That's it.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not asking you Yeah. So again, okay, fair enough. So I mean, I guess we could do it this way then. If so, what's what I'm looking for? When it comes to misdemeanors, I would assume you think that misdemeanors, and felonies generally on a different scale of severity, correct? Generally speaking. Okay. And if they commit a misdemeanor, even within the nation after coming in, do you think that they should get deported, given that generally misdemeanors are of a lesser severity than felonies?
I think it depends on the specific infraction. It's not just whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony.
Would you take stuff like stealing from like your local Walmart or Stop and Shop, wherever you're located at? Do you think that that would be considered a form of a bad enough crime to either get deported or anything of the sort?
I think it depends on the level.
Okay, stuff like stealing, let's say, hundreds
Like a candy bar? No.
Hundreds of dollars worth of produce, like chips, food, you name it.
Once it gets to a certain level of threshold, that's what we currently have it under the law, then yeah.
And by certain threshold, what would that be initiated under?
I'm okay with the current one that's designated under the law in terms of the amount for stealing.
What should be what?
I think it's pretty close to like $1,000.
Okay, so they have to be up to $1,000, close to that, in order to be initiated for deportation.
Yeah, hundreds to 1,000, yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between them stealing hundreds of dollars worth of produce rather than, let's say, dozens of dollars worth of produce that makes one eligible for deportation and one not eligible for deportation based on your prior criteria of what is, quote, harmful and not harmful towards the general American populace?
The difference in the quality or quantity.
So stealing generally. So I guess we could do it this way then. Before I even ask.
Yeah,
that
like,
question.
do you agree with me that stealing a candy bar wouldn't be enough?
Well, I mean, I would say if we go based on your logic, I mean, sure, I could agree with you, but then again, I think they should be deported regardless. But by stealing, wouldn't you say that stealing, regardless of amount, holds a negative effect towards the general American populace?
Yeah, to some degree, yeah. But like we have these things within thresholds. Do you want to talk about like anything else, or are you just going to ask me like what my conditions are for like where the thresholds are placed?
Again, I'm just clarifying because nobody bothers asking you any fucking questions. So I'm just clarifying where you're at.
Yeah, out of any questions to clarify, I don't see these as the reason to question these particular points. Like if you want to question like my particular perspective, why do you say like, oh, why don't you say like, why do you think that, right, like undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship? Right? Like that could be a real question to ask. You're asking like what conditions in which like all the different crimes or what specific crimes or how much particularly do they have to steal in order to be able to like be kicked out of the country. I mean, are these really relevant to you? Like, do you agree that in some crimes, as they're violated, they shouldn't lead to deportation, but other crimes, yes?
Well, again, I think they should be deported regardless. But either way, again, they are relevant.
Okay. Well, then if you think they should be deported regardless, then you believe that any time someone violates the law, they should be held accountable for violating the law, correct?
Again, this is just going to pivot back to the whole Trump thing.
Yes, it is. Because I didn't get an answer the first time, and because you answered in like a really weird way. So I just want you to answer it directly. No, it's because you didn't directly answer.
For what, Trump's felonies?
Oh my God. Do you want to hold Trump accountable? Because you said that like based upon my argument, Trump should be put in prison. But like you never said your own specific position yourself.
Yeah, again, I don't believe.
Would you like to answer? Do you think that Trump should be put in prison for committing the felonies he did?
I don't believe that they were. I don't believe that he even committed them.
Okay, so then here would be my question: is you don't believe criminal convictions?
I mean, sure, some of them I believe, and not all of them.
You believe in some criminal convictions, not all of them? Do you believe in most of them?
I mean, sure, I could say that I.
So you'll believe in a criminal conviction unless you have reason to believe otherwise, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, what reason do you have to believe to not believe Donald Trump's felonies?
Yeah. Well, one, I just have plenty of underlying questions in relation to the whole thing, especially with Alvin Bragg and the whole situation. And actually, this even continues on from the 2016 election, whether it's politically motivated or not. And this actually ties in general with even the Agent Carroll cases and so on and so forth. So.
Okay, so you didn't answer the question.
Motivation.
What
Well,
reason
again,
do you
it
not
ties in
accept the
political
felonies? Be
motivation.
specific. Like, could you name a specific piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Well, when it comes to this, when it comes to the evidence, I'm not too fairly familiar with all the evidence proposed within the case. I just have generalized questions in relation to the case.
Can you name any piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
I just said I'm not fairly familiar with it.
So you're not familiar with any of the pieces of evidence in the case you dispute, yet you think that you have good enough reason to not accept the felonies?
Again, you don't have to be fairly familiar with the evidence to not be agnostic on a certain conclusion.
If you accept most criminal convictions, you'd have to have good reason to not accept a particular criminal conviction as to why, like, again, because it would violate the general rule of you typically accepting it. So if that's true, and you can't provide a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute, and you don't know anything about the case that would indicate that there was a wrong determination, then you do not have good enough reason to not accept the conviction,
did I
other
not
than
just
you just,
say
like,
that
don't
that-
want to accept it because it's Donald Trump.
Well, no, that's not the reason why. Also, I did say that I have plenty of questions in relation to the case itself, which I know you, again, wanted to pivot away from the immigration topic and go straight to Trump's felonies, as you
Wait,
always want.
the reason why I brought this up is because you do not believe in these particular convictions. You don't believe that every single law that's violated should be viewed in that particular way in terms of them being held accountable. But for some reason, for undocumented immigrants, you believe that in every single circumstance they should be held accountable, no matter if it's an effect on the population. And
Well,
all of
I'm
these
mainly
cases, they're
talking
all
about
accurate
illegal
about them.
immigrants.
And like
Well, I'm
again,
mainly
this
talking about illegal immigrants,
this whole
not
point.
undocumented.
This whole point, I think, is not addressing the fact that you have a double standard for criminal convictions and for people violating the law. That you do not hold Donald Trump the same standard you hold undocumented immigrants to, or anyone else to.
Yeah, I'm mainly talking about illegal immigrants, not undocumented. That's one. Second of all,
Is there a way you can go a
illegal
little bit
immigrant-
closer to the microphone?
Yeah,
Again.
I'm mainly talking about illegal immigration, not undocumented. The undocumented portion would be similar to a civil offense, such as jaywalking, whatever you want to come up with. Now, illegal immigration, on the other hand, that would be similar to if Trump did what he did to Trump's convictions, a criminal offense. So I'm talking about illegal immigration. I'm not even practically talking about undocumented per se.
What?
Yeah.
So when we say undocumented immigrant, we're referencing someone that we designate as who's currently unauthorized in the country.
Well, they're legally defined as two different things. Quite literally.
That's just how we're using the term.
Well, again, they're legally defined as two different things. So again,
What legal definition are you using? Can you tell me the specific legal definition?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I even have the statute with my camera. Give me a second, I'll pull it up. This is from the American Immigration Council, before we go down that route.
All right, I have some people to thank in the meantime while you do so. Janet, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Guest thinks the average age of watching you below is 20 years old. Is because most guests requesting are young and uneducated. There are plenty of adults. True. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I know, right? It's just a Q&A right now. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Sydney, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Libby, thank you for the $15. David with the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Thomas, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comments. I also got to thank some people on YouTube real quick. And then we can continue on with this conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let me look real quick. Alex, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gabor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, honestly. And Ricardo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shelly, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. All right, go ahead and read it out.
Well, I mean, would you like to put me on the big screen, or?
Nah, just read it out.
So you won't put me on the big screen. Why is that?
Okay, man. Just
I have it on the big
just
screen.
read
Might
it.
as well put me on.
Just read it.
Oh, okay, so you won't put me on. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, again, here.
Just
get
read
to my
it, dude.
computer. Yeah, you think I could read small letters?
Okay, well, I mean, all right, I'll make you bigger.
Again, I will go up to my computer since you decided to. Okay, now you decided to put me on. Lovely. Yeah, here. This is... Oh, okay, now you're strong. This is fucking Christ.
Alrighty, just read it, just read it, just read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, American Immigration Council illegal entry AUSC code 1325 makes it a crime to unlawfully enter the United States. It applies to people who did not enter with proper inspection at a port of entry, such as those who enter between ports of entry, avoid examination or inspection, or make false statements while entering or attempting to enter. A first offense is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine up to 6 months or up to 6 months in prison or both.
Okay, so then here's my question. What is the definition for an undocumented immigrant?
Yeah, undocumented immigrants, a general distinction between undocumented and illegal is undocumented immigrants came in here.
No, pull it up. Pull it up. I want to screenshot that one too.
No, pull up. Yeah, here. I'll pull it up right now. Give me a second. Let me get to my computer.
Fiona, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Rory, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, let me see. What the heck?
Yeah. What?
1 second. Just give me a minute. Did you pull it up again?
Again, I'm pulling it up on my computer. Give me a solid second.
Oh, okay. He's got to pull it up on his computer. Do give him a second, everyone. In the meantime. Alrighty. Someone said in your 4th video that you said none of them are were or are minors. They all are either former or current lovers of Trump's. When there was a picture of literally him with a bunch of young girls and even his daughter. So, by the way, you said his daughter was a lover of his?
Okay, one, I just wanted to clarify. I put that.
Wait,
just
to clarify it.
Can I Yeah, I'm clarifying. One, I put that image directly into Grok because I didn't look it up directly on the Google search bar, and I'm going based on what Grok told me. So I didn't necessarily think that they were minors. I'm going based on what Grok told me. That's a clarification.
No, you were claiming that you thought they weren't minors, and also these were it was picture of literally Trump with his daughter, and you said it was one of his lovers. Like literally, I'm not trolling. Like in response to it, you literally commented, none of them were or are minors. They are all either former or current lovers of Trump's. And it was literally pictures of him with his daughter.
Yeah, Parker, did I not just clarify why I made that statement?
No?
I
you want to try again?
What I just said about that? What did I just say as to why I even mentioned
You said that you asked Grok, but it was for a different claim, not the claim I just asked about.
Yeah, you do understand that was in relation to what you just brought up.
Yeah, you said Grok said it wasn't minors, and I mean that's not even what you claimed.
What they said, that's what I just said. I just said that Grok said that had nothing to do with minors, that they were either former or current lovers of Trump.
Yeah. That picture? Oh, that's hilarious. So then you used Grok as a source, dude? That's kind of embarrassing. You didn't fact check?
Mm-hmm. Sure. But again, you asked me for.
Push the sparklers. Thank you, Via. Well, I mean, you think Grok is a legitimate source, and you just copied and pasted the response. You didn't even question it. You didn't even look at the pictures. I mean, you can clearly tell that it's Ivanka in one of the pictures, right?
You asked me for clarification. Did I clarify?
Okay, all right. So you don't believe that they were lovers, right?
Yeah, of course. If that's
you think Grok was wrong, correct?
Yeah, if that's his daughter, then of course it's not a lover.
Oh, okay. Then why did he sexualize his daughter on countless occasions?
Okay, one, that'd be a pivot. Two, you asked me for the source on the, what's what I'm looking for? People that come in here legally and now overstay their visa. That's Congress.gov. Unless you don't think Congress.gov is source. Or do you?
What's the title?
Yeah, here. Unauthorized immigrants frequently asked questions. August 10th, 2022.
Alrighty, and from Congress, and where's the title?
Yeah, I just.
I mean,
told you
where's the
title, which is-
definition?
Again.
Okay,
Scroll down.
unauthorized immigrants are non-citizens who generally have entered the United States without inspection, overstayed a period of lawful admission, or violated the terms of their admission. Oh, so again, some undocumented immigrants are also the same as quote-unquote illegal immigrants. So you just, wait, by the way, you just clarified. And also, by the way, under your own source, it used unauthorized the same as undocumented. So I don't know what your point is.
Actually, no. That's not what it says in the beginning. What does it say specifically in the first fucking sentence, Parker?
Say that again?
Actually, not only in the first sentence. Not only what does it say in the first sentence of the first
Unauthorized
paragraph?
immigrants are
what
non-citizens
does it
who
say in the
generally have
first
entered the
sentence
United
of the
States
second
without
paragraph?
inspection.
And what does it say in the first sentence? Without inspection, overstayed a period of
Yeah.
lawful admission.
I just read
which would be
this.
stuff like a visa or yeah, exactly. Now, how about the second paragraph, first sentence?
Sorry. I got a
notice
funny
how the
text.
first-
I got a funny text.
You notice how the first sentence within the second paragraph.
I read the first sentence.
And in the second paragraph, not the first paragraph. And even then, whatever. Again, how the sentence, holy shit. Then the second paragraph clarifies them into groups such as undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, and or aliens. Right?
What's your point here?
Yep. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my point is you asked me to clarify what the term undocumented immigrant meant, and now did I or did I not just clarify?
Yeah, and again, it included the definition which would apply to what I was saying. So the point you were making was actually false. What was the original point you were trying to make that I couldn't use undocumented immigrants to refer to unauthorized immigrants?
Parker, one, that was my initial claim. Also, what was my claim in relation to why I brought up Congress.gov?
You were trying to define specifically unauthorized immigrants or undocumented immigrants, right? After I asked you to.
And you notice how Congress.gov gives separate groups in relation to certain sects of immigration, such as undocumented, illegal, and or aliens, which just means foreigners. So again, there's separate sects within the article.
Yeah, so it literally says the population is also referred to by different adjectives by various observers, including undocumented, irregular, and illegal. It says this in the introduction of the Congress.gov site that you just referenced. Do you want to read that in the introduction, the first paragraph in the introduction?
Sorry, say it again?
Yeah, the last sentence of the first paragraph in the introduction of the site you just sent to me says the population is also referred to by different adjectives by various observers, including undocumented, irregular, and illegal.
Keyword is including, which would means that there could also be separate, right?
Wait, so that means that I used the correct terminology. You just got cooked by your own source, bro.
How did I get cooked by my own source?
Your own source actually clarified that what I said was accurate. Just said that there are different adjectives by various observers that they would refer to the population in this way. Like you just cooked yourself.
I have a question. The term, let's see, referred to by different adjectives, including, keyword is including. That means that could also What is the term?
Including undocumented, which is what I said earlier. And by the way, I have a question. Are you obsessed with Dean Withers? Are you obsessed with Dean Withers?
Notice how it says undocumented, irregular, and illegal, right?
Apparently you do lives about Dean Withers multiple hours every single day of the week.
Notice how it says undocumented, irregular, and illegal.
Are you obsessed with Dean Withers?
Okay, so now you want to pivot out to Dean.
Well, no, I mean, I want to pivot on Dean. You make your lives about him.
You brought up Dean just now.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were talking about immigration. What does Dean have to do with illegal aliens or illegal immigration in general?
Okay,
Nothing.
all right.
Nothing. Okay, exactly.
Okay,
Speed
all right,
one.
no. I'll talk about that. I'll keep us on. So if you want to talk about immigration, right? Again, I think that immigrants make our society better off, economically speaking. I think it makes us better off in terms of crime. I think it makes us better off in terms of practically everything in terms of our culture. So I think that this idea that we need a hard immigration process to go through that takes so long, I think is absurd and ridiculous.
Okay, one. So we're just gonna completely go away from the Congress.gov article. We're like completely going the fuck away from that because you decided to bring up Dean. We brought you back to this, and now
It's
you're
okay.
going away from
No. Wait, you just said to go talk about immigration. I brought up immigration. Do you not want to talk? What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, you do understand what we were still talking about was immigration, right?
Yeah, and I just talked about immigration.
Yeah, you do understand the whole thing of verbiage, such as undocumented, irregular, illegal, or alien, has nothing to do with why you think they should stay.
Yeah, I never said that was the reason why I think that they should stay. You were just saying that I was incorrectly using the term, and I justified that I did correctly use the term. If you want to talk about why I think that they're justified to stay, I said that's because we want to ensure a greater level of vetting in terms of the process, and it actually provides an incentive for undocumented immigrants to go through the vetting process. It creates a better legal process and incentivizes people to go through said legal process. And, right, I think that it would be important in terms of addressing people who have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Yeah, so a couple things. One that has nothing to do with the verbiage that we were just talking about not even a minute ago. So do you want to just completely go away from that?
Go away from
what's
what?
the whole point? Yeah, were we not just talking about verbiage such as undocumented, irregular, or illegal, or alien, and when they could be used and when they cannot be used?
We were talking about that. I thought I already made my point. What other point do you want to make about that?
Yeah, wait. What point did you make? Because we seem to still have been on separate pages on this issue.
Yeah, I clarified that the reason why I was bringing that up is just to justify that I could use it in reference to undocumented immigrants. That was the whole point we brought up. I don't see any other reason to explain that. And then in terms of the particulars... What's up?
Congress.gov never told you that.
What'd you say?
Okay. Yeah, Congress.gov, but then even the sentence that you wanted me to read, notice how it says including, which the term including could also involve different sects of immigration, including undocumented, irregular, illegal, legal, or alien.
No, it said the population as a whole is also referred to by different adjectives by various observers, including these particular terms. When it says including these terms, it's saying these are different. It's saying these are different terms that they utilize. I don't know why you keep hyperfixating on this. This is not a big deal.
Different sects of the
Hey dude, this is not a big deal.
Right?
I don't know why you bring this up. This is not a big deal. We already addressed this.
Okay, so you are moving away from that. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, because I already fully addressed it. I mean, if you want to keep addressing it, go for it. I thought I already addressed this and gave you a response. I can't hear you and you swipe out of the app.
Yeah, my bad. My phone battery notification went off. My bad. But yeah, so again, my bad. So if we want to move out from that, then let's do what you just brought up, which was their
immigration
impact. Yeah, which was their impact towards the economy and whatnot.
Our culture, our society, crime.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they're more of a net negative towards the U.S. economy. Yeah, we talk about Congress.gov and it's going to be a separate article from what I brought up earlier. The American Enterprise Institute, so on and so forth.
Is there a way you can go close to your microphone? It's still hard to hear you.
Yeah, Congress.gov, which again is going to be a separate article from what I referenced earlier, and the American Enterprise Institute, which also say that they provide more of a net negative than net positive towards the U.S. economy.
Okay, so let me clarify. What you're probably giving me is a House source that's a partisan source from the federal government. I would prefer to find like independent sources such as the Cato Institute that indicates the exact opposite. And also I could ask the question, do you think legal immigrants provide a net positive to our economy?
Sorry, say it again, my bad.
Do you think legal immigrants provide a net positive to our economy?
I guess so.
Okay,
Again,
so if undocumented immigrants do not provide a net positive and they're a net negative, but legal immigrants do provide a net positive, then you would agree with me that providing them mass amnesty, undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship where they would be considered as legal, that would be beneficial to the economy. Because it would make people who are in the country who are negatively impacting a net negative to our economy a net positive.
So a couple things here. One, when it comes to legal immigrants, one, they're supposed to be here to begin with. They decided to not, skip the line, so to say, and they're here legally. They're supposed to be here. Now, undocumented immigrants, on the other hand, are eligible for deportation. Something legal immigrants are not.
I don't want to have to repeat my point, but I'm going to. Can you address my point? It will take it from a net negative impact on the economy to a net positive impact. Do you at least agree with that?
I mean, sure, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. So if you agree that it would change a net negative impact to a net positive impact and that it'd be a benefit to our economy, what negative impacts would you say it has on our system? Are you saying that it's just because we want to enforce a law? Is there any outside reason why you want to enforce that law?
Yeah, so one, I mentioned a couple things. One, obviously illegal immigrants aren't legal immigrants. That's one general distinction between the two. Even undocumented aren't legal immigrants to begin with. So there's that too. So again, I don't know why we're equating the two to virtually be the exact same. And now you're equating them to not only be the exact same.
I can barely hear what you're saying. It's like you're mumbling into the microphone because of the... I think it's the microphone. Do you have like a Bluetooth on maybe?
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I had my headphones connected. That's my bad.
Oh, okay. That's perfect. Yeah. Sorry, I just it's harder to hear you when you have...
my bad. Sorry,
you're good.
Sorry, my bad on my end. But yeah, so again, you're equating legal immigration to undocumented immigrants and legal immigration to illegal immigration. Again, they're not the same. So sure, if we make them into, if we make undocumented immigrants, give them mass amnesty, and they become legal immigrants, then by my own standard, then yes, they would be a net positive. But they're not at the current moment. So no, they wouldn't be a net positive, would they?
No, they would be a net positive if we did my mechanism of providing them legal pathways.
If, keywords if, not at the current moment, they're not, are they?
Yeah, so as undocumented immigrants, they wouldn't. But if you gave them a pathway to citizenship, they would. And it would be a negative impact to our... It would also be a negative impact to our economy to engage in mass deportation. Would you like to provide any good evidence? Could you provide any good evidence that mass deportation is beneficial to our society in any means?
Parker, we're talking about the current situation. We're not talking about in a hypothetical universe.
We're talking about hypotheticals about what we think the law should look like. So obviously hypotheticals are relevant to a political debate about how we think the government should operate.
We're asking if they're a net negative or a net positive towards the U.S. economy. That would be in the current situation, not in a hypothetical universe, in a hypothetical Earth.
So when I'm asking you about whether or not they would be designated as a net negative and a net positive, it's a demonstrated concept to you that's very clear that if you were going to adopt a mass amnesty policy, that it would be beneficial to the economy. So I then would ask you, what positive impacts do you get from mass deportation? Because I'm trying to convince you mass deportation is not the way to address this. Instead, mass amnesty is for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Yeah, so one, when it comes to illegal immigration, it still goes, by the way, to the whole initial argument that we were just going down for the past 2 minutes, maybe, 2-3 minutes, maybe, that again, they're a net negative to begin with. I gave you the two sources on my end on that issue. Now, in regards to this specifically, given that they're more of a net negative...
Those were partisan sources. Could you agree?
What?
The sources you provided for saying that undocumented immigrants were a net negative, those are partisan sources.
What sources did I provide to you?
You said the Congress.gov source?
And what else?
I don't remember the other one. I remember it was
the American Enterprise Institute.
Yeah, so what's the title for that one, actually? Because I haven't seen that one, so I might not be able to make a claim on that one.
No, you're good. Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull it up.
Do you like Milton Friedman?
Do I like Milton Friedman?
Yeah.
I'm not fairly familiar with the workings of Milton Friedman.
I was just curious. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Jeremy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally get you there. I was thinking about talking to some Canadian MAGA someday. It's a bit diabolical. I don't understand. Like, literally, straight up, Trump has been advocating to annex Canada. I don't understand why they would advocate for that. And base, and as well as Darwell, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John, thank you for the $1 as well. Ellie, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Vivian, thank you so much for the $17. Thank you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you. And by the way, Ricardo, again, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Gabor, thank you so much for the $5. Alex, thank you for the $1. Fashi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. What's up? Good to see you as well. And Jen, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the 3,500 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. We're at like 1,400 likes on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone.
So yeah, I got it. So the title of the article is Key Data on Federal Benefits Paid to Illegal Immigrant Households, November 7th, 2024.
Key data on federal benefits paid
to illegal immigrant households, November 7th, 2024, American Enterprise Institute.
Okay, let's see. Alrighty. Let's see. This is from 2024, right?
Correct.
It's just a poll.
It's not a poll. There's close to 5 different.
It's a blog. Actually, it's a blog post that cites a poll. An exit poll saying that they rated the economy as a top issue, and then they said that the annual cost of immigration was $150. They got that from the Congress source.
Parker, one.
Or actually, no, they got that from FAIR, which is a far right-wing source.
Okay, one. FAIR is not the only thing listed there. Also,
that is, it actually is. They get, if you click on the fiscal burden, they cite the annual cost under is from FAIR.
There are 10 options here, Parker. 10.
Yeah, we're looking at number 2. What one are you referencing?
10. Again, there's 10 options.
Yeah, what number are you referencing?
They all go towards my point.
Yeah, all of them? Okay, so if I click on number 2, it should go to your point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that was FAIR. Genius.
Okay, can I ask you who disproved FAIR?
Number 3 is also FAIR. Okay, so they're all not different sources.
Well, actually, number 1 has 2 different sources, but again, that's besides the point. I'm pretty sure 4 does as well. Yeah, 4 does as well. Let's take a look at 5. 5 does as well. Let's keep going. 6 does as well.
By the way, you can't even look at the National Review because it costs money to look at. And again, I don't think it cites anything uniquely different.
You can look at the National Review.
No, it doesn't. You have to subscribe.
I'm looking at it right now.
Scroll down.
Yeah, again, watch this.
Scroll down. Boom. Scroll down. Do you see?
Where? I'm looking at the entire.
Past the first paragraph.
I'm looking at like 15 paragraphs in.
No, you're not. Because if you click on the National Review, it doesn't do that.
Yeah, watch this. So National Review was point number 4, correct? Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Watch. So, number 4. Boom. Give it a second while it pulls out. Computer's being slow for some odd reason. Watch. Boom. First paragraph.
Wait, hold up.
No, look, watch this.
That doesn't come up for me. I don't see that. I'm literally on it right now and I don't see that. It doesn't. It goes down to comments after that.
Well, it's coming.
So if you like to see, where does it cite? What does it cite? Because this is just an article. What does it cite as its source? Does it cite FAIR?
Well,
wait, does it say? What did it say as its source?
Yeah. So here.
Oh yeah, my microphone. Fucking hell.
No, you're good.
Bro, why's my microphone doing this, bro? Okay, what does it say?
Yeah, so the source for the first graph is public use file of the 2022 Survey of Income and Program Participation. Cash includes TANF, SSI, and the EITC. Food assistance includes food stamps, WIC, and free and reduced priced lunch/breakfast CISW.
Okay, can you scroll down? Let me scroll down. Let me see. What does it find for the fiscal burden overall? What is the source for the fiscal burden overall?
Well, this
Dude, I
is
can't even see because it's so small.
Yeah. So I'll just read to you everything. Source.
That's CIS. That's also a far right source.
Okay. Well, so a couple things. One, can you give me anything that disproves that?
Cato Institute.
Cato Institute. How do they disprove?
And they're even a right wing source, by the way.
Okay, wait. One, how did they disprove it?
They indicate that there's a net positive in terms of revenue from undocumented immigrants comparative to the cost that they impose on our society.
Well, they didn't answer how did they disprove it. That was my whole question.
That was how they do so.
Again, I'm asking you how did they disprove it. I'm not asking you to tell me that they did. I'm asking you to tell me how they did.
Yeah, by looking at the overall cost in terms of benefits versus costs of undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so provide the evidence of this.
Okay, I mean, I'll tell you
That's all I'm asking.
the citation. I
Go
told
for
you
it.
already,
Also
the
provide
Cato
the title of the
Institute.
article. Again, I'm asking you to provide the evidence included within the article, or source, or whatever it is.
I got you. Give me 1 second.
Take your time.
Alrighty. The title is what's it called? New analysis: Immigrants drive housing, wealth, and local tax revenue.
Okay, so new analysis.
And it cites the paper. You have to click on the link, and it cites it for you.
It says new analysis: illegal immigrants drive what specifically?
I'll tell you the other title. Immigrants, housing, wealth, and local government finances is the title.
Okay, Jesus. Repeat that, because I was in the middle of typing the other one while you just
Immigrants, housing, wealth, and local government finances.
Yeah. Okay. And local government. What's the source for that one?
This is from the Cato Institute.
Okay, and that's okay. Fair enough. Take a look at that. You said that's from Cato Institute?
Mm-hmm.
Cato. Okay, got it.
And I can get one that specifies undocumented immigrants as well.
Yeah. Because this also, this Cato Institute article.
Yeah, would you like one from the CBL on that?
Yeah, I guess we could do that too.
Mm-hmm. This is from an article from The Hill. You can find a report on that. Undocumented immigrants will boost economy, lower deficit, CBO says.
And boost GDP is what you're saying?
Yeah, it was undocumented immigrants will boost economy, lower deficit, CBO says.
Okay, there we go. Lord almighty. Okay.
Alrighty.
So, okay.
Alrighty, so will you at least acknowledge those? Those are by more non-partisan sources.
Well, when it comes to this specifically, I actually read this CBO article before. Give me a second. I think this was the one that I referenced a couple weeks ago.
Alrighty. Well, can I at least acknowledge that it's a benefit? And even so, if you don't, would you like to address any of the broader points?
I mean, in regards to the whole thing of benefits, I mean, sure, they have some benefits. Do I think that they're net positive? No. But I mean, if you want to move on to a different topic, I mean, we've kind of on immigration.
Are you going to pivot?
I did bring up, well, I thought you wanted to move away from the topic. That's what you're asking.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I asked if you would want to address the broader points as to why you think that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants and my mechanism of addressing immigration is bad or harmful to the country.
Okay, and then my bad on my end. My misinterpreting what you said then. So in regards to that specifically, I guess, yeah. Actually, would you like to bring up the points again as to why you think they're more of a net positive than net negative?
Again, I told you in terms of they're a net positive in terms of GDP, in terms of productivity. I think they're a net positive in terms of employment rates. I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that immigration has led to a net positive in terms of GDP, in terms of productivity, wages, and in terms of employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, so employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens. How does the sudden increase of illegal immigration,
It's not just
especially when
undocumented
they're
immigration, it's
wrong,
immigration as a whole. I don't know why you're just referring to it as undocumented, as I would be advocating for a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. So the way that we would look at the impact on the economy would be by looking at legal immigration, not undocumented immigration, just to
I mean,
clarify.
last time I checked, we're talking about illegal immigration, right?
Wait, to
When we
clarify,
talk
I'm not
about mass
advocating for
deportation.
undocumented immigration. I'm advocating for legal immigration, just providing a significantly quicker pathway.
Okay. So we're just going to be so now we're just going to be going based on numbers that are skewed because they incorporate illegal immigration as well.
No, I was
The
saying
initial
that
claim that we
specifically.
went down,
Wait,
Parker,
I'm saying that we should
Parker,
look
that
at
was the initial
specifically.
claim on what we went by.
I'm claiming that I want to increase legal immigration. So the way that we're going to look at the impact of the policies I'm advocating for is by looking at the impact that legal immigration has on our economy.
The initial argument that we went by was for illegal immigration. Why the fuck are we just targeting immigration as a whole? In a
I
broad
already
sense? That
clarified. I'll
includes
clarify
legal.
again. The reason why
That
we are
wasn't the
doing.
initial argument, Parker.
I understand. I told you and I specified the reason why is because that legal immigration is going to look at the impact of the policies I'm advocating for. I've already referenced what it is the case for undocumented immigrants. We already had that conversation. You said you wanted to move on in the conversation, and then you got mad when I talked about legal immigrants. Dude, you're kind of
Yeah,
annoying.
but
Like, you're
well,
very
no,
insufferable.
Parker. By the way, that what you just brought up was in reference to illegal immigration specifically. That's why we went down this whole route
Oh
to
my
begin
god,
with.
dude. My point right there was about the way that we're going to determine the impact of my policies on immigration is by looking at the impact that legal immigration has on our economy.
That wasn't your initial point. That wasn't your initial fucking point, dude.
What was my initial point?
Yeah, your initial point, the whole reason why we went down this fucking route to begin with sources and whatnot, was in reference to undocumented or illegal immigrants, whatever you want to call them.
What was my
Whether or
claim?
not they're
Be
net
specific.
negative
What
to
was
a
my
net.
claim?
Yeah, that what's the word I'm looking for? Undocumented immigrants or illegal immigrants, again, whatever the fuck you want to call them, are more of a net positive towards the U.S.
Okay,
economy rather than
that
a net
claim was
negative.
made like 30 minutes ago, dude. We already
Yeah, we're
moved
still
past.
going
I
down
just
this route.
acknowledged this. We already moved past this point because you said you wanted to move on. I said, haha, you're pivoting. And you're like, no, you wanted to talk about something different, right? And I was like, oh, well, I want to talk about the impact that my policies would have. And then you're like, oh, that's not the original point you were bringing up. Well, I never claimed it was.
So you want to move away from your original point, you want to divulge away from
Dude,
it.
wait, I didn't move away from it. You originally did. Why are you being
How?
dishonest?
How did
Because
I
you
move away from it?
you claimed you wanted to talk about something other than immigration, and then I
By
brought us back and said, let's talk
misinterpreting
about
what you
immigration,
said.
but I want to talk about this specifically on immigration. Are you
Again,
not
one,
listening
I
to the conversation?
misinterpreted what you said. I misinterpreted what you said. That's why I brought it up.
That's okay. So address my
Yeah.
point here instead of just trying to be like, ah, you were not talking about this originally. Like, dude, address my point.
Okay. Okay, so you only wanted to, so what you're talking about is just immigration in the broad sense, including legal, illegal, undocumented, so on and so forth, correct?
Get close to your microphone. I can't even tell half of what you just said.
Yeah, so again, you're talking about immigration in the broad sense, which would include legal, undocumented, illegal, so on and so forth. That type of immigration, correct?
I'm talking about immigration as a whole, and I'm saying let's look at the impact of legal immigration on our system, because I'm advocating to expand legal immigration by providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. So I'm talking about heavily expanding legal immigration. So the way that you look at the impact of the systems and the policies I'm advocating for is by looking at the effect of legal immigration on our economy.
So in regards to this specifically, actually, this goes down the whole fucking route that we were going down earlier, where decided to move away from it for some odd reason. You know, when you decided to pivot away from undocumented to illegal immigration to begin with, that's one. Second of all, but either way, when you decided to bring up the hypotheticals. But either way, whatever. Now in regards to this specifically, again, I have no issue with legal immigration. We already went down that route before. I have no issue with that. Whether they're a net negative or a net positive, if you come in, sorry, my bad. Legally, you're allowed to stay. I would actually prefer you to stay and then gain citizenship.
Okay.
So we're not.
So what's your disagreement with my policy that we should increase the level of legal immigration?
Yeah, well, one, I guess my major, what's what I'm looking for? Gripe would be, sorry, my major gripe that I would have with what you just said was I don't think that we should be like throwing out mass amnesty bar none. That's what I think. Again, because then that if you that would just be rewarding people that came in illegally. That which again they shouldn't be rewarded. They broke a law. Why should they be rewarded? That's stupid. So that's one. And
So
even,
then let me clarify. You disagree in any instance with someone who's undocumented being given a pathway to citizenship, or someone who has violated immigration law being allowed to stay in the country legally?
Sorry, said again. I was reading a comment.
You disagree with any person who's violated immigration law being able to stay in the country long term by being given a legal pathway?
Correct.
Okay, so if that was applicable to Elon Musk, would you advocate that Elon Musk should be deported?
If he was eligible for deportation, yes, get him out.
So no, I'm saying if he violated immigration law.
Like I said, if he was eligible for deportation, which I know he was in the past, yes, get him out. I don't give a shit.
Wait, say that again?
I don't give a shit who you are. If you're eligible for deportation, get out. I don't give a shit who you are.
Okay, so you, for some reason, but you're not like this with all crimes. You're just like this with this particular crime.
Again, when it comes to this specifically, if you have proven it and there's no really external questions that kind of nullify everything.
Yeah, there's a report from the Washington Post that Elon Musk worked illegally in the United States for a period starting in 1995.
Okay, exactly. So get him out. Again, I have no issue. I don't give a shit if you're Elon Musk or you're my dad, which again, he was undocumented at one point. So I think he should have gotten out.
Okay, so you believe so you'd be okay with kicking him out right now?
Again, yes, if he was illegal and he's still eligible for deportation, kick him out.
Deport Elon Musk. Let's denaturalize him. Get him out of the country, everybody. Get Elon Musk out of the fucking country. Get him out.
Post, Parker. That's why I said if he's eligible for deportation, get him out.
Well, Trump was talking about denaturalizing people, but so the point that I'm making here is that I think it's just absurd the level that you take it to in terms of wanting to deport people. I obviously don't think in every circumstance in which someone has violated immigration law that they should be held accountable in this context. I have a question. Do you agree with statute of limitations?
Do I agree with statute of limitations? Sure. Generally,
You do?
I agree with that.
So then do you agree with the statute of limitations on unlawfully entering the country?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, what should the statute of limitations be?
Just to clarify, can I ask you what's the statute of limitations? That's just to clarify. I couldn't remember that off the top of my head.
You don't know what it is?
I couldn't
It means
tell you
after
that
a
off the top
certain
of my
amount of
head.
years that you can't be held accountable for committing a crime.
I'm asking you to clarify what these statute of limitations are if you come in illegally.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. I don't remember what the statute of limitations is. I said that I generally agree with statute of limitations. So,
You know what statute of
again, if
limitations
we don't
is,
even know
right?
what it is- Yeah, I know what statute
What
of
is it?
limitations is. It gives you the time period for when you're allowed to bring up a charge or a crime or whatever towards
Okay.
said person that
So
you're
what
accusing.
what do you think should the statute of limitations be for people who unlawfully entered the country?
For people that came in illegally into the nation, I would say maybe 2 decades, 15, 20 years, something like that.
Okay, so if someone's been in the country for 20 years, you're okay with them not being deported, even though they violated the law?
Well, in regards to this issue, sure.
Okay. So what's the relevant difference, like what you were saying earlier, between someone specifically being in the country for 14 years versus 15 years? That means in one scenario, they should be deported, but not in the other one.
Well, in both scenarios, they don't meet the statute of limitations, do they?
Well, you said 15 to 20 years should be the statute of limitation. So what was the number? 20?
Yeah.
So we can just do 19 and 20.
Okay, 19 and 20. And what's the morally relevant difference between one and not the other that leads to one being deported and not the other? I guess you could say statute of limitations. I mean, that's what we're divulging into right now anyway.
Yeah.
Do I still think that there should be a punishment? Yes.
But if it's beyond the statute of limitations, there's no punishment.
Well, the issue... Sorry. Well, when it comes to this specifically, I mean... Actually, I mean, there could actually be a punishment, per se.
How so? In criminal court? No.
Yeah. Well, in regards to this
And
specifically,
even so, there can be a statute of limitations on civil court too. So I don't know what you're saying.
yeah, well, I mean, in regards to this specifically, by because I just want to clarify, because you just said that statute of limitations applies to stuff like deportation. Again, even if they don't get deported by the 20-year mark, there could still be other punishments included within said thing if they get caught.
Like what?
Yeah, stuff like prison time, a massive fine, so on and so forth.
So if you can get prison time after the statute of limitations, that essentially means there is no statute of limitations.
Again, I'm just going by what you just said based on statute of limitations. I'm going based on what you just said.
What? I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, you just said, like, not even a minute ago, that in regards to the 19 and 20-year thing that you just referenced, what is the morally relevant difference between a person staying here for 19 years and a person staying here for 20 years that allows for one to get deported and one to not get deported? So that could mean that there's some
wait, so you said
externalities
there
that
still
include
can
other
be a
crimes.
punishment without deportation. Is that your argument? That might make
I'm going
sense.
based on what you said. I assume that what
No,
you just
I'm
said
asking, is that what your
allows
view
for
is?
externalities. I mean, sure. Again, based on what you just said.
Not
there could be
sure.
externalities.
Is that your view?
Sorry, say it again, my bad.
Is that your view? Not sure. Is that your view?
Based on this issue, yeah.
Okay. So if your position is that they should be punished but they shouldn't be deported, couldn't you say that for anyone who came to the country undocumented?
No.
No?
No, I couldn't say that. And
Why
I don't know where the hell you even got that conclusion even from. Because no. No.
I said, why not?
Yeah, because again, what did I mention about statute of limitations? Again, the 20-year mark only makes it so that you can't be deported after the 20-year mark. There could still be other punishments. So if you come in undocumented or illegal, whatever you want to call it, even if, like, 1 year in, you could still get deported.
No, so 20 years in, I'm saying specifically what would be the other punishments, and couldn't you apply those punishments prior without deporting those that are in the country undocumented?
Well, one, in regards to this specifically, in regards to statute of limitations, I mean, sure, I guess. But then again, when it comes to the whole situation, statute of limitations tends to apply, and based on this scenario, because you asked me what I would prefer it to be, statute of limitations applies to the deportation aspect, not whether or not you go to prison or get a massive fine.
Okay, so I understand, but what you're again, there would be no charge that you could apply if there's a statute of limitations. So I don't even know what punishment you'd be able to apply. But even if you're considering still applying a punishment, I don't know why you couldn't say the same thing for people who are prior to statute of limitations, right? I just don't understand that.
Wait, there's still a punishment.
Secondly, I genuinely don't see why you're so hyper obsessed with holding them accountable, right, for committing the crime. It's no negative impact on our society as a whole that you're specifically referencing, or even positive impact on our society as a whole. It's just that you want to hold people accountable for committing crimes, and then you completely forget about that reasoning in reference to Donald Trump, and you're going to think I'm pivoting even bringing this up. Again, you just don't ever apply it any other context, even when Donald Trump's violating due process rights while deporting people, even when he's violated the law himself, and you guys didn't hold him accountable by voting for him. None of that's going to be relevant to you, or even him pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots, right? Like, none of that will be as relevant for you to, like, stop supporting Donald Trump. But for some reason, it's relevant on the other side to get you to stop supporting Democrats and to support Donald Trump instead.
Well, then again, I tend to be a lot more on the right than I ever will be on the left, so Democrats kind of falls, null and void for me on that end. Now, in regards to this specifically, I mean, again, you keep bringing up, like, the statute of limitations thing. Again, this keeps going based on the argument on which you asked me to go by. You asked me, in relation to statute of limitations, could there be a possible punishment even after statute of limitation expires? And I said yes. And then you asked me a hypothetical of, again, the 19 to 20-year person. What would be the morally relevant distinction that allows for one to be deported but not the other? That, again, statute of limitations. But again, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a punishment involved afterwards anyway. And you went with that argument. That's why you brought up the whole thing of a person being undocumented coming in the first place. Even before the 20-year mark comes into play. So, even then. But yeah. So in regards to the whole thing with the January 6th incident, do I think they're patriots? I could see why he said that. I personally don't even give a fuck, in my opinion. But again, I could see why he said that. I mean, everybody has the right to fight for what they believe is
The
right.
violent rioters who beat police officers, they're literally domestic terrorists, and you're saying you understand why Trump called domestic terrorists patriots?
Can you define domestic terrorism?
Yes. I think that they're going to be specifically causing suffering or pain on a mass scale, right? Influenced by political action or political views, right, within a society. I think that's typically how I would refer to it. I think I could probably provide you a more specific definition if I like listed it out or wrote it down.
Okay, just a clarifying question. If we talk about like Operation Iraqi Freedom, and back in '03 with the invasion of Iraq, we caused massive suffering for the
In the
general
invasion of
civilian
Iraq?
populace. Yeah, in '03.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Operation
that,
Iraq.
yeah, I would definitely consider that to be bad. You
We
agree with
were,
the invasion
you
of
would
Iraq?
consider us to be, where you would consider us to be domestic terrorists?
Yeah, I would consider people who were involved in perpetuating the Iraq War to be domestic terrorists. Yes.
Why? Wait, how? Also,
Yeah.
so, but you don't.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
technically
sorry.
they would be committing acts of terrorism on a world stage, but they would have impacts on people domestically. I guess not in a direct sense, sort of we would refer to like terrorists committing violence within the United States. But yeah, I mean, if you want to refer to it that way, I have no issue with referring to them as terrorists.
Uh-huh. So then
Because I
wouldn't you
mean,
be able to
technically, like, although it did have, let me clarify, chat. The domestic impacts were that there are negative impacts on American citizens, so they cause suffering within American citizens based on political motives. But it's also going to be not only just domestic terrorism, but also foreign terrorism as well. So I would say that it had implications on both perspectives, not only domestically but also internationally.
Okay, and in regards to the terrorist thing, the terrorism definition, what you just gave to me, couldn't that include virtually every single war ever fought in global history?
No, I don't think every
Why?
single war in global history would be referred to in that way.
Can you clarify as to why?
Like, I think that we had just or legitimate basis to fight against the Nazis in World War II. I don't think that the Iraq War was based on justified premises.
Well, okay, so...
Do you think the Iraq War was justified?
Generally, I would say yeah. But in regards
You think the
to
Iraq War was
specific-
justified?
I
Well,
would
I
say
just want to let you
both
know, most
invasions
people
of
in the
Iraq.
United States disagree with you.
I would say
That
both
is kind of a,
invasions of
I'm just
Iraq
going to
were
be totally honest with you, that's kind of a crazy take. Like, genuinely, that's a crazy take. Like, most people would say that's fucking unhinged now. Like, you think it was justified to engage in the Iraq War.
I would
Like,
say
again,
both invasions of Iraq were justified.
talk to any people in real life, they are going to massively disagree with you on this. Go and talk to people in real life. I'm serious. Go outside, touch some grass.
Yeah,
Even your
again,
own side,
I've
even your
spoken-
own side, by the way. Trump ran on being against the Iraq War. You remember that?
Okay, your point. And I disagree with him on that. Like again, I view
That's a
both
correct,
invasions of
dude.
Iraq
That
as
is such a crazy unhinged thing for that to be like the first fucking thing you brought up on the stream so far that you disagree with Trump on was that he's against the Iraq War and you're in support of it. Like, genuinely, that's a diabolical take, dude.
Yeah, okay, so a couple things. Like I said, I already agree with both invasions of Iraq, one in 1990, the other one in '03. But in regards to the whole
Dude,
thing,
this guy's
what do
just unhinged. You're just pro-war, right? You're a neocon?
well, okay, well, clarification. What's the issue with our invasion of Iraq in '03?
Say that again?
What was unjustified about the invasion of Iraq in '03?
Well, I think it was based upon like unjustified premises, like not only just Iraq, but in the rest of the context of the Middle East, because of the fact that there was claims that one, we were fighting for democracy, two, that there were weapons of mass destruction, three, we were fighting for the survival of people and for the betterment of their conditions, which none of those things were true.
Okay, can you prove that none of them were true?
Yeah, I do think that. Wait, you agree? You think that there were weapons of mass destruction?
I would say yeah.
What weapons of mass destruction were they?
Chemical warfare, and also biological warfare, as per what British Special Forces found in the very initial stages of the land invasion of Iraq.
And what's your source for this? That there were justified premises for this?
Here, I'll bring it up right now. Give me a second.
Alrighty. In the meantime, while he's looking this up, give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to ask about that as well. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Stefan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I would have to be able to clarify and verify the source of what you're referencing, of course, Stefan. Sydney, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sydney. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And by the way, it is probably getting near the end of our conversation because we're about an hour and 30 minutes in to our conversation, and I want to make sure to get on other people on the live.
I mean, well, in regards to this, so I'm just going to mention one thing. I'll just mention the source, and then if you want to drop me, obviously bring other people into the live, I'll gladly drop after this. So yeah, what's what I'm looking for here? Give me a second.
Okay. We'll give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Make sure to do so. Hit the thumbs up on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty.
Okay,
So give it a second.
So, yeah. So this is from the holy shit, the DNI.gov.
What's the title?
Iraq's continuing program of, my bad, 4 weapons of mass destruction. Key judgments from October 2002.
Wait, this is a claim from 2002. I need a report on like whether or not there were later on.
Well, again, this is from DNI.gov. If you want to take a look at it.
Yeah, I would like a source not from 2002, but from later on that goes over the report.
Okay, so I bring up a source. Okay, Jesus Christ. So I bring up a source and we're rejecting it. Okay.
Like there was pretty sure there's a report from the U.S. perspective and from the U.K. perspective as well.
Okay, reports from who specifically?
Both the UK and the US.
I know, I'm asking who made the reports in themselves.
Senate Intelligence and Committee report, and then the CHIL COC report.
Okay, so just a couple things. One, where can I find the report from the United States? Where can I find that report? And then where can I find the report from the UK?
By looking it up. I just told you what to look up.
Repeat it.
The Senate and Intelligence Committee report, which was a 2-phase investigation. And then the CHIL COC report from the UK perspective. Alrighty. Well, you can look that up. I'm going to go on to the next person here.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too, man. Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Cameron, thank you so much for the $4.20. Hi, Alyssa. Hope you're doing well. Jordan, thank you so much for the $30. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I would have if I saw that from now. Thank you very much. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. And if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I still don't have any response back about my Cash App. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that back yet. Chat. It's so sad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I support some of his policies, but not all of them.
Hold up. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I think like the point that you made about tariffs before, you weren't complete. You're saying that tariffs are bad. Yeah, they're bad, but he was fighting to make them lower overall.
No,
Like,
he wasn't. He was fighting to increase them because he thought it would bring back manufacturing to our country.
I don't mean the U.S. tariffs. I mean the other countries. So, European Union ended up lowering tariffs to 15% and leaving tariffs, I think, near zero for cars. Asia, most countries dropped tariffs. China dropped tariffs. So overall, it was a negotiation.
Overall, the China has increased tariffs. I don't see an overall decrease in tariffs with China, right? Name any of the countries that you had an overall decrease outside of the EU.
Vietnam dropped tariffs.
Wait, lower than what they were originally?
Yeah.
What were they originally, and what are they now?
They were like, I'm not sure, but on my mind, but they were like 41 and dropped to 20 something.
What's your source?
Overall. I don't have it here, man. You're always asking for sources. I don't have all sources in my head, like specific details of everything.
Do you want to look it up? I'll give you time.
No, you can look it up if you want, or the chat can look it up. But it's pretty well known that many countries dropped tariffs. So if you want to make a point about tariffs on what Donald Trump did, you have to look at the overall result, not just say, oh, he's increasing tariffs and it's bad. Like, he increased tariffs on many things that are justified in terms of national defense. Now you have like a AI race, right? And AI is dangerous for cybersecurity and other stuff. So it's not so unintelligent to raise tariffs in areas where you can have problems in national security.
Wait, so then isn't that something Trump is harming then?
No, he's protecting the country because
No,
he's
he just
increasing
wait, but if he
tariffs in
places
those
tariffs
areas, so
across
you
the
have
board,
national production.
then it would impact those,
What?
correct?
What?
It would impact
again,
those,
sir.
correct?
If you want to make a sector of the economy more secure, you should raise tariffs so you produce it inside the country.
So if you want to, okay, so you're saying Trump's policies have increased the likelihood of it being developed in the United States, then why has real domestic manufacturing investment declined since Trump got in office?
Well, there was an increase in production in areas where he increased tariffs, like steel production, many factories opening. And steel is like important for chips and tanks and other stuff if a war starts.
Right, steel was tariffed under both administrations.
Yeah, but it was increased now.
So you increased the steel tariff?
Why I don't understand the question.
Are you saying they increased the steel tariff?
Yeah, they increased the overall steel tariffs. And
How much?
Also, I'm not sure. I know, like, overall, I don't have all the data in my mind. You can search it up if you want.
Okay, and by the way, increasing the steel tariff, has that led to an increase in the amount of steel production?
National, yeah.
Okay, and
or
what's
even
your...
some news about factories reopening.
Say that again?
There were even some news about factories opening in the U.S.
Well, one thing I would say is that under Trump's term, we've seen a decrease in real domestic manufacturing investment. So if you're saying that the level of manufacturing has increased since Trump's got in office, I don't think there's good arguments for that.
I'm not saying it's increased overall. I can agree with you that it decreased because he really did increase tariffs too much. But what I'm saying is other countries also lowered tariffs because of this negotiation tactic that he used. And also he raised tariffs in...
Well, I just want to let you know, right now, the steel production is lower than what it was in terms of the average of the Biden-Harris administration.
like what's the source and
Yeah, this is from the
what
World Steel Association.
and what was the before
Yeah,
production before
so
and now?
the average under Biden's was like between the high 6,000s to 7,500 tons. And this is, I'm pretty sure it's on a monthly basis. And then now it's at 6,800,000 tons.
Well, I have to look that up, but my point was that tariffs, of course, tariffs can have harmful effects in the economy, but he tried to negotiate for other countries to lower them, and it happened. And also, tariffs can be used for national security. So, like we have China pressing Taiwan to invade, so it's not so.
So then those should be hyper-specific on certain industries, not across the board, which has decreased the level of manufacturing investment in this country. So again, under the Biden-Harris
Yeah.
administration, we saw a massive boom in manufacturing investment. Since Trump's got in office, we've seen a decline. Under Trump's first term, there's also a decline as well.
Yeah, like I can agree with you on that, but if you can see that many countries drop tariffs, like their tariffs against the U.S., and that will have a long-term effect. Like you can't look at economy in 1 or 2 years. The effect that the European Union lowering tariffs on cars will take like 5 or 6 years to be noticeable.
Okay, you're saying that you want to reduce tariffs overall. Trump literally advocated to increase tariffs overall. So even if there's
I'm
a decrease in
saying from the
tariffs from
other
other
countries
countries around the
against the
world,
US.
the tariff that he's increasing is causing it to go up even more. And if you're saying, oh, well, it's only one-sided, specifically it's us imposing on them, well, what you're not understanding is who pays that tariff.
No, I'm
Who,
not saying
who
that.
pays that
You're
tariff? When we impose a
misunderstanding.
tariff on another country, who pays for that tariff?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he made other countries lower their tariffs against the U.S.
So answer the question. When we impose a tariff on another country, who pays for that?
I already know that. It's the consumer. I'm not saying that
The American
it's
consumer.
good
So
that
it's us that's paying for it. So it's making the conditions worse for our country. So how is that America first?
Dude, you're not getting my point. I'm saying that other countries like the EU lowered the tariffs they had against the U.S. No, I'm not saying that it's good that Trump.
I know you've
put
repeated
higher
that same
tariffs.
talking point multiple times. I get it. I don't see how that overall makes conditions better when we've imposed tariffs on them as well, which would make them actually pay less and us pay more. So if anything, that would be like EU first, not US first.
Yeah, like I can agree with you on that because I think it's like a tactic from him to get votes. But because he's like saying, oh no, I made billions on tariff profits when it's not really profits. But what I'm saying is he really made other countries lower their tariffs a lot. And that's good for the US overall.
How so?
That's my point. So if he never had increased tariffs so much and negotiated with the EU and Asia and other countries, they would have never dropped tariffs. And
I asked
not
you how it
only
was
tariffs,
better.
They were.
How does it make
Huh?
it better for our country? Because he's imposing tariffs to a greater extent, which is causing our consumers to have to pay more. I think he's making it
It's
better
not a
for the
greater extent
consumers
because you're
of
not.
those other countries, not for us.
Yeah, but you're looking at the real percentage of increase. When you're not looking is the bureaucracy increase and regulation increase. Because the EU and Brazil and other countries who are over-regulating, like Google, Meta, and many
Okay,
other companies.
I don't know
with
what
the
you're now making a
fines.
separate point. A change in regulations is
No, it's not a
different
separate
than
point.
specifically
It's not a
referencing
separate
just
point.
tariffs here.
It's not a separate point because tariffs
is.
can be. No. I'll explain why it's not. Tariffs are not just direct on a percentage of what you tax when the product is coming in. Tariffs can be something indirect made through bureaucracy. So when you say, I'm going to fine Apple and I'm going to fine Google billions of dollars because they made something I don't agree with, it's an indirect tariff. Do you understand?
No, can you try to repeat one more time?
So imagine that the EU says that because Elon Musk didn't put some policies censoring their people, the X will have to pay $100 billion or like 2 billion to the EU. That's an indirect tariff. That's like taxing the companies that are from America and producing work or service in EU. So when the EU was making tariffs, indirect tariffs through bureaucracy, they were taxing Google, Meta, X, and many others because they weren't following their policy. So that's an indirect tariff. You understand?
So what particular regulations have changed? And no, that's not a tariff. Those are different.
It's an indirect tariff.
No, it's not. That's not a tariff. And this
Then-
whole
then
indirect
what
tariff
is
thing,
it
no
to-
economist has
then
ever
what is
even
it to-
agreed that's a thing. You made this up.
No, I didn't make this
You
up.
actually
Many
did. What
economists say
economist
this.
says this?
Many economists look at
Name
Milton
one.
Friedman or
Milton Friedman did not say
Ludwig-
this.
Ludwig von Mises.
Ludwig, sorry, I can't speak. Ludwig von Mises did not say that either. They were actually both
Yes, they
against
did.
this. I'm sorry, they were both against
They were
this?
against tariffs, yeah.
Yeah, they were against tariffs. So, like, I don't know why
And
you're
they were against
arguing
also
that.
over-regulation. That's what I'm talking about. Bureaucracy is an
You're
indirect
not
form of
understanding, though.
taxation.
That's this whole concept that you just created. You just lied and said that they said that.
No, dude. What? You have taxes, right? Like, just look.
They
at the
never said
national
the
level.
indirect
You-
tariff thing. Like, Milton Friedman and Ludwig von Mises never
They
said
said-
that. Those are just two economists you knew off the top of your head, so you decided to say it.
No, I
You
didn't.
know
I
that
can
I'm right.
name
You
more.
can you admit that you just
Fred-
made that up?
No, you're not right. You're wrong.
Admit that you
Frederick
admit that you
Hayek-
made it up.
I didn't make it up.
You did. You did
Can
not
I-
see
can I
that they
explain
said
that?
that. I promise
Can
you
I
they didn't
explain
say
the
that.
point?
Wait, and if you
Then
agree
can I
with
explain?
if you agree with Milton Friedman, well then you would agree that undocumented immigrants being in the country is actually beneficial. He actually said that it
Yeah.
would be preferable that they are undocumented. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, but let me get to my point because you're trying to move the point now.
Oh, okay. You know I'm
yeah,
right.
Let me finish the point that I was making. Ludwig von Mises, Frederick Hayek, Murray
None of
Rothbard,
them said what
Milton
you're
Fried-
talking
Milton
about.
Friedman.
You're literally
Milton
just
Friedman.
saying economists. They do not agree with you.
Yeah, I'm saying libertarian Austrian economists. Let me explain you then.
Go ahead.
All of them spoke about taxes. I'm saying in the national level now, and indirect taxes, which is called interventionism, bureaucracy, and overregulation.
Has the
When you
term
are-
specifically indirect tariff ever been used by them?
Can I finish my point or not?
Can you answer my question?
Indirect tariff, if it was used directly by them.
Yeah, has that been used directly by them?
No, not directly.
Okay. So you just made that up.
No, I didn't make it up. I can explain you the logical.
You said you
deduction
got the
of
term
why
from
they-
Milton Friedman, and then now you're acknowledging you didn't.
No, I didn't say I got the term. I said that they advocated for this, that they would say the same thing.
They wouldn't even say that this is a quote-unquote indirect. Now, they would argue against regulation, not disputing you there, but they wouldn't necessarily even use the term indirect tariff.
They use the term indirect tax, which is the same thing. Aren't
Okay.
you the one who says
if
that
you
tariffs are a
if
tax
you will
on
reference an
consumers?
indirect tax, they might have said something like that. But this whole notion
They
of
might,
quote
they
unquote
said,
indirect
it's
tariff
like
is
obvious.
separate. And by the way, again,
Look.
the idea of saying it's indirect tariff, I think, is a bit absurd, right? To reference that particular
yeah, it's absurd
evaluation.
to say
Just
indirect
because
tariff,
listen,
but it's-
listen, just because our regulations being imposed on other countries in terms of the products that we think that they need to have, does that mean that we're tariffing those countries?
If it's over-regulating and causing them to lose money, yeah, it's an indirect tariff. Just like, didn't you say that tariffs are an indirect tax on consumers? Weren't you just said that before?
No, I do believe that tariffs are a tax on American importers importing their products, and it's passed down to the American consumers.
Yeah, so how is it non-logical to say that bureaucracy in those terms is also making indirect tariffs, which is indirect tax?
I don't think that your designation here in terms of a indirect tariff even made any sense, and even so, I don't think that you would apply that to other goods in this context. Regardless, I genuinely don't care much about this difference in the way that we use the terms to care.
Like you're saying that taxes, tariffs are indirect taxes on consumers. And then you cannot see that bureaucracy that is fining companies for censoring people is an indirect tariffs on those companies.
No, I wouldn't consider an indirect tariff. No, I wouldn't.
But you're fining them for billions of dollars. The same thing as
Yeah, I don't think
making them
regulations
pay
are the
to
same as a
enter.
tariff.
It's not the same. Okay, so a company has to imagine Facebook wants to
Like, wait,
work-
hold on. Let me just clarify. There are other regulations that are not tariffs. Do you agree? Can
Yeah.
a European country have a regulation on one of the goods that we're sending to their country without it being designated as a tariff?
Yeah, if it's
Okay, that's all I'm
based on
saying.
free market.
Okay.
If it's based
At this
on free
point,
market
can
policy,
you
yeah.
can you just like give me a relevant point here? I genuinely don't care how you define it at this point. I don't want to
I
keep
just
talking about
said
how we define
that-
it over and over again.
Okay, I just said that we were talking about you saying that the percentage was higher on the tariffs that Trump imposed compared to the decrease in other countries. And what I'm saying is that there's an indirect taxation caused by bureaucracy that these countries were applying, and they were fining Apple.
So then what was
Google,
the difference?
Meta, X. So I'm
No, well-
saying that you cannot look just to percentage. You have to look about the regulation and over regulation.
What difference in regulation?
There was a decrease in fines, and
For
the
what?
EU had fines on Google and Meta that they dropped.
On for what?
Search it.
No, tell me on what? What were the decrease in fines on?
No, they had like court cases against the American companies, which they stopped.
Okay, so I am asking like what was the regulation change?
There wasn't a regulation change. The fines weren't applied.
Okay, I don't even know what you're talking about. Repeat what you just said.
There wasn't a regulation change. The fines that they had against those companies weren't applied. They were like in court having a case, saying that they would make them pay, but they didn't.
The digital regulation, they actually are continuing to enforce that.
Yeah,
They
but,
recently
not
fined
the-
Twitter 141 million for transparency violations.
Yeah, but they didn't find Google and Meta and Apple.
I don't see any basis for saying that. If you'd like to provide a source on that.
I already told you I don't have my computer here. I don't want to be searching sources, but you can check it out.
You could do that. I can thank some people and talk to someone while you do that if you'd like to.
It's okay. I'll search them.
You said you'll search it? Okay, for sure. Alrighty, I have a few people to thank in the meantime. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Ellie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so funny. That's so funny. Thank you so much, Ellie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jordan, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you please say hi to my girlfriend? Absolutely. Hi to Jordan's girlfriend. I hope you're having a good night. As well as Kevin, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Kevin in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Kevin in the comment section right now. By the way, everyone, we have about an hour or so left on the live, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We have about an hour or so left on the live. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, it's Harry and Moses.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed here on the TikTok screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me on YouTube Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the... Oh, did I accidentally kick that other guy? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, how are you?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I support Donald Trump.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Of course Donald Trump, because Kamala Harris was not Christian and she was anti-Christian. She basically held anti-Christian beliefs. She was someone who spread hatred and discrimination towards Christianity because of her role claims. And also because she was
Wait, can I
someone who
clarify?
wanted to-
She is Christian.
Yes. But she one time she said in her life, didn't you but she was supposed to be anti-Christian. I saw her performance.
She's
She was
not
supposed to-
anti-Christian. She is Christian herself.
Well, what about her abortion policies? I mean, she supports abortion. Of course, she should be president because she supports an abortion. Imagine giving power to someone like that.
Supporting legal access to abortion is actually what Donald Trump does in many states. So if you said supporting legal access to abortion means that you're not Christian, then you agree Donald Trump is not Christian, correct?
What about the fact that Trump actually made the country better when it comes economically speaking? Like, there are a lot of states.
Can you
who
respond to
actually
what I
benefit
just said?
economically because of it.
Do you agree
But
that Donald
that's-
Trump is
Trump
not
is pro-life.
Christian?
Trump is pro-life. So was Charlie Queer. Both of them pro-life. I mean,
Trump literally
obviously,
wants it to be left up to the states, correct? Meaning he wants there to be legal access to abortion in certain states. Meaning he's not Christian under your view because he's advocating for legal access to abortion.
But he was actually it can't be.
Oh,
No.
oh.
No.
You don't like that, do you? You know that you just got cooked.
No.
You know that
Everything I
cooked
believe was
you.
a lie.
You've got nothing.
Everything I believe was a lie. Everything what I believe was a lie. I can't believe I was betrayed.
Okay, I think they were trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, again, tap that screen, everyone, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
I'm trying to.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, what the hell? Oh, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I definitely would have picked Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I would say my number one reason for supporting Donald Trump would probably be his economic policies.
Okay. What economic policies?
I think my favorite thing is honestly the tariffs.
Okay. What is the tariff?
So I think my favorite tariff is taxing China.
No, I said, what is a tariff?
Oh, what is a tariff?
Mm-hmm.
A tariff is when stuff gets imported into USA and we tax the people sending it to us. Something like that.
Who pays the tax?
The people who pay the tax are the place we buy it from.
No. The person who pays the tax is the American business importing the product, and it's passed down mostly to the American consumer, increasing the cost of consumer products in this country.
So why don't you tax my asshole? With a little bit of cum, why don't you?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? I can't
Hello?
hear when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Okay, they're having a hard time figuring that out. Let's go on to the next person. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, yeah.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Really only one reason, honestly. I don't really like him as a person, but I've seen how immigration can affect countries poorly, so I respect his policies and border control.
Okay.
Due to
How
that.
could it impact a country that's so bad?
I mean, you definitely already know about this, and you'll probably have a good. I'm not even gonna say good. You'll have a counter argument, like, for example, the Somalis in Michigan right now. You've seen the videos on like the fake daycares and stuff. They scam the system. They scam the government. Also Europe.
Can I ask you a question?
RAPE, grape.
Do you
grape has
think an
increased.
allegation of a crime is evidence that someone has committed it?
It's pretty proven. Did you see the
Wait,
Nick Tracy video?
has there
where
been
it
a
was literally-
conviction, or is it just is it currently under investigation?
It's under investigation.
So it's not currently a conviction?
The government's in on it. Also,
Wait, have someone been convicted yet? Yes or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so if there's
Because
an
that's just one example. That's
if
just
there's
an
an
example in the
allegation of a
United
crime,
States.
then you do believe it prior to a conviction. So let me ask you this question: do you accept the allegations against Donald Trump in the Epstein files?
I thought you were gonna say E. Jean Carroll. I didn't think you were gonna say Epstein files. What allegations specifically in the Epstein files? If that was wasn't that what's it called? What do you and Dean say when someone like evades an argument? Basically, what's the word?
Evades.
Didn't you just fuck? I'm pretty fried right now. What's the word? You just basically ignored what I was saying in general. Like
I didn't ignore what you said.
Yeah, you pivoted. That was a pivot, no?
No, I didn't. I addressed exactly what you said. I addressed the
don't know about the
reasoning, and I
Epstein
applied
files.
your reasoning to a specific scenario. You said that you accept an allegation, right, as evidence that someone committed a crime. Well, then, how about all the FBI tips against Donald Trump talking about how he abused girls and women, and even saw someone like literally murder?
Buddy, I believe E. Jean Carroll. I was talking about immigration. Like you.
Wait,
realize
you believe E. Jean Carroll, and yet you still support Donald Trump?
I told you. Because of immigration, do I have to like you?
Wait, you believe E. Jean Carroll was raped by Donald Trump, and you support a rapist because you slightly agree with his immigration policy?
She was sexually assaulted in the store.
You don't think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
I believe it was sexual assault. Right? Isn't that what the? I just believe.
Do you believe that forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
Yeah, that's technically.
That's what happened.
Definition, no, that's technically. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what happened. So it is rape. The judge said, in fact, that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Were we talking about E. Jean Carroll or immigration, Parker?
Wait, you said that you do believe E. Jean Carroll, so I decided to have a conversation about that. We can finish talking about this, and then we can continue with the point we were referencing. Because I thought it was relevant to even talk about. Because genuinely, if you believe E. Jean Carroll, if you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist, why do you still support him?
Parker, we had two options in the presidency. I explained to you how I know immigration can be bad, and I know what you guys say. The GDP, bro. Yeah, you bring people in, the GDP is going to increase. Yes, that's how it works. But I'm using Europe as an example about how some of these people don't. I'm going to say the word. I'm going to say it, Parker. Assimilate. They don't assimilate properly. And it's just common sense.
Is this a response to my point? I'm asking you, do you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist?
He was convicted. So
do you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist, yes or no?
Yeah.
You do. You believe that he's a rapist, yet you still would vote for him because you think his immigration policy is better. What do you dislike about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's immigration policy that would mean that you would want to support a rapist?
I was not talking about E. Jean Carroll, Parker.
You brought it up. You said that you believe her, so I obviously want to address that.
Epstein files. You brought up the Epstein files, which is just like hearsay.
Which doesn't even reference E. Jean Carroll. I didn't even reference E. Jean Carroll. You brought it up.
No, I know, because that's something he's been convicted of. That's what I thought
he was held liable
in the first place.
No, I was referencing. You said an allegation of a crime is evidence to believe that it happened, and I said essentially then you should accept all the FBI tips about how Donald Trump has assaulted people.
You know what, Parker? I will. You know what? I'll take that as a concession. That. Yeah, I want to back on my word. You know what? Okay, because I don't think rape is good in any way. Sexual assault.
So you wouldn't vote for Trump.
No, I also don't like Zionist cucks, which Trump is. So you know what? I don't like immigration though. Europe is an example.
Okay. Well, you didn't even really bring up any of the points you really disagree with on immigration. Seems like he was just trying to come up here. He didn't actually support Trump. He was just trying to debate me on immigration. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I'm 25. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick. I'm just...
So, by the way, that was the person spamming the comment section earlier. They did it just to do that. They literally spammed the comment section for like 30 minutes just to do that. I genuinely don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm like 35, dude. I'm old as shit.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but not in the for the reasons that I think a lot of these other people do.
Can I clarify? If you could go back in time with the information that you have right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think the question is like fundamentally flawed because you're asking me to choose between voting for somebody where I know what they would have done versus the unknown, and I'm always going to choose knowledge. So,
Okay.
Trump.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Would you rather vote for Hitler or someone that you don't know? Because you said you would always pick someone that you knew. So would you rather
I didn't
vote
say
for
I would
Hitler
always pick
or
somebody
someone you
that I
don't
knew.
know?
No, I didn't say I always would pick somebody that I knew. I said that the question in itself.
That's
is flawed
actually
because you're
exactly what you
asking me
just
to
said.
choose.
You
I
said that
didn't
you'd
say
always pick
always. I
knowledge over
said
not knowledge. And by the way, you could have easily known about Kamala Harris. It was very obvious that we could have looked up that information. She had a over 70-page document on exactly what her policies were.
Right, but I mean, a paper document is a paper document. How am I going to know for sure that's exactly how she would have moved? You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no idea.
You don't know
Like,
100%, but you're going to base it upon what they advocate for in terms of what they're going to do. Based upon your reasoning, you
No,
couldn't
so
believe
this is-
so based upon your reasoning, you couldn't believe anything about any candidate ever running for office.
I never do. Let's be clear.
Okay, I think that's absurd. I think it's absurd to say that you can't have a determination of any of the policies of any candidate prior to them running for office or prior
A
to them being in
determination
office.
versus a certainty are two completely different concepts. Like, I don't
think
believe
you
that
need certainty
any
to make
politician actually
assertions.
tells it. If I may finish, I don't think any politician in America does what they say that they're going to do, right? You just hope for the best and like cross your fingers. But the reason why and support is a very strong, word. The reason why I'm not happy that I'm content with the fact that he's president solely because I think things need to change as far as like fundamentally how things are run. Like, there's no reason why an actual, person who is a felon should still be able to be president. I think that.
So a felon shouldn't be allowed to be president, but you wanted them to be in the point of political office. Like,
I didn't want him to be
You
in a
prefer him being
political office.
president.
What I want is change. So if there is something that's wrong and broken with the American justice and or election system and or any type of realm of American politics, and we need a fucking harsh and disgusting face full of like orange realization, like, hey, no, we need to make some changes.
Okay, I really don't feel like they actually support Trump. I feel like they just wanted to talk. Or they're accelerationists. Either way, I don't want to have that conversation. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Leo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Well, of course I do.
And what's your birth year?
It is 2007.
And you said you're 19?
No, I said I was 18.
Okay, and if you could go back in time with the information you have right now, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, of course. I mean,
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
he's been our president once. He's just like changing the America.
He said
and, like,
19? Yeah, he did. That's what I thought. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And what's your birth year?
04.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. I want to build on the a couple guys before that came on here talking about Minnesota. You extremely pivoted right there. I want your full opinion on what he was saying.
On the situation, I didn't pivot. I literally just said that if you believe in allegations of crimes to be a legitimate basis of determining that they've done it, well, then you could say that you specifically believe that about the Epstein files as well. That was the conversation we had about it. What do you want to know specifically? I don't make a determination until the criminal conviction.
Did you watch the videos?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, but so the individual goes into these buildings with 20 different funded programs with healthcare, childcare, and they will not let him in, will not talk to him, will not do anything. I see complete fraud, complete government abuse.
And that will be
So
determined
if
by
it
the
becomes
court
true, though-
system. What's your point?
If it becomes true, though, what's your response to it? What do you think of it? Are you going to support? You supported Kamala and Tim Walz as a ticket. Is that going to?
That's not a
degrade your
reflective
view
of Tim Walz at all. That's just saying that someone
Well,
has committed fraud.
It's his state, though. A
So
complete
if someone
reflection of it.
commits fraud within their state, that means the person who's running the state is held accountable for that?
I mean, it's a systematic fraud of.
Can I ask
of
you that
millions and
question
millions of
again?
dollars.
Do you believe that because someone committed fraud within a particular state, you're saying the person who's the governor or the leader of that state, right, should be held accountable for the person who commit fraud within that state?
Depends on the circumstances, I would say. I mean, can we?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Can you
Was there
directly
fraud?
blame
What,
Tim Walz right
has
now?
there been fraud committed under Trump's administration?
That's not what you're pivoting. That's not what we're talking
No,
about.
I'm
We're
not.
talking about specific.
For example, you believe Donald Trump believes there was election fraud committed in the 2020 election. Who was president?
I could care less about the election.
Who
fraud
was
that Trump
president?
believes. I
Who was
care
who
about
was
Minnesota.
president? Who was president?
I care about Minnesota.
Trump. It
Care
was
less
Trump.
about-
So then if Trump was the president and fraud was committed when he was in office, you're saying he should be blamed for that fraud. Are you saying that Trump caused the fraud that rigged the election against him?
So you're just pulling a correlative example that you can just pull and compare and try to prove the point wrong.
Reductio ad absurdum.
Sure. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
It's the logical
I
conclusion of
still-
your argument.
I want your opinion. So if this comes to be and there's charges filed, so Tim Walz is not at fault at all then? In your
Not at
words?
all. Carter, I
Not at
appreciate
all.
it. Thank you for the starlight. Yeah, not at all. I don't see how at all they had any relation to this.
So then what's your opinion on the funding being pulled from Minnesota? Is that directly Trump or is that other people or
What
is that not
funding
real?
being
What
pulled?
Is there any funding being pulled from? I mean, Walz came out and talked about on a press conference about funding being pulled from Minnesota taxpayers and himself.
I'd have to see the context. I haven't been paying attention to Minnesota politics that much.
No, all right. Well, if you don't want to expand on it, that's about all I got to ask. But I joined just to expand on the other individual's conversation. I don't know. If
Can
he
you
was
agree that just
trolling
because
you.
fraud happens under your administration that you're not responsible for that fraud? Right? Like that had nothing to do with
It
Walz.
directly ties into the illegal immigration and all the subsidy we give to Somalia.
Wait, was the
that-
person who did this an undocumented immigrant?
We don't know. No, we have no idea. But
You have no clue? So then why'd you make that claim? Push the galaxy. Thank you, Elena.
about I mean, there's
You said it
many
relates to
different-
undocumented immigration. If you have no evidence that they're an undocumented immigrant, what makes you think that?
I'm assuming.
Did you say sue you?
I'm assuming.
Oh. Why are you assuming someone's undocumented?
I mean, I'm assuming some of the different Somalians in Minnesota who are receiving the millions and millions of dollars are dispersing to other illegals that are from Somalia, which
Oh, do you have
probably pretty
wait? Do you
likely
have
that's the
any
case.
evidence that any of the people committing fraud were undocumented that were Somali?
I mean, I'm not going to go and do research into evidence. I mean,
So you're not going
is
to
there,
look for evidence for the claims that you make?
I mean, you should, as a person, and your standpoint in the political space. But me, as someone who has no connection to it, no, I don't have to. I can have my own opinions.
So that doesn't mean you don't need evidence for your positions, especially if you go on a live in front of 8,000 people and say them.
I could care less, and you got 5.2.
You do 5 plus 3.5. I have 3.5 thousand
you're
people
counting
watching on YouTube. Yeah.
When I mean, overall, the only reason I came up here is because I've watched you a bit because it's fun to see your arguments. You're good at it. That was one of the first dudes to actually get you to really pivot. It was cool.
That wasn't a pivot.
That dude's
That was
great.
called a reductio ad absurdum. You said you didn't know what it is. What I'm doing is I'm taking his own reasoning. Let me explain. I'm taking his own reasoning. He said that he believes that this is true without evidence for the claim, without even a criminal conviction. But then again, he doesn't believe any of the allegations in terms of the Epstein files, in terms of all the tips to the FBI. That's not a pivot. Do you want to, you have to come back into the app. I can't hear you at all. I currently do not hear you. Alrighty, yeah, I do hear you now.
All right, I thought it was pretty cool how when I specifically brought up, is it Tim Walz' fault? You immediately went into, no, we have to damage control Kamala with Walz. I mean, it's crazy.
I demonstrated that it wasn't
Walz
Tim Walz's fault. No, I demonstrated it wasn't Tim Walz's fault. Just because it's happened under their administration does not mean they caused it or they did anything that led to those conditions. That's a correlation causation fallacy.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm inferencing right now. I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but I mean, it could be. And if it is, do you still support Tim Walz if he is indicted under this or
if he is involved with the fraud?
Yeah.
If Tim Walz was involved with the fraud, which there's no evidence of.
Involved with facilitating the Somalian corruption within our government to be able to abuse taxpayer money. What is your opinion then? Are you going to support Kamala after that? Because
they increase the ability to be able for them to do that. I don't see any evidence for that even. And if there was evidence of this, that wouldn't be reason to necessarily not support him. That would just be reason to say that you don't like his particular views on that or something. But even then, again, in this scenario, there's again literally no basis to say that he was involved.
Well, I mean, overall though, if he was involved, I mean, Kamala did give him the whole entrust of being the vice president of our country. The fact that you would give someone that's committing fraud of what I think.
Wait, did you just say that Tim Walz was committing fraud? What evidence do you have that Tim Walz committed fraud?
Again, I do not need the evidence. It's my opinion. I think.
You don't need evidence. That's just your opinion. That's not how you do
need
things.
Evidence, Parker.
Wait. Why do I need evidence and you don't? That's such a dishonest thing to say.
You are in the political space.
That doesn't change anything. Wait, hey, dude. We're both people. We both require evidence for the claims that we make. Just because I have a platform, that doesn't mean that I need a source and you don't. That is the most embarrassing thing for you to say. And by the way, you can still engage in defamation. You know that, right? You just said someone committed fraud with no evidence they committed fraud. Can I So can people in the comment section claim that about you? Anything they want?
I could care less.
Okay, you could care less if they claim whatever they want about you.
Yeah, I mean, you have no idea who I am.
They don't need evidence. They don't need evidence, so you can make up whatever claim you want about him in the comment section, everyone.
Go for it.
All the people in the comment section saying Andy has a tiny penis. Like now you can't even dispute that because the fact that they can claim whatever they want, right? And you said they have justification to do that because they don't need evidence.
Sure, freedom of speech, yes. I'm not a political player.
No, we're not saying that you don't have freedom of speech. We're saying that you just need evidence for the claims that you say.
All right, sure, bro. I mean, I'm bringing you up my opinions and what I see, and I'm getting your opinion on it. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. I understand that you're giving me your opinion, but I'm asking you for evidence. And if you don't have evidence, there's no justification or reason for you to believe said opinion.
Pull up the videos of it. Then I'm just looking for your opinion on it, and I joined.
I already gave you my response.
I joined just because the other guy finally. I mean, he had you pivot. He had you.
That's not a pivot. You don't even know what a pivot is.
Yes, you did. You immediately went to Epstein files. You immediately did.
That's not a pivot. Listen,
it was hilarious.
It's called it's not a pivot because I was making a comparison. I explained this multiple times to you. I know you have a hard time with tracking basic fucking facts of reality, but I have already explained this to you multiple times. Tenacious, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Minnesota in here. This is a really complex situation. There's a lot of money being spent in Minnesota to distort this issue. Yeah, I'll have to make sure to look into it.
All right, yo. I mean, I'm done with it. I just joined for some laughs.
So you're just gonna run away now? You're scared?
No. I just love riling you up, bro. It's fucking.
You didn't even rile me up.
I mean, you did raise your tone of voice a little. Gotta admit. So I appreciate.
I raised my tone of voice. If
Just
that's
a bit
the
above
best
the
you got,
normal
so your whole
tone.
thing was to come up here and rage bait me. That's the whole reason why you came up on the stream, and you utterly failed. It's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, I mean, I got a nice laugh out of it though. I'm happy about it.
Of
You
course
good?
you did. But I mean,
And
I got
I
a
gotta say
nice
the
laugh at
last
the fact
thing.
that you literally had no evidence for anything you had to say, and yet you specifically
Sure.
said I needed evidence, but you don't need anything.
You need evidence because you have a platform. Again, I'm
That
done
doesn't
talking
change
about it, but
anything.
Also, though,
You are
Dean,
currently on a
Dean is
platform
a.
right now. Wait, you said if you were on a platform, you need a source. You are on a
If I had a
platform right now.
platform. No. If I had a platform, I don't.
Okay, so again, you're making a claim that anyone can say whatever they want about you, and you have no issue with
Sure.
it, even if it was
Go for it.
defamation.
Nobody knows who I am. Nobody knows.
It's just ridiculous, though, Andy. Just because someone makes a claim does not mean it's accurate. You have to understand. Wait, okay, wait. So then,
Of course I know. Come on. Come on. Dean would do better than this. He's a better debater. Come on.
that was a rage bait. That was totally rage
I'm
bait.
just, no. Real shit though. I like Dean a little more. I gotta say.
And why is that?
I like his debating. I mean, you're very hypothetical, and a lot of times. I mean, I took you into hypotheticals just to get a rise out of it. But Dean's a little more fact-based, though. I like it.
How so?
I mean, I've watched a good amount of hours of both of you just when I'm sitting around, just seeing what all the libs think. And no, Parker, you aren't a lib though. You know what you're talking about. You're really smart. Like the people in your comment section though, not too good.
You're not answering my question. You said Dean is more fact-based, and he doesn't use hypothetical scenarios.
I loved when he went. I don't know the exact name of it, but the thing with that Charlie Kirk was on. That little talking point thing. Were you on that too or no?
Yes, and didn't Dean use a hypothetical scenario?
I mean, man, I said that just to troll you, but I don't.
I know. You said all of this to troll me, but you understand that it's not like really trolling if it doesn't rage bait me at all, if it literally doesn't even do anything,
No,
if it's just
trolling
incorrect.
it's because I get a laugh out of it. That's why.
You get a laugh out of being wrong.
No,
Well, I got a laugh out of you being stupid.
No.
I mean, if you just make if you think it's funny that you make incorrect claims, well, yeah, we're laughing at you, but I don't think it would be funny for you.
It's absolutely hilarious. You've let me sit on this live for this long to entertain myself. That's the thing. Insane.
Do you want a cookie?
Fuck yeah.
Aw. You got your little attention. Does that make you feel good now?
No, bro. I'm just bored. I don't.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, that was such a crazy thing to say on their behalf. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31. You pivot a lot, bro.
Oh, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to tell me I'm paid by the DNC too?
So real quick, the whole Minnesota thing, there's not just allegations. There's people that have actually verbally briefed him, and actual confirmations of meetings where they verbally briefed Tim Walz about this issue. First, when they got sued by nonprofits, and then not only that, but the actual Human Services Department of Minnesota has been telling Tim Walz about this issue, and it wasn't a big issue until it was nationally known, and now Tim Walz is trying to cover up for it. So it's not just allegations; it's Tim Walz just not doing a good job.
Okay. Well, you would just say that those are different allegations about it that he was
They're
told
not
specifically in these
allegations
contexts.
they're
Now,
not
can I please
allegations when you've been
finish?
verbally
It's
briefed.
okay. You can let me finish. Thank you for the galaxy.
Stop calling
by the
them
way.
allegations. It's
Hey,
actual
dude.
fraud that
Hey,
was
dude.
committed.
Hey, dude. The
under Tim
allegations.
Walz's watch.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. The allegations I was talking about was allegations towards the people who are to have alleged to have committed fraud. They allegedly committed fraud, and I'm saying until there's been a conviction, they are allegations as of the moment. Now, if you're saying that you believe that there's other evidence for it, I'd love to see the specific evidence, but until I have seen it, I can't make a claim on that. Now, the point that you're saying that Tim Walz was told about it, what was Tim Walz supposed to do about it?
Investigate it.
They are investigating it.
Now, 2020, they was told
They've been
2020.
investigating it.
It's 2025.
Wait, when was it committed?
They've been told, they've known about this since 2020, May of 2020.
Wait, you said
And then
you said that Tim Walz was first told when they were first sued. So that means that there was something already happening by the time he was told.
No, they were sued by nonprofits. These people actually committing the fraud and inside of his municipalities, right? That he's over, that he governs, that he's sitting here and he's the ultimate representative of that state, right? So a lot of these nonprofits were suing the Minnesota government, right? Because these funds weren't being allocated to them. And they were actually suing, and they're like, hey, wait, something seems sketchy. Why is there so many people in the same demographic in the same area with all these issues? And why aren't we seeing any results? Why aren't we seeing anything from this? Why aren't we seeing a product from this? And then he's known about it since 2020, and now
Can I
he's
tell you
just
something?
now investigating it
So,
in 2025?
no. Minnesota authorities' investigations into fraud schemes tied to this were involved over multiple years. The charges were opened on the 25th in 2025 on September 18th, but that doesn't mean that the investigation didn't start for years prior to that point. The investigation was occurring for years prior to that.
So that's not the way it works. You don't wait 5 years to then, okay, let's
It takes years
prosecute
to
this after
investigate
okay,
things.
Parker, listen how ridiculous you just sound.
That it
You're
takes
gonna
years
wait
to
5
investigate things?
years, and
Really?
you're gonna no, you literally sound ridiculous. Like
Yeah, that it
you
takes
don't
years
think,
to
you
investigate
have no
things.
logic. So
There's
you're
no
gonna wait
logic in the fact
5
that it takes years to investigate
Okay,
things.
are
Embarrassing.
you gonna shut up? Are you gonna shut up ever? So you're gonna wait 5 years to sit here and then finally do
Jennifer,
something
thank
about
you
it
so much for
after
the
5 years
$20
of
on YouTube
fraud?
Super Chat. Thank you so much,
How
Jennifer. I
much
really appreciate the
money is that?
$20. Thank you so much.
Here
Yes,
comes
of
the
course, they
Parker
definitely have to
pivot,
investigate
the
it.
Parker pivot. Parker pivot, everybody. The Parker pivot. Famous Parker pivot. Just like the Parker mute button.
Go
Come
ahead.
on, handle it. Handle it. Be a man. Handle it. Grab those tiny little nuts of yours. Let's handle this.
Do you want to give me an argument? I'm waiting.
I just gave you one. You don't wait 5 years of fraud and then just say, hey, we're finally going to do something about it after we've just wasted billions of dollars. That's a pretty dumb idea.
So they investigate it after they commit the fraud? Yeah, of
Hey,
course.
you know what? You know what? No. 5 years of fraud, you're finally going to do something about it?
Hey,
After
dude.
$7 billion of fraud?
Hey, dude.
Hey,
The
let's finally do
investigation.
something now that we've wasted
When did the
$7
investigation
billion.
begin? When did the investigation begin?
Let's finally do something about this after $7 billion.
Hey, when did the investigation begin?
You know what? Let's talk about tariffs.
You don't want
Let's
to.
go into your-
You want to pivot? You can't
I'm
address
gonna
my
pivot for you
question.
'cause you're not
Are
gonna
you
talk about
scared to
this.
address my question?
You're not
I have
gonna
a,
talk
I have a
about
feeling
this.
this kid's gonna run away. By the way, I have a feeling he's gonna run away.
You're not going to want to talk about this, dude.
Oh,
I already
wait.
can
So do you
tell.
want to
You're not gonna
respond?
be
I'm waiting
honest
for you to
about this.
respond.
Let's talk about
When did the
tariffs. What's your issue
investigation
with
begin?
tariffs?
When did the investigation
What's your
begin?
issue with tariffs?
When did the investigation begin?
Oh, I can feel that Parker mute button about to hit.
When
Your
did the
thumb is on
investigation
there.
begin?
Your finger's on that mute button, dude.
No, it's not. Ava, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Joshua as well with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Ondine, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, they don't know the difference between conversational progression and a pivot. It's embarrassing. So tell me, when did the investigation
Conversational
begin?
progression.
Hey, I'm waiting. When did the investigation begin?
They don't even know what a woman is. So,
You don't know what a
real
man
quick,
is.
I don't know what a man is.
You don't. Wait, are you Christian?
Am I Christian?
Yeah.
Are you gonna bash my religion?
No, I'm not. I promise.
Are you gonna just are you here to bash Christians?
No, not at all.
Do you hate Christians?
No.
So then why are you talking about Christianity?
I'm just seeing if you hold the view. Are
Let's
you
talk
Christian?
about tariffs. Let's talk about tariffs.
Are you scared to address this point? I know you're a
an
coward.
economy. You're an economy major.
He's
I wanna go
he's
into your
so
field.
economics major, by the way. But you're such a coward that you can't even address this point. I asked you
Let's just talk about tariffs.
when did the investigation begin?
Okay, he's known about it since 2020.
Hey, when did the investigation begin?
It doesn't matter. He's known about
Yes,
it
it
since
does.
2020.
Yes, it does.
No,
When
it
did the-
doesn't.
When did the investigation begin?
Tell me, Parker, when did the investigation start?
When did the investigation begin? I'm asking
Tell
you.
me, when did the
I'm
investigation
asking
start,
you.
Parker?
I'm asking you.
Tell me when.
I'm asking you. When did the
I
investigation
only
begin?
know when he knew about it, Parker.
I'm asking you. When did the investigation begin?
I'm telling
Because you're
you that
claiming
I
they didn't
only
start
know
the
when he was
investigation.
informed.
Wait, hold up. You're claiming that they didn't start the investigation early enough. I'm asking you, when did they start the
No,
investigation?
I'm claiming that they didn't do anything early enough.
You mean investigate?
No, they didn't have results.
Okay, so what should they have done? So they should have had the
Stopped
charge
it.
open up earlier?
No, stop the fraud. Stop the funding until they found out what was going on.
So, by the way, they have to do that by literally going through the context of an investigation and then having evidence to then hold them accountable in court.
So, Parker,
because
it's
think about it
not
this
that
way:
hard.
if if they try to hold them accountable before
I'm
they
gonna
have the
mute
evidence,
myself
listen,
so you don't lose.
I understand. So again, in terms of the situation, if they have evidence themselves, they have to build up their evidence before they actually hold them accountable. Why? Because if they try to try them for this without the sufficient evidence and they don't hold them accountable, they can't try them again for the same case. Does that make sense?
All right, so Parker, real quick, I muted myself so I could let you talk. So, I'm sorry, I'm eating a cookie. It wasn't that hard. There was a guy that literally had a camera on his phone, and he walked around with somebody, and he went to these places, and then in a matter of few places, he found out, hey, they're funding stuff that isn't actually happening. There's no kids here. There's nothing. He went to go sign his kids up for daycares. He went to go sign his kids up
what did
for
I
all
just
these
say?
programs. Why are you not letting me talk?
What did I just
Why
say?
are
You're
you not letting
you're
me
not
talk?
even responding to what I just said.
I'm giving you an example of how easy it is to just go out there and look. And they didn't even do that until just now. They've known about it since 2020. 5 years. In 5 years, they couldn't have gone and checked on something. They couldn't have drove by and looked in the window or anything. Like, it's
Hey, dude,
that easy.
that would be beginning the investigation. I asked you multiple times.
Okay.
When did the investigation begin?
It takes 5 years to do that?
When did the investigation begin?
Parker, does it take 5 years
Yes,
to
it
do
takes
that?
years to build up a case. Yes, I'm sorry that you
What
don't
are they-
understand.
What are they
Listen,
getting, El Chapo?
hey, dude,
Are they building a case
it
against
takes
El
years
Chapo?
to build up these cases. It doesn't happen overnight. I know you think it happens overnight, but you just don't understand.
Bust El Chapo and all his gang?
Dude, this guy's embarrassing.
Is that this kind of
if you're
is that
if you're
the level of
uncovering
investigation?
if you're uncovering a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme, then it's going to take
Billion.
years for there to be an investigation.
Okay, no, it really isn't. Okay, so
Hey, by the way, so I just
to
want to
go
clarify,
over
the
there-
investigation, frequently linked to organizations, has been active for more than 6 years, though it was significantly expanded in scale since 2022. So the investigation was going on for 6 years. So you said they were told in 2020. Oh, so they started the investigation before they were even told?
what is Tim Waltz getting all what is Tim Waltz getting all the backlash for?
Because of a narrative, because you guys don't do
No.
research or look for evidence.
Oh my lord. Because of all the fraud that has been committed under his watch. You could be investigating, but
Wait, who
guess
was president in
what?
2020?
If you're not doing a good
Wait,
job
wait.
doing investigating, you could say you're investigating.
Wait, so hold up.
but
If you are the leader of the administration, you're saying if fraud happens under your administration, you're held accountable for it, correct?
If you are told about the fraud firsthand, if you get told in a briefing, hey, there's some stuff going on with these funds allocated for this specific human services group, right? And it's looking kind of sketchy. And then you're like, let's wait till 2025
Watch
to do
this.
something about
This
it.
guy's so dishonest.
That's
I've
not
already
an accountability.
I've already explained this to you. I know you have a hard time with tracking conversations and
You don't-
comprehension,
you don't.
but I've already
You don't
explained this to you.
explain.
When was Tim Walz told?
2020.
2020. The investigation started 6 years ago, genius. I already told you this. The investigation started 6 years ago. That was before 2020. What
Okay.
are you talking about?
What were the results of the investigation? It took 5 years to investigate.
Well, actually,
fraud
there were
that added up
original
to $7
charges.
billion.
There were original charges with search warrants in 2022. Did you know that?
Huh?
Yeah, there were original search warrants, and
Did it stop the fraud? Yes or
what-
no?
they limited it. You understand that it relies on a legal
$7
process.
billion,
Wait. So
Parker.
what you're telling me right now is they should have subverted the legal process to prevent this from happening, correct?
Did I say subvert the legal process?
So
If
then they
you're
were
sitting
following the
there-
legal
no,
process,
hold on.
and you were complaining about how long it took.
If you're funding Parker, if you're
Do you see it? Do you see how you can't win either way? He's blaming them for them
garbage,
going
dude.
through the
You're
legal
garbage.
process
Your
and it taking
argument
too
is
long.
garbage.
But then he's like,
No matter
also they
what, you're
shouldn't
not gonna-
subvert
you're
the
not
legal
gonna get away with
process.
defending this.
I
You
know you're
tried
getting
to defend
embarrassed,
this
and you have
instead
to
of just
try to
exceeding
acknowledge.
this
Wait, you
is
try to literally
ridiculous.
act like I'm not making a point here because you know that I've
You're
debunked you
not.
on every single point.
You have not debunked me.
I have.
If he's known about
I've
this
dog walked
since
you over and over
2020,
again. How does it
if you're
feel?
sitting here saying that the investigation was a year before, that makes it look even worse because it's $7 billion worth of fraud. And it doesn't matter if he was investigating already. Why did it continue? Why did it keep happening? And
Hey, you want to know something crazy? The investigation started under the FBI opened a formal investigation here in 2021. I just want to clarify there. Okay? So the
Okay.
FBI was also dealing with it. So this is due to the fact that it takes time for federal agents to actually uphold these particular laws here and enforce it.
No,
And it is
it
not the
doesn't.
fault.
Okay, Parker.
By the way, what could Tim
Parker,
Walz
these
have
aren't
done
private
differently?
businesses.
No, I want you to tell
These
me.
are not private businesses.
Hey,
This is
tell
not
me.
private business funded.
What could Tim Walz
Okay,
have done
you just
differently?
lost, dude. You just muted. You just lost.
What could Tim Walz have done differently?
Okay, so first off, right? If you receive any kind of public funds, it doesn't matter if you're a private organization. If you receive any kind of public funds,
We're going to do this again. This is going to piss him off. What could Tim Walz have done differently?
I'm trying to get there, but you're not listening.
Well, tell me
Under the
specifically.
freedom-
Respond specifically to my question.
I'm trying to tell you, under the Freedom of Information Act, right? In the United States, any public official, any public entity that funds these places, you're allowed to go into those places, like, even if these are private organizations, and you're allowed to see what is going on, if those funds are being properly used, right? So if you're sitting there and you're getting funds from the government, right, you're eligible for any kind of audit, even by the public, right? So if the public was allowed to go audit, there's no circumventing any kind of federal, like you're not taking down El Chapo. You're going to literal daycares to see if there's actual kids there that are being funded that are there. It took a guy with a camera on YouTube to literally go to these places to sit there and be like, yeah, this is not even happening. These places that are on here that are saying, hey, this is being funded by our tax dollars for this purpose, they're not even doing anything.
So his argument is that Tim Walz should have conducted the investigation himself, and he should have Sherlock Holmes that
Tim Walz
that
didn't
shit.
have to conduct
He should
the
have
investigation
conducted
himself.
the investigation himself. And actually, by the way, you're blaming Trump's FBI because they were the one who conducted the original basis for this.
2021 was Trump's FBI.
No, I meant like originally under the wait. Hold up, I did
You said
misread that.
2021 the FBI investigated it.
I apologize. I misread. I misread. I thought the original part of it was prior to in 2019. I read 2018, 2019. The FBI actually immediately under the Biden-Harris administration immediately entered in February 2021 and started investigating when the Trump administration failed to do so.
All right, so Tim Walz knew about it in 2020. He didn't do anything about it till
So
just
is he not
now.
going to respond to my point?
After $7 billion, that's a fail investigation. That's a delay in the investigation and to actually do something where you could literally just send audit officials to these places to see if they're actually doing what they say they are with taxpayer dollars. There's no excuses. There's no way of turning around on it. You're not busting El Chapo. You're not doing all this stuff where you have to build a
This guy's
case
not
on
listening. You
somebody.
didn't even respond to my point. I just made a whole point and you didn't respond to it. So again, your whole
There
argument
doesn't have
is
to
that
be criminal
again
charges.
they should have the whole argument. Yes, by the way, they do rely on the court system. Now you're saying that they should
You don't have to-
specifically.
you don't have
hey
to-
dude,
you
hey
don't have
dude,
to
hey dude. Tim Walz cannot legally do what you're saying he should have done. Okay,
100%
you're
he
either
could
saying
have. Any American citizen could have done.
not true, right? Stop talking. So again,
Dude,
your argument.
You are ridiculous, and you do not know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
That's
So
why I'm trying to get you to
your
talk about
argument.
tariffs.
Your argument is that they didn't need the court system, which is not legal for them
You
to
do
follow
not
through
need the
with. You
court
do need the
systems
court
to do an
system to
audit.
determine that
You need a
people.
court system to do an audit?
I'm not saying to determine an audit. I'm saying in specifically
all you had to do was
hold
an
them
audit.
accountable for committing fraud. So
Okay,
you're crashing out.
I'm
I know
not
you're crashing.
saying
Hey dude.
charge all these
Hey dude.
people
Hey
with
dude.
fraud.
It's okay. It's okay. You're gonna be okay.
I'm not saying charge all these
Hush,
people with
little
fraud.
baby,
Did I say
don't
that?
say a word.
Did I say that?
You're gonna be able to talk soon. Just shut the
Did I
fuck
say that?
up and breathe real quick. You are crying
there.
too
Let's go.
much on the live. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Do we need some Zen music? Do we need to sit here and breathe in and out? Do we need to meditate
get
right
on,
now?
Parker.
Would
I'm
that be
letting you talk.
helpful?
I'm
Would that be
muting myself.
helpful for
Let's
you
go.
right now? Would we be able to have a better conversation? Would a baby bottle be preferable?
Yeah.
Do you need a binky?
Yeah, put some bourbon in that.
You already had too much today, so that's not allowed.
I had one beer.
That's sad. That's
I
you
had
sober.
one
This is you
cerveza.
sober.
I had one cerveza
This is you sober.
and a Coca-Cola.
This is you sober. Oh Jesus
This
Christ,
is me
dude.
sober, bro. You don't want to see me turn, bro.
Oh God,
I turn into a
Is
real.
it?
I turn
Would you
into-
have one brain cell instead of two?
I'm
Is
down
that
to
how
my
it
last one. I'm down to my last one, man. I don't know what to
Okay,
tell you.
so it's like half of the brain cells operating.
Yeah, man. And what does it say about you, man? That have one brain celled individuals knows what he's talking about, and you don't.
A single brain celled organism. No, you think you know what you're talking about,
Am
but
I
you don't.
sentient if I'm single brain cell, bro?
Probably
even
not. I
sentient at
don't
that
think you
point?
meet my criteria for sentience, man.
Am I even sentient, bro?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a questionable standpoint.
All right, can we move on to tariffs?
Yeah, you had.
We're not going to get anywhere on that.
Yeah, I understand. You're not sentient. We won't be able to get anywhere on that. Tell us, what's a tariff?
I'm guessing it's a tax, right? That's what you say it is?
It's not just a tax. A tax on what?
On tax on imported goods.
Correct. And who pays that tax?
The company, and then it rolls down to the consumer if the consumer buys the product.
Yes, American company importing the product passed down to the American consumer. And the reason why I think this is a bad thing is because we're replacing percentages of income tax, which is a progressive tax structure and gets most of its revenue from higher income individuals, with a regressive tax structure in terms of tariffs that disproportionately negatively impacts lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods because they, in terms of cost of living, it takes up a greater percentage of their overall income.
So do you hate the tariffs because they are a tax?
No, not just because they're a tax, but because they're a regressive tax that negatively impacts lower and middle income individuals.
Okay, so with companies buying stuff from overseas, right? With companies buying stuff from overseas, those companies are paying the tariffs right up front, right?
So yeah, the
These
companies are paying it
corporations?
and it's passed on to the American consumer.
Okay, so with that being said, like, I hear all these liberals cry about it because it's a tax on people. Would you like say that that's like one of the main things is like it's just a tax on the people?
I'm saying it's
On
a
the lower
tax.
class?
Yeah, it's a tax on lower and middle income individuals disproportionately, a regressive tax.
And that's why you guys don't like it, right?
Yeah.
So can you explain the Chips and Science Act to me?
Yeah, the Chips and Science Act specifically was to help stimulate the building of specialized manufacturing goods in terms of chip production in this country.
How would they do that?
By subsidizing chip production in this country. And then there was also some aspects of placing tariffs on production from other countries. Those are targeted tariffs, different from universalized tariffs. We agree with some targeted tariffs. We disagree with universalized tariffs.
So with a subsidy, what is a subsidy?
Yeah, a subsidy is essentially just providing a certain sort of incentive to engage in a particular type of action, specifically on the context of a good. So, like, we are going to subsidize, which means provide a particular amount of stipend, right, to essentially lower the cost of the good according to the person who's engaging in that action, whether it be a
So in
business
layman's
or a consumer. So in this context, we're essentially, right, making it cheaper to supply and produce chips in the context of the United States to then reduce the cost of them for consumers.
Okay, so with all the other one brain-celled Trumpies out there, can you put that in simpler terms real quick for us? Like what exactly it is?
Money to reduce cost of good.
So does the government give the company money?
It could either be through the context of giving it to a company, or it could be to the context of giving it to a consumer.
So it's actual money though being given out, right?
Yes.
So where do they get the money from?
Where through government funding.
Okay, so where does the government funding come from?
Progressive tax structure.
Oh, so taxes.
Yes.
Oh, dang. So taxes on taxes? It's just
Yeah.
a different name, huh?
Yeah, we just fund
So
it through a
it's just the
progressive
same
tax
thing as
structure
a
rather than a
tariff.
regressive tax structure.
It's the same thing as a tariff.
No, it's not, because it's a difference
a
between a
tax.
progressive tax
It's a
structure
tax
versus a
on the
regressive
people.
tax structure.
It's a tax on the people.
Yeah, there's a difference between a progressive tax and a
No.
regressive tax.
So it's a tax on the people.
Yeah, there's a difference between a
Taxpayers
progressive tax
are-
and a regressive tax.
Parker, taxpayers are funding these subsidies allocated to these companies, right?
I understand.
So if taxpayers are paying for this, right, they're being taxed for it, right? It's coming out of our
Yes, they
taxes.
are. But it's
Okay,
through a
so what's
progressive
the
tax,
problem?
not a regressive tax.
It is a regressive tax.
No, it's
'cause
not.
It hits everybody. Okay, where did this specifically
What is a
get the
regressive
money for
tax?
this
Oh my
come
God,
from?
dude. Maybe we need to clarify this. What's a
Where
regressive
did this
tax?
specifically the money for this
Hey,
come
dude.
from, Parker?
Hey, dude. Stop. What's a regressive tax?
Parker, where did the taxes for
What
this
is a regressive
specifically come
tax?
from?
What is a regressive tax?
That means that the taxes are on the lower portion of the population that doesn't make above a certain amount of money.
No, I'll tell you. That means the lower income you are, the greater percentage of your income you pay towards that tax, right?
Okay, that's pretty much what I was just saying.
Maybe if you're an idiot.
The lower end. I remember, Parker, I have one brain cell, so you got to work with me here.
True.
So, it's a tax, right? So, where did the tax money come from?
A progressive tax structure.
Who did they progressively tax?
Rich people.
And that says that in the bill that, hey, we're going to tax rich people for this?
It literally does.
Where does it say that? Can you show me where it says that?
Act, it says it's getting it from income earners over $4,000
That was a whole different act.
Throughout the entire administration, they were advocating that. Biden ran on this. He put it
So
in the
you just
context of the bills.
mentioned a whole different
Even
act.
with they only increased taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. That's what their policy would be. So the plan wasn't voted on until 2025. But the context for the policies they did pass did involve that.
Parker, the issue is it was a tax, and you literally couldn't provide me with any information saying that it was actual progressive tax other than another act, which wasn't the same act.
No, I'm just clarifying that the overall policy and the policies that they ran on specifically indicated that they were only increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year. This is not just stated by me; it's stated by them on plenty and countless
They
occasions.
can say whatever they want.
Well,
that
that's
doesn't
what the
mean
policy
jack, unless they
proposals
have
are.
it in writing. They can say whatever they
I
want.
gave you an example of it being in writing as well.
Okay, that was another act, Parker. That doesn't. Okay, so every time, let me get this straight. Any time, right? Remember, I'm one brain cell, so you got to work with me. So anytime there's an act, right? Anytime they pass new legislation and new ways to fund it, right? They got to say, how are we going to fund this? Where in that specific Chips and Science Act does it say that, hey, this is going to be a progressive tax and we're only going to tax these people? Can you show me that?
Yeah, I've already clarified to you that they specifically ran on it in terms of policy, and that's in things
Okay,
like, for
so you
example, the
can't.
Inflation
So you
Reduction Act.
can't. You
So what you're
can't,
not
bro.
understanding is that if
Maybe
you
you
look
should
at
get Tim
overall
Walz's people
policy,
on it.
listen, if
Maybe
you
you
look
should
at
get Tim
overall
Walz's people on it, bro.
if you look at overall policy, right, you understand what the impact is, that they're only going to look for taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. Okay? So
Okay.
just because it's not listed specifically within this tax policy doesn't mean that the governmental revenue in terms of what they're paying out for these programs is not coming from those particular types of tax mechanisms. You understand that the tax structure they're advocating for, right, is to only tax income earners over $400,000 a year.
I know what they say, but I know it's not true.
Well, that's what they're advocating for, right?
No, that's not true at all. I mean, they can advocate for whatever they want to. They advocated for paying off student loans, but they never did that either.
And by the way, let me clarify. Even under Trump's administration, or Trump's tax policy in 2021 and further, it was still a mostly progressive tax structure. It still technically is. It's a mostly progressive tax structure. So meaning the revenue that we get from the federal government that would be allocated specifically to pay for these subsidies would have been mostly progressive tax revenue. What you're not
Okay, so how
understanding
much-
is that tariffs disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. And this context that is not advocating for that. They are advocating specifically for increasing taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year, decreasing taxes on income earners that are in the lowest levels of income in this country in terms of families and small businesses and people trying to buy houses. Right, there are plenty of contexts where they were specifically trying to address this in terms of reduction of taxes for low income individuals and only increasing taxes on rich and wealthy individuals.
So real quick, you couldn't provide the actual thing in the actual bill that said, "Hey, this is who we're going to target. This is how we're going to get the money from it."
because
You weren't able
the
to
Chips and
provide
Science
that.
Act was not what specifically got the revenue for that. Okay, the revenue
100%.
No, it's not. by the way, the tax
what an act
policy,
is.
the tax policy wasn't passed until 2025. There were some minor reductions, changes in tax policy through other policies, but really, there's no overall tax plan that's voted on until 2025. So we were under Trump's tax policy throughout the Biden-Harris administration, and even under that tax policy from his first administration, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, most of the revenue going through that system is a progressive tax structure, meaning that's going to come from rich and wealthy individuals to a greater extent, even though it's to a lesser extent, given the fact that Donald Trump was massively cutting taxes for rich and wealthy Americans. Most of the revenue still came from rich and wealthy Americans.
I'm asking you to show me evidence of that, and you haven't been able to do that.
Okay, so you can find on Statista specifically and Pew Research, they both report on the fact that the U.S. is a progressive tax structure. Is that what you're critiquing?
Yes.
Are you saying
Parker.
the U.S. does not have a
Oh my
progressive
Lord.
tax structure? Is that your argument?
Parker, no, that's not what I'm saying.
So
I
the
know
U.S. does have a
vast
progressive tax
majority-
structure. So the revenue they were using for the subsidies
Lord,
was
here
from
we
a
go.
progressive tax structure. So what is
Here
this
we go.
argument, dude?
No, Parker, the argument is it's a tax. You're sitting here saying that it didn't affect lower income people. It did, in fact, affect lower income people too, because it was a tax on everybody. It wasn't just because the vast majority
You're misunderstanding what a
of taxes,
progressive and a
oh my
regressive
Lord,
tax
here
is.
we go. You're
It's not just
interrupting.
that it's a tax on everyone. It's specifically that it disproportionately, in terms of the income, comes from lower income individuals.
So Parker,
That's a
just
regressive
because the rich pay the vast majority of taxes does not mean it wasn't a tax on the lower percentage too, because the lower percentage
I'm not
of
saying
people
it
still pay
wasn't.
taxes.
I agree they still pay taxes, but it's still a progressive tax structure. So what is preferable, a regressive
doesn't
tax
matter.
structure
You still
or a
get hit by
progressive
it.
tax structure? Yes, it does,
doesn't matter.
because you're
You
talking about
still
the
get hit by it.
proportion that the lower and middle income individuals are paying as compared to the rich individuals. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
That,
What do you
okay,
mean
I'm
the
not
difference between a
arguing that.
progressive tax
I'm
structure
not-
is not relevant to what a regressive tax structure is?
What I am talking about is still a tax on the people. Just because I know that the vast majority of people that are in the higher income pay most of the majority of the taxes in the U.S. I know that. That doesn't mean that the people at the lower end did not put into that pot anything. They did put into that pot that got pulled for the funding for the subsidies. So it was a tax
Yes.
on people.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay,
disputing that,
so
but it
it's
has
the
a
s-
when
in
I say a
essence, it's
progressive
the same
tax.
exact thing.
Wait, by the way, when I say progressive tax, that doesn't mean that there's no taxes on lower income individuals. It just means that disproportionately, the more income you make, the greater percentage you pay. I
So
already
that was
clarified
a big
this to you.
runaround. That was a big runaround to basically say what I've been saying. It was another
Dude,
tax
you just
on
don't know how to
people.
track.
No, it was another tax on people, Parker. That was my main point.
No
Was
shit.
a tariff is a
It's just
tax
a
on people.
progressive tax
The
structure.
Chips and Science Act was a tax on people. Same thing with
Yes.
the
Yes, I understand they're both taxes.
Obamacare
There's just a
subsidies.
difference
They're a
between
tax on the
progressive and
people.
regressive. Oh my god, dude, this guy.
So and it's just like the subsidies for Obamacare. They're a tax on people, right?
No, the subsidies aren't a tax. Or the way you pay for them would be by
Subsidies
taxing.
are a tax, Parker. That's what it is. A subsidy is a tax.
No, it's not.
Well,
A
okay,
subsidy
what
is not a tax.
That's why I asked you what a subsidy was.
I
in the
already
beginning.
clarified to you. I already
is a
told you.
subsidy?
I'll give it to you in crayons in kindergarten terms. Okay.
Let's go.
A subsidy is money you get to buy particular goods or to
who?
develop particular goods
From who?
from the government.
Where do they get the money? Where does the government get their money from, Parker?
Yeah, from taxation.
Oh, God! You write it in Crown. You
That
better
doesn't
write it
mean
in
the
Crown.
subsidy is a tax.
Parker, write it in Crown and put it up somewhere.
Dude,
Come
this
on, get
guy's
a
so
Crown out.
intelligent. He's so intelligent, chat. That doesn't mean the subsidy is a tax. That means the way you fund the subsidy
W for
is
Crown
by
in the chat.
listen.
W for Crown.
Listen. That does not mean the subsidy is a tax. It just means
Crown.
the way you fund the subsidy is by taxing people.
Parker,
Why are you obnoxiously stupid?
You just made the same exact statement that I was.
No, I didn't.
A subsidy is a tax on the people.
No, it's not. It's funded by taxes, but in and of itself, it is not a tax.
How do you get funding?
Dude, genuinely, you might be one of the stupidest people I've ever
How
talked
do
to.
you get funding for something? How
I
do you fund something,
understand.
Parker?
I clarified multiple times. The funding comes from taxes, but the subsidy in of itself is not a tax.
So if you increase funding, what happens?
I have a question.
If you increase funding, what happens, Parker?
Do you believe paying for something on a governmental perspective, like paying for the military or paying for the police, do you believe that's a tax?
Yeah, you get taxed for that.
No, the way you fund it is to tax people, but in of itself, it's not a
Exactly.
tax. Is Social
But that's
Security
already
in
worked
of
into
itself
our
a
budget.
tax? There is a
That's
Social
already
Security
worked into our
tax,
budget.
but Social Security in of itself is not a tax.
That's already worked into our budget.
Oh my
Parker.
God, Max! Thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really
That's
appreciate it.
already
Thank
worked
you.
into our budget. What you're talking about is adding subsidies, adding more money to the funds that we've already allocated. Hey, this is our yearly budget. Okay, well, how do we fund this? We have to find more money. How do we find more money? Tax
He's like
the people.
literally conceding to it in the middle of his statement.
Parker. Okay, what other topic you want to move on to now that I destroyed you on 2 for 2? I'm 2
You
for
didn't
2.
destroy me on
2
anything.
for 2, dude. 2 for 2. 2 for 2, baby.
You didn't destroy me on anything.
All right.
Dude, this is the guy that's gonna come up on my live.
You
He's
want
like,
immigration?
"You're paid by the DNC. I just destroyed you because you're paid by the
No,
DNC.
you're not paid
I
by the
destroyed you.
DNC.
You're pushing fake news
You're not paid
propaganda
by
from
the
the DNC
DNC.
talking points. Get destroyed,
You're not paid
Parker.
by the DNC.
I just beat
You're
you."
not. Dude, everybody keeps on saying that you're paid by the DNC. I will go for bat for you because the DNC is broke.
Parker.
Okay, the DNC is not broke. Secondly,
They just took
wait.
out
So
a
you're saying the
$15
only reason
loan.
I'm not paid by the DNC is because the DNC's broke?
Yeah, you haven't gotten a paycheck in like a year, bro.
Wait, so I did get paid by the DNC.
You used to, but you're not anymore.
Oh, I used to. So how do you know that I used to?
I saw that one guy get up here and he was talking about your paycheck. He was talking about like a bonus or something like that.
What bonus did I get from the DNC?
It was like he's like we're just gonna give you 13,000, Parker. You've earned it. Blah blah blah.
Who?
It was the Democrat dude that got up here and he was talking to you about it. It was a DNC representative or something. It was a clip.
That was Dean.
Yeah, Dean, your boss. They pay Dean. Dean pays you. Is Dean not your boss?
No.
Dean's not your. Oh, I'm gonna tell him you said that.
Wait, you know that I did this before
I'ma
Dean,
tell him.
right?
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
Hey, you know I did this before Dean, right? One,
Dude,
two.
I'm gonna tell him you
You
said
genuinely, stop. You genuinely
Dude,
think because
you can't even
Dean was
afford a mic
joking.
anymore. I'm gonna
By the
talk
way,
to Dean about this.
stop.
You need a.
You were genuinely saying that Dean, because he trolled on my live and said that I was getting DNC funds from him, and that he was my representative paying me money from the DNC. You literally believed that I was paid by the DNC.
Listen,
Well,
Parker,
you know
I'm gonna
what?
talk to- I'm
You
gonna
know
talk to your
what?
boss
You know
about
what?
getting
You
some
actually,
funds for
you
every
actually
mic.
are right. I am directly funded by the DNC. Directly
Get Dean
by
up here. Get
Dean
Dean up here.
Withers
I wanna
himself.
talk to
Dean
him,
Withers
actually.
is funding us
I wanna
directly.
talk
The
to Dean.
DNC, I actually tell
Get your
you,
boss
the
up here. Let me have a
DNC,
boss.
the DNC donates so much to the live stream. It's actually unbelievable. This live stream
Get your
wouldn't be
boss
able to
up here.
function
We need to
without
talk
the
to him.
DNC. The DNC, actually, I tell you that the DNC actually really funds this and keeps this going. I tell you that.
Do you know
The
under federal law,
DNC.
you have a right to at least make
The
minimum
Soros direct
wage.
deposits
We need to-
from the DNC.
We need to go talk to Dean.
Oliver
about
Berry,
this.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Call him.
What's up?
Call him over here. Just get him on here. We got to talk to this dude.
You
Get
just
him
want
on this
attention
live.
from Dean?
No, Dean.
Nicholas, thank you so much for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lister, thank you so much for the $5 from. I thought Parker was actually Dean's DNC handler, but now we are finding out that Dean is Parker's DNC handler. The lore is a roller coaster. Actually, technically, we pay each other from the DNC. That's actually what it is. Fiona, thank you so much for the $4.20 from the DNC paycheck. Thank you very much. Rami, thank you so much for the $50 from payment from one of your DNC reps. Thank you so much, Rami. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you from the DNC reps. I really
All that money you
reps.
can't buy a new
Reps.
mic?
Thank you so much.
All that money you can't buy a mic.
What'd you say?
Said all that money you can't buy a mic.
Dude, this microphone is like the best microphone I could get.
I mean, with the funding.
Dude, this is the Shure SM7 DB.
The DNC just took out a $15 million loan to try to do whatever they can with it, pay y'all, whatever.
The
they're
DNC,
broke,
the
dude.
DNC actually
They're
just
broke.
took out a loan, and I'm saying it's paid right to Parker, but just because I feel
They're
like
broke. They're broke.
Wait,
man. I
they're
don't know what
broke,
to
but
tell
they
you.
just paid out this incredibly big fund directly to DNC influencers like Parker Get a Job. Just because I said so, I have no evidence of this claim at all. I just have a Trust Me Bro book. And actually, everybody, I found his source, everyone. I found his source. I just found it, everybody. Look at this. I found his source, everyone. He claimed so much that it was directly from the DNC. I found his source. I can see it on this page right here. Look at this. Take a look. Take a look right here. It says this. It says it right here. Look at his source, everybody. The DNC right there.
Have you been to Minnesota
By the way, I
lately?
just found it. I just found it, by the way.
Does Tim
Courtney,
Walz
thank
know
you so
get
much for the
paid this
$5.
much?
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Spending nights with my best friend Mary Jane. W best friend. W best friend. Sorry, dude. I get paid $14 trillion from the DNC every single year. Did you know that?
You should pay off our debt. You should be
Dude, I
like a kind
could. I
individual.
genuinely could.
And not only that, but like,
after this shit, I will be able to. I got you guys.
do you single-handedly, like, with your taxes that you get
I
taken out for that
single-handedly
much money,
myself am
pay for
going
the
to be
subsidies
able
for
to
the
take
Chips and
over
Science
the
Act?
entire national budget.
Did you pay for the Chips and Science Act? Is that what actually happened? It wasn't a regressive
True.
tax at all.
True. There was no
Parker just paid
taxes.
for
It just came from Parker Get a
just-
Job's DNC fund.
Parker's taxes.
The
dude,
DNC
paid for
fund.
the-
It's so huge. I tell you, that's massive. You've never seen something so big as this. I promise you that.
You should dress up like Trump.
No, I would never. I don't want to look orange.
You should dress up like him and do a podcast.
No,
Or
I would
not
never
do-
put a
do-
spray
do
tan
the-
on.
Do that and then get up here and then actually debate people.
No, I actually would never do that.
I think
Push
that
the
would
hand
blow up, man. I think that would blow up. It'd be
Yeah, I would rather
fantastic.
not.
Would you rather dress up like Tim Walz?
Yes.
Yeah, get a little disposable box in the background for, you know.
The tampons? Yes. I have to make sure I got tampons in the background.
Yeah. Make sure that you do that.
W
And then wear, like, a-
tampon access from Tim Walz. By the way, because you didn't even read the bill, you don't even know that it was just increasing tampon access to those that are menstruating. So you must advocate against like people who are menstruating having access to menstrual products, right?
No.
Oh, you're not against that. So you support Tampon Tim. W Tampon Tim in the comment section, everyone. W Tampon Tim. That's actually not the argument you think it is, by the way, because all it did was literally something that
I
you
was
just said you
joking.
agreed with.
It was just a joke, Parker.
Oh,
Calm
by the
down.
way, Ken, thank you so much for the
It was just
$20
a
on
nickname.
Venmo. Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate it. Right from the DNC. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate the DNC dollars. Can you
do
thank
you
Ken
think-
for the DNC money?
You can. You're awesome. I mean, Dean, you're awesome.
You think that was Dean?
Dean, just keep giving him money, Dean. He needs a new mic.
Yes, Dean. Thank you so much. By the way, Dean, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate it, Dean. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Dean in the comment section, everybody. Thank you so much, Dean. We really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Dean in the comment section right now. Can you say thank you to Dean?
For what?
For donating. Apparently, you just said he donated to the live. Can you say thank you to Dean?
Dean is the DNC, bro.
Dean is the DNC, really? By the way, a 21-year-old is the DNC. That's what he just claimed.
He is the Dean.
Are
He
you
is the
trolling? Are you?
DNC.
Please, be real. Be real. Be real. Come on.
Dude,
Dean is the DNC now. This is a new one.
Tell me how that's not too close, bro. That's not a coincidence,
Dean
bro.
NC. You know what I mean? Too close to be. It's too close.
DNC,
You know.
bro. They should rename it to that, dude.
Yeah, they
DNC.
should rename it the Dean NC. The Dean Withers NC. Like seriously.
Yeah, and you as the
Maybe
vice
then we'll
president?
get elected. Maybe then we'll get elected. The
I doubt
DNC
it.
will actually bring this party back. I promise you that, everyone.
I
We'll
don't think
see.
bots can
We'll see
vote.
the greatest we've ever seen. Numbers
I don't
like
think
we've never
bots can
seen.
vote.
We'll win like never before. I promise you that. The DNC needs to be the truth. The DNC is the only way we can win. DNC 2028. Okay, everybody. DNC. Okay.
So, you want to talk about immigration or what?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I just had to thank Dean for all the donations. Like really, like Max again. Thank you so much for the $20 from Dean. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, actually, something that I actually wanted to get into, instead of that, was the
Wait, actually, before we go on to this, you know that Ken Martin literally came on Dean's stream, and Dean literally asked him the question if he was paid. This is the head of the DNC, by the way, and literally asked that question. What was his response? What do you think it was?
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It was no. Do you think he was lying? Do you think that Ken Martin was lying?
Absolutely.
So the DNC chair, Ken Martin, was lying. He actually is paying Dean Withers and Parker Get a Job, and Dean Withers is paying Parker Get a Job.
I mean,
and what evidence do you wait
to
to clarify?
It doesn't matter to me if you guys
wait?
are
So
or
then,
not.
to clarify, can you believe this based upon an allegation with no evidence? Is that justification?
Well, it's not a public fund issue.
Is that a justification though?
It doesn't matter to me because it doesn't involve public funds.
It doesn't rely on public funds. Okay, so
Like it doesn't revolve around like people getting taxed for it.
what are you saying? Wait, repeat what you just. Wait, I'm sorry. What was my question, and then what did you respond with?
So you're trying to correlate this to the whole Tim Walz thing, right? About allegations. But
No, I'm
the
actually not. I'm
allegations
actually
about
not.
the
No, I
deal,
asked you.
you're
No,
100%
no, no.
on.
I was relating it to you claiming that we're paid by the DNC. I was saying that again. Do you believe that just alleging that I'm paid by the DNC is evidence or justification to believe that it's true?
No.
Okay. So then here's the real question. What reason do you have to believe that I'm paid by the DNC, or are you just saying it for the shits and giggles?
I'm just saying it, dude. I don't care if you are or not. Like it doesn't matter
Wait,
to me.
do you actually believe that I was?
Like I think you are, but I don't like care.
Wait, no, please tell me why you actually legitimately think that I am paid by the DNC.
Because you guys all come out with the same talking points.
So, because I am a liberal and I have certain beliefs? Colleen,
No,
thank you so much
because
for
you
the
guys
$5.
all-
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Not your mom. Thank you
You
for the
guys
$10. Thank you so much from Not Dean.
Dude, you need to tell Dean to like come up with some better names because they're getting kind of like repetitive.
Really?
Yeah.
No, seriously. Give me an answer. Like, I'm actually, the reason why I spend time on this is because I am genuinely curious as to why people believe this. Push the galaxy.
Believe
Thank you.
what?
Because, like, that I was, like, I'm actually paid by the DNC. Like, it's actually a crazy conspiracy.
I don't think it's that crazy. I mean, it would
It
make
is, genuinely.
sense. It would make sense.
Hey, dude, from my perspective, it's fucking insane.
No.
It is. It is, genuinely.
No. So
How?
like
Meg,
okay,
thank you for the
so
$5. Thank you so much.
You went to a university, right? You went to college.
Yeah.
So just like Charlie Kirk's thing, right? He had campuses where like he paid people to go out there and like do debates, do setups, do all this other stuff. And that's been going on for a long time. Like, why wouldn't that happen at the biggest scale of like the RNC and the DNC?
You're just saying because Turning Point has certain resources to pay things to set stuff on Turning Point on campus and stuff. That means that like the Democrats do. I don't think they have that funding. I mean, that's actually a criticism of the Democrats that we hold is that they don't have the infrastructure and the investment into social media that the Republicans have built up, especially because of Turning Point.
That is not true. That is not.
Yeah,
true.
I mean, we don't have the investment in social media at all. Like
that is not
like
true.
Until recently, you would not be able to get a Democrat like on a live. Right, just recently, like I think Dean got Buttigieg on and Ro Khanna, right? Like so, people have actually come on the live stream, whereas
they
like
cost too much
historically
money.
they didn't at all.
They cost too much money.
What do you mean?
They all want crazy amounts of money for you to go up there and talk.
What?
They all like all these like you're talking about political like just political people like you're talking about Buttigieg,
They want money.
right?
I mean, wait, Dean didn't pay Ro Khanna and Pete Buttigieg to come on the live.
Sure.
Wait,
Oh,
you
yeah,
actually wait? You
sure.
think Dean paid them?
Sure. Dean and C definitely paid them.
No, genuinely, like Dean didn't pay them. They came on for free. I mean, Ro Khanna went on a bunch of different platforms. Like, I think Ro Khanna even went on Secular Talk or is going on Secular
So
Talk.
do you go on Jubilee for free?
I mean, most of the times I did, yeah. I think this last time they gave me money, like a pretty small amount.
Compared to what your like normal paychecks are from the DNC?
Yeah, compared to the $4 trillion from the DNC, yeah.
You singly-handed funded.
Yeah,
Snap
Danielle,
this
thank you
year,
so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I mean, these paychecks are just so much larger from the DNC, right? Anton, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. Maze, thank you so much for the $5 for please watch your email next month's liberal agenda talking points. From Not Dean, the Dean NC. Thank you so much. Zach, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for the Dean NC funding. I really wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Why don't you pick a topic, Parker?
I still want justification for this. I still don't think we've fully gone through it. I apologize.
Dude, I was.
I don't mean to
joking
spend
with
too much
you.
time on it. Like, I genuinely want to know why you think this.
I was just joking. I mean, I honestly, because like it makes sense to me. Like the same way people pay political pundits to go out there and just do things for them.
Okay, so because it does happen is not evidence that I'm paid.
Okay, I'm not saying that I have evidence. I never claimed I had evidence.
So why do you believe it without evidence?
Because it's just like I'm allowed to have beliefs.
Of course you are, but like why?
Because it's my personal opinion.
Okay, I understand it's your personal opinion, but
yeah,
shouldn't you have reason to believe the personal opinions that you have?
It's a hunch. It's a hunch.
It's a hunch.
It's a hunch,
Okay.
Parker. Yeah. It's a trust me, bro. Yep, just like that. It's a trust me, bro. Sorry. Hey, I gotta go, man. I'm gonna start watching Vikings.
You don't want to have a conversation about immigration?
No, man. I'm 2 for 2. Why would I end up trying to?
You
go 2
didn't
for
win
1?
anything. You lost on both.
Dude, you said yourself you conceded. You're like, dude, I concede. You're smart. You mute. You're the best debater I've ever debated. There's no match.
I actually said you are one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to.
And you know that was a compliment.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it from the DNC. Thank you so much. As if the DNC would be smart enough to platform you, Dean. Yeah. They would be smart to pay us. You're right, but
do
like they
you
don't.
have any criticisms against the DNC?
Yes, of course.
What are they?
Like I heavily disagree with their position on Israel. Right? Like I believe that Israel is committing a genocide.
Okay, so what is a genocide?
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be an unjustified, or actually I'm going to define it based on the Geneva Convention. It's going to be the intentional extermination in part or in whole of an entire nation or people group.
So what do you think that like should happen to people who commit genocide?
They should be held
To, like,
accountable for
countries.
committing genocide.
Like, what do you think they should do? Like intervention?
I mean, I believe that we should stop funding it, and we should try to use our position on the world stage to limit Israel from being able to monetarily do so.
What if they keep doing it?
What if they keep doing? I mean, we should specifically try to limit them. Push the galaxy. Thank you.
So, like, what would that entail?
What would that entail? I just
Yeah.
said like sanctions, not engaging in trade, economic coercion, things like that.
What if they keep doing it?
What do you mean? What if they? I mean, obviously, I don't
What
think
if they
that.
just keep doing it?
I obviously don't think that around the entire world, the U.S. should just be involving itself in every conflict. So I think that we can do what we can specifically to limit it, but I don't believe in like sending boots on the ground like to countries around the world to be able to prevent things.
Do you think doing like strikes would be fair?
You mean strikes on Israel?
Like, no, just strikes against anybody committing genocide.
It depends on the context.
So, like, if they were actively like in the in the act of committing genocide to a certain group of people, and like the U.S. could click a button and like save those people.
Oh, if
would
we
you
could
be
just
okay with
if we
that?
could just by clicking a button save a bunch of people, I would be in support of it. I just don't think it's reduced to that like genuinely. Like I think us getting involved has destabilized regions around the world. I think us getting involved has not led to better conditions, especially like if we want to reference the Middle East and South America, and with the CIA overturning democratic elections to reinstate dictators. I mean, the U.S. involvement on a world stage in terms of these situations has not been very great. It's definitely led to more destabilization. So I agree more with like a approach of just trying to benefit Americans and focus on Americans and not be engaging in war and conflict around the entire world. And I don't think that we should be funding genocides. I don't think we should be funding like a bunch of different foreign nations unless we're doing so for humanitarian purposes.
You think we should save them though, right? Like if we
Yeah,
could.
like humanitarian, yeah.
So like, you know what happened in Nigeria? You're okay with that, right?
What do you mean?
Us protecting people from getting genocided?
You mean Trump bombing, doing a strike?
Yeah.
I didn't say I agree with that. I don't agree with striking. And also,
But you
I
just-
don't even know if they're necessarily even addressing anything or limiting a quote-unquote genocide from occurring.
Yeah, they're actively unaliving Christians over there.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of people who said that ISIS wasn't even operating in that region.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
even
they
quite
were.
sure. If you'd like to provide
They were
me,
literally making posts about when
I
they were
have
going to be
no
attacked.
issue. I have no issue with acknowledging it. I just haven't quite seen enough evidence to justify it yet. I have no issue with acknowledging any like violence targeted towards Christians at all.
Okay. Well,
because I do agree that Christians in countries around the world, some countries, do face persecution.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't face any persecution, but like I'm willing to acknowledge any of these circumstances. I just have yet to see. Also, again, I'm incredibly anti-interventionalist. Not saying I'm always the case, but in practically most scenarios, I'm pretty anti-interventionalist.
So are
unless
you
we've
against like what's
established
going
sort
on
of
in-
agreements.
So like, are you against like what's going on in Venezuela?
Yeah, definitely.
Why?
I don't think that we should be involving ourselves in doing that.
In
Like
our
I
own
think
hemisphere?
that we're murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence they had DRUGS in the first place. And Donald Trump quite literally pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker. I believe that if they're coming to the United States, we should detain them once they get to U.S. waters. And also, I do believe that most people who are bringing DRUGS to our country are U.S. citizens, like 80 to 90%.
No.
That's true.
So
Or
then
what do you
what-
think?
what
Those
are-
are
what are the-
DNC talking points.
No,
Those are
so
DNC.
what are-
Those are DNC talking points. Actually, you got those directly from
what are
Dean of the
cartels for,
DNC.
then?
Like Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you for the $2. I literally looked over. I saw it. I literally looked for it for so long I couldn't find it, and it was literally just there. It was kind of, like I kind of was like, dude, I'm mad at myself.
This Kate lady in your chat's really mad at me. She wants me
Why
to
did
go
you
to
feel the need to
college.
say that?
Say what?
Why did you feel the need to randomly say that?
Because she keeps on saying I need to go to college. Like, why would I go to college? I don't want to become more dumb than I already am. Right? Like,
Okay, you think you're smart?
I think I'm like average.
You think you're average intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, average.
How many branches of government are there?
There's 3 branches of the government.
And what are they?
The judicial. Well, there's the legislative, the executive, and the judicial.
Can you name the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
The legislative is the House and the Senate.
Okay. How many judges are on the Supreme Court?
Right now, I think there's 7. Or no,
Nope.
there's 8 or 9, right? 9.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you kind of got it.
Any more?
I'm not going to ask you anymore.
You gonna ask me how many continents there are?
I could.
I mean, I bet.
What are the continents?
Hey, Parker, real quick.
What are the continents?
What does PSI stand for?
What are the continents?
What does PSI stand for?
I'm actually not quite sure.
Okay.
What does it stand for? Wait, what does it stand for?
Okay, so your average. Hold on, real
Wait,
quick.
what does PSI stand for?
You just asked me a bunch
Wait,
of
no.
questions.
Answer the question. What does PSI stand for?
Parker, come on.
What does PSI stand for?
Really? Look at your chat.
Well, now you didn't know. You actually didn't know yourself.
No. I was waiting for you to look at your chat because they were saying, "Why would I ask you a question, Parker, that I didn't know?"
Because it sounded like you didn't actually know.
No. Okay, Parker. Okay.
Yeah, it pounds per square-inch.
Okay, so what okay, so your average tape measure, what is it broken down into?
Like inches and centimeters?
What is it broken down into? What is the lowest numeral that it's broken down into? Per inches. What is the lowest numeral that it's broken down into? Dude, come on, chat. You can't keep answering this
No,
stuff.
I'm confused. I'm confused what you're trying to ask.
I'm trying to ask you basic questions that like any like normal person would know. Like you were asking.
Wait, are you trying to ask me like what is it sectioned even past centimeters?
Okay. So like when you get a tape measure, right? What is it broken down into? Like what are
Literally
the parts that it's broken down into?
Inches, centimeters, and
Inches.
millimeters.
Okay, so inches, and then what does it go down into the inches? Like what is the fractions?
Oh, what are the fractions for inches and centimeters and millimeters?
Can you name me? Can you name me
the galaxy.
from 0 to all the way to 1 inch, right? on a tape measure, offhand, do you know like the how it like?
Wait, do you think that this is the same as asking people what the three branches of government are?
I'm just asking you basic questions. That
I
person
understand.
just got yeah.
I understand you're asking me questions, but I'm just
I
asking,
mean,
do you think
these
it's
are
the
these
same?
are things that every common average man knows that doesn't go to college. That college people don't know.
Okay, sure. I mean, even so, I just don't understand the relevance. If you want me
Just
to
because
answer, I
well, I mean,
can.
but just because you don't go to college doesn't mean you're not smart. Just because you go to college doesn't
Wait,
mean you're
I do
not
agree with that. I do agree with that. I don't
okay.
think that you need to go to college to be smart. I think that you can go through a trade school and be really smart. I think you can have hyper-specific knowledge on certain things without going to college and be smart. I think that Dean is smart. He didn't graduate from college.
What did he go to college for?
He didn't graduate from college.
What did he go to college for, though?
He originally was philosophy.
Philosophy?
But he dropped out.
Why?
Because of the work he's doing. He wants to dedicate more time towards work.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you want
Your
to
chat's
go back
having
to
fun with this,
immigration?
man. What about immigration?
Like, do you want me to tell me maybe why you think that mass deportation is good?
Well, it's not only good, but it's better for our economy because it's a burden on the taxpayers.
Okay, it's a burden on the taxpayers. Actually, it's less of a burden on the taxpayers because of the fact that there's going to be a greater level of people within our society paying into the system, right, which will actually increase tax revenues and decrease the proportional level of effect, essentially, in terms of how much people need to pay into the system for the average person that's already in the country, because people who are immigrating to our country have a higher labor force participation rate and are working to a greater extent, therefore paying into the system more.
So, illegal immigrants cost taxpayers, on average, around, I think,
Undocumented
$150 billion
immigrants.
a year.
That's a source from FAIR. I don't think that's a good source.
No, it's a source from the cost. I think it was presented for the House Budget
FAIR.
Committee.
Yeah, and
The
that's
House Budget
also
Committee?
a partisan source. They got their source from FAIR.
A partisan source?
Yes, it is.
And your source isn't partisan?
Yeah, it's not. The House Budget Committee
Why is
specifically
your
is
source
a
not
Republican
partisan?
partisan committee. Yeah, for example, the Congressional Budget Office is a bipartisan committee from the federal government, not a partisan committee. I can also point to, like, for example, even some right-wing sources like the Cato Institute indicate otherwise. So I don't understand what your argument is there.
It's literally a paper. If you're gonna have to dispute the paper and actually, what is it about that's partisan about the actual findings that they have?
Well, what's partisan about it? The committee in of itself is partisan, and that's
Okay,
not
so
even just like
what-
me claiming that. It's from itself.
What
By the way,
about the
just get it.
actual
Go to the
product is
CBO.
is
Go to the
false?
Congressional Budget Office, and look at specifically what they indicate. They indicate that undocumented immigrants are a net positive. Now, again, I believe in providing a legal pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
I
So
thought
we
we
would
have
look
a
at the
progressive tax, so
impact
how
in
would
terms
it-
of the impact in terms of the economy of legal immigration, not of undocumented immigration.
Okay, so real quick, you said that we have a progressive tax earlier, did you not?
Yes, we do have a progressive tax
Okay.
structure.
So, in our progressive tax structure, is there like $1 million illegals coming over that are living in America that own all this wealth that are contributing so much to society that they're a net positive
I mean, yes, there are a lot of undocumented immigrants that make a lot of money.
that are millionaires?
I'm pretty sure there are, yeah. But now
Can
there
you
would be
name
that
me
gold
one?
card thing, so you can just buy it.
Well, I mean, they're
After a
not going to
certain
be
amount.
illegal.
Well, I mean, just there are undocumented immigrants that own businesses.
Why do you keep calling them undocumented? They're illegal.
Because I don't think they should be designated as legal. I think they should be given a legal pathway to citizenship.
Absolutely not. Why?
Because I think that would benefit our society. We'd be able to vet more people. It would have a positive impact in terms of our culture and our economy.
I mean, you already see what it's doing to our culture and our economy. It's already destroying us.
No,
Not
it's
only
not.
that, but this year,
How so?
this year alone.
Wait,
this
how's it
year
destroying
alone-
us?
Okay, so real quick, Parker. This year alone, right? Since mass deportation started, this year we've seen the biggest drop in violent crime rates in U.S. history.
Okay. Do you think that
Do you
undocumented
think that's
immigrants?
correlation?
Yeah, I think it's a correlation causation fallacy. Do you think that undocumented
No, it's
immigrants?
not.
Do you think undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to our country?
Parker, is there any way
Do
if an
you think
undocumented
undocumented
Parker?
immigrants are bringing crime to our country?
I know this talking point from you, and I'm
Do
gonna
you
get to the
think
point of it.
undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to our country?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay. Do you think they're bringing a greater proportion of crime to our country?
absolutely,
Comparative.
absolutely.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants, you can look at the bibliography in my bio, are bringing proportionally less crime to this country. Undocumented
That's not
immigrants are
true.
multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
That's
This
not true.
argument, yes, it is. This
No,
argument
it's
that
not. I'll give you an
yes, it is.
example. I already know. I
I
already know the
literally
argument.
just told you there's a bibliography in my bio. You can also find it from
I
pnas.org.
already know it.
Per
Parker,
capita
real quick.
rates for crime are lower for violent crime, drug crime, and property crime. That's a fact.
Parker, real quick. No, it's not, because guess
Yes,
what?
it is.
Okay, if somebody commits a crime that's undocumented, how do you track them? How do you know that they committed a crime?
How do you identify that someone's committed a crime? You identify that they've committed a crime by specifically prosecuting them, by convicting them.
Okay, so if somebody commits a crime, right, and they commit the crime, right? So just because you don't get convicted of a crime statistics still happen, right? Because crime does so you don't have to have a conviction for a crime to occur.
Yeah, that's what
crime
we're
still
looking at
occurs.
arrest rates for the
Okay.
comparison.
Okay, so for example, right, and this is just hilarious that you think this, because Laken Riley, the person that unalived her, was he documented for his crime that he committed? Was he prosecuted for his crime that he was committed in New York City?
I would have to check. I would be sure he probably was. Now,
No,
if
he
you want to,
wasn't. He
I mean,
he was
I can
arrested
check.
for it, and then
I
he
can
was
check.
let go. He was arrested for it, and then he was let.
Okay, can you have a
let
source
go.
for that?
Yeah, just look up the reports about it. He was arrested. He was let go. He was never prosecuted for the crime.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay. How much?
He was arrested. He was arrested. He wasn't even prosecuted for the crime because.
How much do you want to bet?
I mean, I what do you have, Venmo or something like that?
Yeah, Venmo, PayPal.
I'll Venmo you like $5 or something.
Oh, we should do more than that.
No, dude, I'm not paying for. You already get paid by the DNC, bro.
Bro, I mean, let's do more than $5.
I don't know, dude.
Come on.
No, because I don't want to spend money on this.
Because you know you're gonna lose.
No, because I know I'm right, but I'm not.
Okay,
gonna
if
sit
if
here
you're
and
right,
try
then
to
do
take-
more than that. How about $50
No,
bucks?
because you need a new mic. You need a new mic. I don't
Okay,
want
so
to take the money.
then $50.
No.
Come on, $50. You know you're scared.
Just look it up and just say it, man.
You're so scared. $50.
See if he
Do
was
it.
convicted of that crime.
Do it.
Why are you not doing the point, Parker? Come on, get to the
Do it.
point. Get to the point, Parker.
Come on, $50. Let's do it.
Dude, just get to the point. Holy
Hey, dude, I
moly.
want $50.
All right, man. I'm getting off. You're not. You're
Oh,
trying-
you're
trying to
scared. He's
stall.
scared of
You're
taking
trying
the
to
bet.
stall, bro. You're trying
You're
to
scared.
stall.
You're
Just look
scared
it
of
up.
taking the bet?
Just look it up.
He's terrified. What a
wasn't convicted of
coward.
the
Here.
crime.
Come on, dude, $50.
You have it pulled up already. I know you do. Just
I
go
know I
ahead and
do.
say it.
$50. Come
So
on.
go ahead and say it, Parker.
Yeah. Go ahead. Come on.
He was
50,
not
50
convicted
bucks.
of the crime.
$50. Yes, he
He was
actually was.
arrested, but he was let go.
He was prosecuted and was convicted.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
The officer that arrested him said that they took him to the jail and they let him go. That is what happened.
This is from Fox 5 Atlanta, right? This is literally Fox. Laken Riley murder. Judge orders mental evaluation for convicted killer.
Okay. I'm talking about New York. I'm not talking about after Laken Riley. I'm talking about when he was up in New York. When he was let go out of New York.
Okay. You said that he wasn't convicted for killing Laken Riley.
No, that's not what I said. I said the person who
That is
who-
exactly
who-
what you said.
No, the person who unalived Laken Riley in New York City was not like he was arrested for the crime because he was arrested in New York City for let me see. I think it was
Hey, will you at least owe me $5, okay?
hold on. Iberia was
you owe-
arrested.
you owe me
Oh,
$5.
I'm reading. No,
I want my
you didn't even-
$5. Give me my
you didn't
$5.
even- Okay, August of 2023, arrest. Iberia was arrested by the NYPD in Queens for child endangerment and motor vehicle violation while riding a moped with a 5-year-old child who was not wearing a helmet. Despite his undocumented status, he was released by local authorities before U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement could issue a detainer to take him into custody. After
Okay.
his release in New York, Iberia
that
reportedly
is
took
a
a
completely different
city-funded
thing.
flight to Athens, Georgia. That's what I was talking about. So he committed a crime. He was arrested for it, but he was let go. So do you think that him committing
That's
that
not the
crime
same
was
thing as like
documented?
murder.
We're talking about documentation of crime. He committed a crime. He wasn't documented for it. He was let go in New York City.
Well, I mean, if someone has committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be deported on the condition they're going to be sent to a prison in another country. You're referencing that someone wasn't wearing a helmet. Like a kid wasn't wearing a helmet?
He was charged with child endangerment, right? So he was
because
an
the kid
illegal
wasn't wearing a
immigrant.
helmet?
Holy moly. Can I finish my point real quick? So he was arrested in New York City for child endangerment because he was riding around in a moped for a kid and with a kid with
I mean,
a 5-year-old.
I believe that they should put on a helmet, but I don't believe that they should be deported because they didn't in that context. So
Okay, Parker, you're missing the main point. He
I
was
would
an
want to
illegal-
prevent this from happening, but I don't think that based upon them doing this, we would know that they would have murdered someone. Like I don't
That's
see how
not that's not what I'm trying to justify. I'm trying to break down the actual statistics of crime rates with illegal immigrants, right? He committed a crime, regardless of what the crime was. He committed
Lovey, by
a
the way, thank you
crime.
so much,
Did
Lovey,
he-
for the
did he-
$5. I am going to be doing that
Exactly.
right now.
You're
Absolutely,
losing.
it's going to hit a blinker
You're losing.
checkpoint for real.
All right, I'm getting
from the
off, man. You
blinker
know what I'm
checkpoint
talking
from the
about. I'm getting
DNC. Oh, he's going to run
I'm
away.
getting off.
He's going to run
I'm
away.
getting off because I've already won, man.
You didn't
You
win
don't wanna
shit.
talk about
You didn't
it.
win shit.
You don't want to talk about it. I'm
You
3
you
for
got
3,
dunked
boy.
on, and now you're running
3
away
for
because
3,
you're
boy.
scared. He got dunked
3
on, and
for
he's
3.
running away because he's scared. Chat. Crystal, thank you for the $5.
Dean's gonna
Thank you.
cut that
Courtney,
paycheck,
thank you for the
bro.
$5 as well. Thank you so much. And
Your
Ava with the
performance-
$50 from Venmo. Thank you
your
so much. I really
performance
appreciate it.
view
Ava,
was
thank you for the
horrible.
$50. Thank you so much, Ava. I really appreciate it for the better
not
performance.
getting
Thank
that
you so
bonus
much.
this year,
Yeah,
Parker.
thank you so much, DNC,
You're not
for
getting the
supporting the
MVP
better
bonus.
performance. I just got money because the DNC liked the better performance. How does it make you feel? Are you mad?
I don't think anybody can hear you because your mic sucks.
Oh, my mic doesn't suck for shit. What are you talking about? My mic sounds completely fine.
Hey, so he was an
You
illegal
got
immigrant.
you got
He committed
dunked
a
on, and now you're
crime.
mad, and you were complaining, and you're jealous
let
that people
go.
were sending me money, and you're like, you're gonna get less money. You're gonna get your money docked because the DNC doesn't like your performance on this one. No, the DNC loves my performance,
No,
then.
DNC, right?
The
So-
DNC loves my performance.
So I just proved to you that an illegal immigrant, right, a famous one at that, committed a crime in New York City, wasn't documented. The crime wasn't documented, even though he committed a crime, wasn't documented. Because they didn't prosecute him for actually this crime. They just let him go, right? And that's what happens in a lot of these sanctuary cities where we don't actually know their real crime rate of what these people are doing because they just let them go. So you have a good night there, Parker.
Wait, hold
I'm
up, hold
3
up.
for 3.
The dean
I'm taking my
himself might
wins
come
and I'm
up.
outta here.
Dean himself might come up and debate you on that point. That you think that he's giving me money directly.
Dude,
So
I'll
are you
debate
gonna
Dean.
run
I'll
away
destroy
before Dean gets here?
I'll destroy Dean.
Are
I
you
will
gonna run away
destroy
before Dean gets here?
Bring him up here. Bring your boss up here.
Well, just give him a second. Give him a second. He has to
I
respond.
did 3. I did 3. I'm 3.
Watch
for
it. That got
3.
him to stay. By the way, that got him to stay. By the way.
Come on.
All it took was
Get
hearing
Dean
about
up here.
Dean. He loves Dean. Ava, thank you for the
I
$10
love
for the yes. The
Dean.
DNC took my phone and hit pay. Yep, Dean did that. That was actually Dean.
Get your boss up here. I want to talk to your supervisor.
You know, I immediately mentioned Dean's name, and now
Get
he's
your
gonna stay.
supervisor.
You know, that was
Get
actually
your
perfect rage
supervisor.
bait. D, thank you
Get
so
your
much for the $2.
supervisor.
Thank you so much, Gretchen. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
wanna see
I
your
really appreciate it. Thank you. They said D said blinker right now while he yaps, or you're not getting your $6 trillion Christmas bonus.
Get your supervisor. Can I speak to the manager, please? I'm gonna report you to the.
Oh yeah,
HR
he's actually already
department.
here. He's actually here.
Is he a ghost now? Is it the ghost of Dean's past, Christmas past?
Yo, Dean NC, thank you so much for all the donations today. I really appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Dean.
no, of course. We just need to make sure that you keep on grifting. It's very important to us over
Oh,
here.
this
at
is
the
a fake
DNC.
Dean. This is a fake Dean, bro. How dare you?
No, it's not.
Excuse me.
This is a fake Dean. It doesn't even sound like Dean.
Wait, click on his account, bro.
Who the fuck do you?
That
think
doesn't even
you
look
are?
like Dean. Is that Harry Sissons? What is that?
Who the?
What is this, dude?
What the fuck is going
Harry,
on?
what's Harry Sissons doing up here, man?
So you're telling me that you think I'm Parker's supervisor, and you don't even know who I am?
Harry
you
Sissons.
are.
Harry, why don't you go back to that one
I'm
guy?
not Harry.
Harry, calm down. Get Dean up here, Parker, now.
Dude, is this your best? Is this your best bet of trolling?
What?
It's kind of funny.
You bring Harry up here when I want Dean. I want your supervisor.
Well, this is Dean. This is Dean. The Dean.
Yes.
By the way, someone named Dean NC just sent me $1. Thank you so much thank you for the blinker. You're welcome.
Okay, so
Dean, how busy are you now that you run the Democrat Party?
Oh, very busy.
Are you putting up AOC this year or 2020? What is 2028? You're putting up AOC.
Whoever I think can make the most kids.
You're gonna run with Kamala again.
I honestly think we're just gonna run who could ever turn the most kids trans. Right now, we're actually doing a little bit of a competition.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
Yeah, right now we're doing a little bit of a competition. So
we're coming from the spokesperson from the DNC.
Yeah, we're giving like each prospective candidate like 3 school districts in California.
I don't doubt this.
Whoever can turn as many kids trans as possible by the mid of the year is going to be the next presidential candidate.
Yes.
We're
yes.
actually already seeing.
Actually, you know what? That that is totally happening. Everyone, the DNC has they've leaked reports that's actually what they're doing. That's how we determine our next candidate. It's a new process that they're getting rid of the primary process, and now they're creating this new process.
They did it already. That's already happened.
Yeah, the primary process is gone. They got rid of that. Now this is how we determine who our candidates are.
It's a straight dictatorship. That's what the DNC is. Like, it's just.
So, what'd you come up here for? Do you think that Parker deserves a little more money? Should we pay him some more?
No, dude. First off, real quick, you need to buy him a new mic because what you're doing to him is horrible.
So he does want me to send.
And
So
then,
that so
Dean,
it sounds like he wants the DNC to send me more money.
Yeah.
So, and then Dean,
I got you.
real quick, another thing too.
Thank you very much,
is
Dean.
I informed Parker that he at least under federal law he at least deserves minimum wage, right? You can't keep paying him in kisses and hugs. All right, that doesn't work anymore. You have to pay.
Lita, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Robin, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Paige, thank you for the $5 from Lenny from the DNC. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I would have to. I don't have the ability to do that. And thank you so much. Thank you.
And I also
wait 1 second. Does that work? That was like $7. Does that work?
So
Ava, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Looks like I got bumped up above minimum wage.
Another
Dude,
thing.
now we're at like $22. That's above minimum wage. I mean, we're cooking with fire now, right?
Another thing that Parker was trying to advocate for, and he said this was a non-negotiable, Dean. My client Parker, he said he wants the continued subscription to weekly midget magazines. He wants those to keep coming.
Dude, this guy, you literally is this the best you can do?
What?
Is this the best you can do?
Did you not text me that you wanted the
Stop,
was that
Brown.
private? Was that personal? Did I get too personal?
No, it's the like literally it's considered a slur.
Is it?
Yeah, just letting you know. I maybe you don't know.
I mean, I got one brain cell. Remember?
Sure, but you can at least acknowledge that the one brain cell can acknowledge this, right?
No, dude. I don't. Dude, TikTok is so insane now. You can't even do anything. I don't like. I mean, I know you guys are paid by TikTok too, so it's just like it's one of those things. Like,
so TikTok pays us too.
GGP.
Hey, Dean, when did you get your last TikTok paycheck specifically from TikTok for nothing you did, just because TikTok likes to pay you?
Well, actually, TikTok pays me by blocking my number when I want my account unbanned because they falsely took me down for misinformation.
Or bots.
And even though I'm like literally their largest North American live streamer, okay, right? I don't hear a word from them or their team. They pay me with silence.
That's actually some great payment. They pay you with silence. I get that too. I still have yet to get a single rep at the TikTok places. We have nothing. We've been on here for 5 years, Chad. Literally half a decade. And they've still yet to give us one.
So
yeah, we get paid with silence. Straight up nothing. Radio silence.
Is this guy like into like role play or something? I feel like we've been like role playing the whole time I've been up here. You know? Is that like...
Since you're up here, Dean, can I debate you?
Wait, no, by the way, Dean, he actually literally does believe that I'm paid by the DNC. When I asked him for evidence, he's just like, I don't need evidence.
I never said that. I never said that, Parker.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I was like, I personally believe you are, but like, it's not too out of the ordinary for something like that to happen. And then I said,
is it like a conspiracy theory?
no, it's just a hunch. To be honest with you, it's just a hunch. Yeah.
Did you know that it actually, from everything I know, from all the research I've done, it's actually false that the DNC will just kind of pay influencers unless they get hired. Unless they get hired. Just give me a second, little bro. Unless they get hired to do something specific. Like, for instance, Olivia Giuliana, she got hired by the DNC to like try to like think of like new ways to bring young men into the party, and she was obviously like paid for that by them. But like, I mean, outside of like specific like job titles or contracting of that type, right? They don't really like just give influencers money.
Because I would like to know where I can get my checks. Like, seriously, where are these DNC checks I'm going to be getting?
Yeah, like if we could just get money from the DNC, like trust me, I would have found that. I already would have found out how, dude. Okay, that ship would have sailed a long time ago, and my bank.
Like, actually though, like if genuinely if that did exist, I feel like Dean and I would know. Like, to be totally honestly, I feel like we could expose that information, and genuinely we haven't found that out. So
why would you guys expose that information if you were getting paid?
Because we don't think that that's justified. Yeah, we
guys
and
wouldn't.
Also, by the way, to give you even from a self-interested standpoint, wouldn't we have a self-interested view to like expose information because it could benefit our personal brand?
What's your personal brand? I don't like what brand do you have?
That it's independent. Like you're saying from a self-interested
You're
standpoint.
not independent though.
Yeah, we are.
Like in the way like you align like party wise, or you like.
No, I don't mean party affiliation. I just mean like I'm not like associated with any particular media company or anything. Like I'm literally by myself.
Independent contractors.
Well, I mean, I technically run my own business.
You guys get the what is it? The you guys are individual businesses. You guys are just contractors for the DNC. Dean is the CEO of the DNC, but we're not going to talk about that.
There's no way this guy's serious. Well, actually, by the way, I just directly got something from the DNC. It just came in. DNC, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said $2 million per hour TikTok bonus from Dean. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ava with the $90. Thank you so much. I really aprieciate this guy's making my brain melt. I feel you on that, Ava. Thank you so much for the $90 on PayPal. I mean, Venmo. Thank you. Mary, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you for the DNC. Thank you. Logan, thank you so much for the $5. Haley, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. Delta, thank you for the $2. Look at all of that.
A paycheck.
What are you gonna buy with all that money?
We're gonna buy. We're gonna buy the earth.
He's gonna buy the earth.
This guy can't do it.
Earth.
You guys gonna pay for the
Robin,
Chips
thank you for the
Science
5, and
Act?
Lita, thank you for the 2. Yeah, so again, wait, by the way, Dean, this guy was making a point that because we get taxes through a progressive tax structure and a regressive tax structure, that they should be viewed the same just because they're both taxes.
A tax is a tax.
Oh yeah, honestly, just like insult's an insult. It's like just as bad to tell somebody that their lips look dry as it is to tell them to off themselves. Like, I mean, just think about how absurd you sound, my friend.
Oh, also, wait, Dean, he literally said you paid Pete Buttigieg and Rokana to come on your stream.
What?
Yeah, that you guys you had to what like I just read that you had to take a $15 million loan out because the DNC is going broke or something like that.
No, seriously,
Dude,
be
this
real.
guy's crazy.
Hey, dude, seriously, are you being real when you? Now, don't joke right now. I want you to actually say that. Do you actually think Dean did that?
No, dude.
Okay, so you don't think he paid him? Dude, I genuinely can't tell because you're so stupid.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me if you did or not.
No, but what does your hunch say?
My hunch? I mean, he probably paid him. That's my hunch.
Bruh, think
Okay,
about
you
it.
see what I mean?
Oh my god, okay.
That's my
listen.
hunch, but
Listen,
like I
I'm
don't
gonna
really
share-
care at the end of the day.
I'm going to share some information with you, okay? Think about it from their perspective, okay? Both Rokana and Pete Buttigieg are like probably thinking about how they could build up within the political system. And the first step of that would be gaining more notoriety and a greater following base. And one way to attempt to attain that would be to do this media syndicate of going on various podcasts, radio shows, YouTube channels, and even like the live streams that me and Parker run to attempt to get their message out to more people. to get more people familiarized with their name, themselves, their likeness, and their brand. So it's actually beneficial for them to do the whole media tour, go on the Dean Withers stream.
Yeah, so they get paid and then they get the exposure. It's fine. Like they win both sides.
God.
Yeah, Dean, you're literally shelling. How much do you shell out to Rokana and Pete
Don't
Buttigieg
ask
to
that
come on the
because you're
stream?
gonna get butt hurt, dude. Don't ask that. You don't talk about pay
Listen.
with other coworkers.
Ava, thank you for the $15 from the DNC on Venmo. I appreciate that.
Listen,
Thank you,
that
Ava.
creates a hostile work environment,
Shout
Parker.
out
You don't talk
Ava.
about pay with other employees.
Shout out Ava. Shout out Ava.
Why not?
6 figs.
Because if Buttigieg got paid more than you, then you do this every
There's
day.
no
Pete
way.
Buttigieg just
I
showed up
definitely
one day.
get more than Pete. What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, I do.
No.
I totally get more. The DNC thinks that I should get more than Pete. They've told me it directly. They've told me that Pete Buttigieg gets less.
Yeah, they whispered in his ear and they said, that, Parker, we like you more than Pete Buttigieg. We want to give
We
you
want you to
more."
have more. I promise you that. Actually, so much more. More than you've ever seen before. I promise you.
Yo, Serena, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal from
When
the
Dean-
DNC.
When
buy
Dean took
the earth,
over the
thank you so
DNC
much,
from
Serena.
Nancy Pelosi, it was just it was.
Andrea,
it's
thank you
turned
so much
into
for the
something
$10.
crazy.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Deb, thank you so much for the $2 from the DNC from George Soros. Delta, thank you so much for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much for the Nero chips. Max, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I would definitely. Winnie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. Wait, do you think that Charlie Kirk was paid by the RNC?
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
He didn't need to be. He had his own thing going, man. He was making enough money.
What? Why don't you say that same thing with us?
You guys don't-
Yo, oh my God, Ava, thank you for the $50. What the fuck? On Venmo saying the DNC made me pay it. And then Nathan, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal from the DNC. And Jessica, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC.
Hey,
Ava, Jessica, Nathan, bro, let's fucking
I'm
go.
gonna get going,
the
though, 'cause I'm gonna
DNC
start watching the
overlords
Vikings.
are dropping bank.
But I'm 3-0, and I just want to say, I appreciate you letting me get up here and get some dubs. And it was
my God.
I
it was a
genuinely
good
can't
game.
believe that you actually genuinely think that as a
Thanks.
person. Like
Thanks
Dean,
for
he's gonna
bringing
hop
up
off this
Dean.
live and he's gonna be like, dude, I cooked.
Yo, real quick before you
Dude,
hop off, you know
slow
what you're like,
cooked.
you know what you're maybe like 7, 10, 15-0 with?
Huh?
Do you know what you're maybe like 7-0, 10-0, or 15-0 with?
Oh, here we go. What's up?
How many days it's been since you showered, bro? You stink, my boy. Take a shower, rinse off. Okay.
You
the
can
hair's
smell me.
greasy.
Where are you, Dean?
I
Are you in
can-
my
I can
house?
smell
Are
you
you in
through
my
the
house,
phone.
Dean?
No, I'm like 1,500.
Are you in my
miles
house, Dean? That's
away.
creepy, Dean. Get out of my
No,
house.
No, I'm not in your house, and that's
Get
the
out of my
crazier
house, Dean. Are
part.
you
He's
using
like,
my
dude,
Wi-Fi?
I can smell you from 1,000 miles away, bro.
No,
you're
yeah, because I'm
stinky as
cooking. I'm over here cooking, bro, sweating it up, man, in the kitchen, just cooking.
I don't know.
Parker.
It doesn't smell very good, man.
Man, I didn't put deodorant on today either, man. I was cooking Parker, bro. It sweat, stanky, man, just nothing but just man. Just
Wait, name
just-
one point you beat me on. Yeah, that is so weird. Wait, Dean, by the way, I was going to tell you, there was someone on my live earlier that their argument was that there are not different countries or nationalities within the Middle East. They denied the idea that there are different countries in the Middle East.
Wait, so then I'd be really curious, like what they consider to be the Middle East.
Yeah. Like apparently there are not different countries in the Middle East. That was an argument I heard earlier.
Is the Middle East a country?
Apparently, they must believe that. They actually, logically, it necessitates that the Middle East is a country. If they believe that there are not multiple countries or nationalities within the Middle East. Yeah.
And if it's a country, then what's the government of the Middle East?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Hello, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. As well as Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. And Tracy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Flory, thank you for the Galaxy. Oh, it's Momo.
All right, well, hey, I'm gonna get going because you guys look like you have a lot of work to do today. Because you got Dean has to pay off that $15 million loan he took. So y'all have a good night. Hope I didn't hurt you too bad, Parker. It was a good game though. All's fair in love and war, I send my best wishes to
I kicked him off.
Corny. Thank
And
you.
Ava, by the way, with $105 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Ava. That is so kind of you. Thank you. W's for Ava in the comment section for the $105 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Directly from the Dean NC. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. W's for Ava in the comment section right now. Dean, thank you so much for the $105 from the DNC from Ava. I really appreciate that.
Oh, of course. I just have one more person to thank myself.
Go
and
for
I'll
it.
Get going. Need to go sign some more checks, recruit some more, influencing shills. But Karen, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from myself. Paid myself to myself from the DNC. Appreciate that, Karen. You have a good rest of your stream, Parker, and for everybody watching.
Have a good rest of your good night, man. I was about to tell you to have a good rest of your stream, bro. That was just straight muscle memory.
No, man,
Have a good night, bro.
I said that to the person at the counter of the gym 2 days ago. They're like, "Have a good workout." I was like, "You too." But anyways, all right, peace out, bye.
Dude, I do that all the time. I hate when I do that. I'm like, no, dude. I always just accidentally do it. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. All right, we're going to get one more person on here for tonight, and then we're going to get off, everyone. One more person on here for tonight, and then we're going to get off. I might actually just call it a night, actually. You know what, chat? I'm going to call it a night. I'm sorry, everyone. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, as always, I'd appreciate if you follow the stream. Tomorrow, I should be on live later in the day. I'm sorry, everyone. My girlfriend got back. I was going to stay on because I thought my girlfriend wasn't back yet, but she did just get back. So I'm going to go see her. Mojo, thank you for the €5. Thank you. And then Devlin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you, everyone, so much. You can check out, I have a bunch of videos on YouTube if you'd like to go check it out. You can watch the stream back if you missed any of the points on the stream, because we were live for about 5 hours today, everyone. A bit longer today than we typically are. So love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Let me actually see if there's anyone to raid here on TikTok real quick. Let me see. Carbon is live right now. If you want to go raid Carbon, everyone. Carbon says with a K. Spam Parker raid, spam Love from Parker. Carbon with a K. Spam Parker raid, spam Love from Parker. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see y'all later. Good night, everyone. What time tomorrow? I'd probably assume 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific time like I did today.